I mean, if they're comfortable with TA, you could probably still get away with it. But it's going to be a very, very difficult matchup with the Viper, especially considering like during the mid game, you're also going to have Winter Wyvern, Arctic Burn eats through Refraction as well. Like it's.
What I know again, it's not great against the Scarif, but there are a fair few heroes that aren't going to be. But what about the Puck?
Puck's actually not bad. Puck can avoid a lot of incoming damage here. The only problem with him is that during teamfights, if he gets silenced, it's a PA. Okay, so they're gonna guess that one. They're gonna get a little bit of a lane switch here, I think.
Okay.
So I'm assuming it's either gonna be one of two things. It's gonna be a dual lane mid, or the PA is gonna go mid, or it's gonna be gyro mid. Like those are pretty much the choices that MVP have right now.
Yeah, so I mean, so why the PA in this situation?
PA is really good against Team Archon as soon as BKB is out, because their heroes actually have almost no physical damage output, and the one hero that doesn't want to transition into MKB. Now he can go for Silver Edge, right? But that's going to have to be his item, because otherwise evasion decimates Team Archon right now. Like, what right click do they have? They have Viper and Tusk, but that's not going to be enough to kill a PA.
I mean, an LC. Oh, this is welcome to TI 2015, ladies and gentlemen. We're having a bit of a fun here, fun time. Korok, Legion's going to be the final call. Again, well, you're still going to be get critted if you draw that the old PA. But what do we reckon?
If the Legion Commander Silver Edges PA and then duels, it's a pretty easy duel win.
Yes.
And it's not as if MVP Phoenix have a lot of disables. Now, they have Witch Doctor Cask, but that's pretty much it. They're not going to really be able to stop the duel from Korok, at least in a way that would make him not be able to deal enough damage to kill, right? So then you're going to also have Winter Wyvern, who has great range. The Skywrath Legion Commander combo is something that we've actually seen quite a few times in the past, right? Like before the Flare nerfs. But because duel lasts a minimum of, I think, 4 seconds, maybe it's 4.5 at level 1, but you always get the full duration of the Flare, no matter what. So it just makes sure that you can utilize that ulti and make sure you get the kills. And against a hero like PA, who has pretty low strength gain, prior to BKB, that combo is going to kill him every time.
Exactly. I think that was something that I was going to point on as well. We're talking about the fact they want to crush the early laning stage in duel. We're going to see March heading straight out here to the top lane to get some wards out into the dire jungle. But as you said, if they're able to crush the lanes, you know, Archon are able to get to a point where they're doing really well. PA hasn't managed to get something like a BKB online. They're going to be able to potentially continue to snowball the game. And that was quite literally as well with the Tusk being picked up as well. And Archon are actually going to go for a straight 5-man smoke up here from the base. They knew that the Undying was going to want to get this warding out, and thanks to the TP, in fact, from March, he's been able to do that without being discovered at all if he heads straight back to get the block off. So, all in all, very nice play there from the Undying, getting that vision out straight away.
Is he?
Is he going to?
Is he actually going to run right into him? If he gets snowballed, he's dead. He's so dead.
Oh, God. The Undying, he's been spotted out. They're going to skill Ice Shards first to block him in the tree line. He's going to get a very nice 4-man decay off, but it's not going to be enough. March is going to fall down, and that's going to be first blood. They're going to Fogged on the Skywrath Mage. And why did he have to walk that way, Andy?
Well, the pathing that they took is pretty bizarre, right? Like, they walked across the river, they walked behind, they were going to go like for a dive behind the tier 1. He might have assumed that they were just either going for the rune or maybe even going for some kind of aggressive smoke. But I guess since the rest of the team didn't see him, the safer play obviously is to sit by the tower or just sit in the side of the woods. But of course, hindsight's 20/20.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, also I want to mention, talking about the Legion Commander, Febby coming up the lane in. He's going to bump into the old MSS and start getting the scout on. We'll see how much Febby wants to try and prioritize sniping the courier. I mean, they're going to know he's there. The Tusk has spotted it out, so they're not going to send the courier out. He's actually just walked into tower range.
Okay.
So they certainly know the bounty's there. So the courier is pretty much safe and sound. And it looks like Fogged may even hang around there to be the courier to help out the Viper if he needs anything delivered. Now he's going to play it safe. And well, Febby heading towards the mid lane. Maybe seeing if you can get a bit of harassment down onto Ush. And just trying to help the lane out here for the PA. I mean, in terms of how the lane matchup goes, is this an alright time for the PA, or is she going to struggle a lot against the Viper? I mean, melee versus a Viper is never a nice lane.
Well, the one thing about PA is, even though she is melee, she has daggers to throw, right? Like, off cooldown, you're going to be throwing daggers for CS. Once you get to level 3 or 5, you can typically get most creep kills, even up against a hero like Viper. The nice thing about PA, too, is she can jump on anyone, right? Like, you have that blink, and you're going to have the stifling dagger. So if you get an Orb of Venom up on Febby, you start hitting them, you throw a dagger. A hero like Viper actually cannot stand and fight that, which is why you see Fog rotating over to mid lane. He realizes that if they go all in on Ush, there is potential that MVP can just straight up kill him with a bounty and a PA.
I mean, we've got the Scarf here as well, yeah, pressuring poor old QO here on the PA. And top lane, I mean, March, he's been able to get a little bit here. He's trying to do what he can to stop Korok's farm. I mean, it's 7 for 3 at the moment on the Legion, 6 to 1 on the Gyro down here. So similar stuff going on both sides, but a lot of focus around this mid lane, just trying to help this PA get this good start. I mean, in terms of lanes, who's going to be happy at this point? Do you still feel the lanes of Archon are just that little bit stronger?
Well, for the time being, Archon are going to be winning top. Mid is pretty much a 50-50, and I'd say if you're PA in this game, trading even is a win. So, I mean, here you're going to see an example of what I mean. Like the Janata, he's going to blink forward, and I think he's just dead.
He's going to go for it here on Ush, and Ush, he's got a salve. He might need to try and pop it. There's no point now here. They're going to dive, and they're going to get it. Febby should be able to just get out. Where he's got a shadow. No! He is dead. But all in all, certainly worth it picking up that kill there and getting the old Viper there, helping out the PA in the mid lane.
It's kind of hard to anticipate stuff like that because the PA can jump on you from so far away that you just have to play super far back. So I can't even really blame Ush too much for dying there. It's just a matter of maybe not being familiar with like that particular hero duo. Because honestly, how often do we see PA mid, right? It's not very common. So I think after that death, he'll realize the kind of potential that they have, and he'll probably respect the kill potential a little bit more.
And now towards the top lane, we are going to see Febby head up there. There's also Skyrath wrapping around here, fogged with the double damage. You're going to need to be a little bit careful here, March. He's got the Tombstone available if they want to try and kick it off with Febby getting the hits in, and he's going to drop the Skyrath wrapping round. March getting low. He's got to decay in a couple of seconds. He's not going to be in time. They're going to keep Chell alive as he cold embraces himself, stopping Febby from being able to find the kill. Febby turning to Fog, pulling down the Skyrath, and the creeps actually help bring down the Wyvern. Korok, the Tombstone's going to be enough. They lose the Legion as well. It ends up being a 3 for 2. What a mess of a fight. And, well, if you're not able to take down the Tombstone quick enough, that's what it's going to do in those kind of engagements.
The one downside to that engagement for MVP is both their heroes were dead by the time the first hero of Archon died. So instead of getting some EXP, they really only got the gold for it.
Yes.
But still, like a 3 for 2 in that situation was fantastic. Like, no doubt about it, that was a good trade for MVP.
And a lot of chaos so far in that top lane. They're going to head back here. We're seeing both the supports, the Scarf as well, hanging around Korok now, letting Viper have a bit of a free farm time here. In the mid lane, PA, though, with a 19 for 6.
She's winning, man.
She's having a great time thanks to that kill that Febby was able to help her get in that situation. I mean, how's the bottom lane looking? We've not really talked much about this bottom lane here with KP and Nuts up against this off-lane Tusk. I mean, MSS so far, he's hit level 3. I mean, not funny yet. What's the Undying looking like in response? Yeah, he's hit level 4 thanks to that little bit of a fight that went on. So all in all, the off-laner, this Tusk not really doing a lot for the side of Archon so far.
Well, I think he's just trying to wait it out, you know. Get to level 6. You can start rotating before that if you feel like you can.
Oh, she's in a lot of trouble here. QO going forward here. There's going to be the backup of March and Nuts as well. There's no escape for the Viper. That's going to be another kill on this Viper in the mid lane. Now, Viper, of course, one of those heroes, if you do shut him down early, he's not the best comeback king.
No, definitely not. Viper is maybe one of the worst heroes to play from behind because he's typically the team mech carrier as well.
Yeah.
You pick that hero for 2 reasons. I want to dominate my lane, and I want to get to mech so we can start doing some 5-man Dota. Like, Archon has pretty good 5-man, I would say, especially once their Skyrath hits 6 and you have that combo with the Legion Commander duel into the Mystic Flare. But because of the fact that MVP have picked a mid, it's a bit unconventional, but it has very good aggressive potential, right? So you can jump in anytime. If QO wants to go and he sees Febby there, they're going in.
Oh, Febby wants to go for Fogged. He's got March. The Tombstone will be dropped. Korok, he's going to be able to heal Fogged up here. Now Korok trying to turn it around. Go for Febby, and he might just get it because the dust was thrown out by the Skyrath. They'll bring down the Bounty Hunter. Nuts has rotated in now. Now can they take down Korok? Skyrath Mage is still there. Fogged on the sidelines. He's a little bit low. Got to be careful here at the decays. March is going to start diving this with the Tombstone zombies. He might be able to. No, him and Nuts are going to back up. And maybe now Fogged is just going to send out the flare here. Korok. Now he's just going to go back to farming, but all in all, nice reaction there from Archon, keeping Fogged alive and safe and finding a kill in return onto the Bounty Hunter.
That was a really nice play, actually. I think that dust hit him, like, barely
just
on the edge. Middle.
He's going to go for Rush, but this time there's backup. Chad's there, trying to turn this one around, and now Tusk, MSS, he wants to join the fight. They'll take down the PA, they'll look for Febby as well. Dust is there, they'll get him, but KP coming in with a cooldown. Ush is getting low, they'll bring down the Viper. Looks like it's all it's going to be. He's trying to chase down Chad here. Can he find it? Yes, he can, because Nuts is there. The Ice Shards will hold KP back for a little bit, but not long enough. And they'll pick up a couple, and, well, the rotations from both sides there. Fantastic stuff from MVP and Archon, ending it for a 2 for 2, but the fact that KP was able to come in on the jar and clean up, it's got to mean it benefits the side of Phoenix.
That was...
It's close. It is very close, though, in terms of golden XP.
I think the fact that the gyrocopter was the one who ended up getting credit for the kills, maybe it's like barely advantage for MVP. Nothing really huge, though. The nice thing is that KP had enough presence of mind to know that, hey, I got level 4 rocket barrage, I got call down, I should have a TP. You know, there's going to be a lot of action mid. We know that QO and Febby have been pressuring Ush, so it's common reaction from Archon to try to stop it, and that's exactly what went down, right? So the fact that KP knows that in advance, okay, they're going to prioritize mid because of how much action's been there. I can just be ready for a counter gank, and that's the kind of strength that a gyro gives you.
So far, how's Korok doing in terms of farm? Just picking up the treads. They did lose the courier here on the side of Archon for a couple of minutes, so yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a downside for the team. Febby still yet to hit that level 6, of course. We're only 7 minutes in. It's going to be that crucial point where the Bounty Hunter is going to be able to make these fights, which overall, as we're saying, been fairly even in terms of gold swing. But if you've got a bounty with track, suddenly you can't be taking even trades.
The skirmishes are going to start to not favor Archon if they're losing the same amount of heroes even, right? Like, the only time I guess you could say an even trade is fine with track.
Look at this top lane. Korok coming a little bit close. In comes the cast. The bouncer's going to be there. Maledict is onto him. He's going to look for the TP out. And, oh, is he going to be enough? Yes, he should be fine. The damage is not going to be enough for the Maledict. Healing up in the fountain there. But a little bit of a risky stuff here. Febby coming into the mid lane. Do they want to try and go for Rush? It's going to be hard because Chad is there. We'll have the Cold Embrace available as well. And that's going to be enough to stop any action from a PA and a Bounty Hunter because pretty much the majority they're relying on the physical damage.
Yeah, the Cold Embrace is going to be great during the mid-game if the Winter Wyvern is in good position. That's the one thing about that hero that's so difficult. Winter Wyvern is one of the slowest heroes in the game, right? I think it's like 285 base movement speed. So you're very, very slow, but all your abilities have very long range. So positioning is key. You just need to make sure you're in the back line and ready to throw out that ultimate or your Cold Embrace if your carry is getting jumped on by the PA.
Towards the mid lane, we're seeing Archon. They've got 4 heroes here. It is just Febby and QO here on the side of MVP Phoenix. They've got to be careful how far they push up this lane because Chad is ready. MSS actually TPing up to the top lane to join Korok here. Maybe seeing if they can turn it around. The cast is going to come out, and the Ice Shard, they're just going to catch Nuts. The stun will connect, and now with a Walrus Punch, bringing him low. They get the jewel off with a heal from March.
Oh, no.
He's not going to rid the jewel. Korok, he might even die. No, he will find the kill on the Witch Doctor, but he's going to pay with his life. They've lost the Tusk as well. A 2-for-1, and that is, of course, with, well, no one winning the jewel there. So, again, I've got to say, MVP's play has been fantastic in reaction to what Archon have tried to do every time. Ush has now come in on the Viper. But I don't think you want to fight this. There's still people chasing this down. QO is going to go straight forward onto Fog. This time the Cold Embrace will be there to help him for the time being, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Febby getting the slow onto Ush. They'll blow up the Scarf Mage, and they want more. There's 4 heroes here. Archon, they need to get the hell out of there. Ush getting low. He's going to go down. It's going to be a killing spree for KP here on the Gyrocopter. And this is going to be the point of the game. It's getting a little bit scary. Febby, he is close to the level 6, getting that track online. And this time the fight heavily benefiting MVP Phoenix.
MSS just bailed on the duel. Like, he just ran away. I don't know if he was expecting the Soul Rip coming out from March, but that definitely just turned the fight completely. Because maybe if the Soul Rip doesn't come out, they kill the Witch Doctor fast enough to just run away. But instead, the entirety of MVP reacts. They realize if the PA is there, their chasing potential is almost unlimited. Stifling Dagger only has a 6-second cooldown, and you can just keep spamming it, and your team gets closer every single time. And then with Gyrocopter's rundown potential with Rocket Barrage, you can chase across the entire map. Imagine how much worse it's going to be for Archon when that track comes out. Then you're just going to be getting chased forever. There's no way you're going to be able to run. Between PA Stifling Dagger and Track Vision, you can't get away. So they need to keep that in mind. The next few engagements, they need to be 100% sure that they're going to be able to get their kills.
And it really feels like this point as well. They're going to push this middle tower, take it. No reaction from Archon, because I really don't know if they can fight 5-on-5. It's going to be very hard for them to take an engagement.
With cooldown, it's pretty difficult to fight into, and the Witch Doctor also has to get up the Death Ward as well. Like right now, Nuts, I think he's like, yeah, he's 100 experience away from 6. And right now, MVP are just taking their time. They're pushing in the tier 1s. They've already gotten the tier 1 mid and the tier 1 safe lane at just 10 minutes in. So I'd say, for now, they definitely have the majority of map control, and Archon are going to have to make a pretty good play to bring it back.
Indeed, the sustain, of course, there with Nuts as well. With the good old Voodoo Restoration. Febby just keeping tabs on anyone that wants to dare come down here. MSS hiding up on the high ground. He's level 7. Brown Boots, 900 gold. Didn't really find a lot from that offlane. I mean, we're only 11 minutes in. I mean, this certainly is MVP sticking to the game plan. You can tell that when they pick this draft, this is the kind of play style they wanted to go for.
Well, if you look at the way that Archon are showing right now, I mean, they're going to be forced back as the majority of MVP are now making their way towards their own bottom tier 1. But Korok was showing in lane that entire time, and they saw MSS TP back. So they knew they could push to tier 2 because not everyone was there. And Febby, he is almost going to get caught here. They double sentry as well.
That's unfortunate indeed, and it's unfortunately going to be to waste there. Sentries have been popped down quite a lot. The warding's not been too bad here from Archon. They've got a fair bit of vision of the Radiant jungle, but I guess it doesn't really matter when they're not in their own jungle and they're pressuring the lanes, which is exactly what MVP are doing here. Zoning back the side of Archon, creating the space to take yet another tower. And they may even look to just continue here for the tier 2 on this bottom lane.
I wouldn't be surprised. The one thing they need to be wary of, though, if you're MVP, is Fogged is now 6. Now, the Winter Wyvern, Chad, he's still level 5, but you cannot underestimate the damage combo that they have. If you get dueled into a flare, you're probably still going to die at this stage in the game. Now, QO is going directly for BKB. I think this is the 100% item build. Like, you absolutely need BKB against this combo because you are going to be, most of the time, the primary target, if not the gyro. But you're also easier to get to because you're melee, and they're assuming you're going to be jumping in, right? So I love the fact that QO is going this build. And the other thing, too, for Archon, Chad.
QO going straight
He's got
in
no
here.
mana!
I mean, Chad. Oh, no, he had enough for the corner embrace, but he doesn't get out now with the cooldown, the Death Ward. Korok's going to fly down there to a crit from the dagger, and now Usher's in trouble as well. This initiation range they've got potential with the track and the dagger from PA. You just cannot come near this lineup because you're just going to die.
They're getting punished so hard every single time they're even a little bit out of position. Like, Chad wasn't even on the high ground behind the tier 2. He was just standing there, waiting it out. There was a ward that got him spotted. He got jumped on, and they saw that he had no mana. QO was like, he's got enough mana for maybe one spell, right? And then he's dead. And plus, he's still not level 6. It's 13 minutes in. He still needs 200 experience.
I just look. We've got to get the net worth up on this one. A 7.3k net worth on your Jaro.
Yep.
Is he just bought it? I was going to say he's got enough. With 13 minutes in, he's got a BKB, complete on top of the phase boots and Aquila. How do you fight this man?
I'm kind of wondering that myself. I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at Archon's team. Now, their transition into mid-game is hoping that Korok can kind of snowball off of dual wins because of the Skywrath, right? And that's their game plan. Like, okay, we get our Legion Commander really farmed. He does all our physical damage for us. Our Viper is our mech carrier, but it's 14 minutes in, and this Viper doesn't even have half of his mech. Okay, he actually has more than half, but the real problem that Archon are running into is their heroes have a timing that they still have not hit. And these heroes are not good late bloomers. Like we talked about Viper and his not really good from playing from behind and Legion Commander needing to snowball. None of those things are happening right now. So their last line of defense is hoping, for whatever reason, that MVP try to push high ground maybe a little bit too early when your Winter Wyvern now finally has that curse available. That is kind of the game-changing ability right now, is that curse maybe into like a Mystic Flare or a duel into a Mystic Flare.
And this is a very nice bit of warning here, of course, from Phoenix. They can see exactly this from MSS and Chad coming in. And it's going to be, it just feels very hard for the side of Archon to do much at the moment. Let's have a look at the actual graphs, in fact. What kind of differences are we seeing? XP, not so much, because we've seen he's been continuing to farm here to keep the pace up, but it's the net worth that really shows. Coming up to 10k, 14 minutes in, thanks to these towers and the kills that they've managed to find. And now the track kills as well. We saw a couple in that fight down there early on. Korok is coming up to 2.1k gold. I mean, the question is, does he still go for a Blink Dagger? At this point, the Blink Initiation isn't going to do that much for you. You need to think about building something that's going to help you sustain like a BKB.
I think Blink might be one of the only options just because how else are they going to be able to catch anyone? Like, how do you start the fight?
But there always is a 5. How do you jump into that?
But this is, when you have to ask these questions, that's when you start to say to yourself, they're just so far behind. Because it's not just one item that's going to win it for you, right? You need like minimum 2 or 3. And it's 15 minutes in, and you don't have an outer tier tower left. Like, your map control is just gone. And MVP have also placed aggressive wards inside of the woods of Archon as well. And they can still go back and try to do Roshan. Now, if Archon aren't defending a tier 2, there's no way they're going to fight Rosh. Like, they just realize how far behind they actually are, and MSS is going to get caught here.
The missile's coming through as well. He's going to have the snowball there to maybe try and do something in response, but you're not killing anyone. Nuts is here with the Voodoo Restoration. He's going to get the Walrus Punch onto QI. Now with the Winter's Curse, trying to do this, but he just takes no damage. A couple of slaps to the man, but they've already got the Voodoo Restoration on, so the physical damage that Chad's trying to turn on themselves isn't doing anything. He's going to get Cold Embrace himself, but there's the Rocket Barrage, there's the cooldown. Your Cold Embrace isn't going to help you against that magical damage. They lose 2 heroes on Archon. They can't do anything against the lineup of MVP. And it's starting to look a little bit one-sided here, Andy.
They know their timing so well. MVP had a perfect idea throughout this entire game of what they could get away with at what particular point in time. Like, they TP every hero top to save a Witch Doctor because they know, I mean, the Witch Doctor still died, but they got the tower, and they know that they can just chase forever. And Archon, because of the fact that they put that Viper mid, like, sure, he's got a lot of CS, but the PA is a much bigger problem right now than the Viper, if you look at each hero respectively. Because QO has BKB now. He can just jump on whoever the hell he wants. Doesn't matter. They don't have a Silver Edge. They don't have any way of bypassing evasion.
Look, they're looking for a player that, I mean, maybe this is the player, desperation play. They've got to try and find some. They're smoking up, moving towards the pit. Chad has gone in. They know they're taking Roshan. Can they do anything about this? But no, KP gets off the cooldown, pops the BKB. Karok will get a successful duel here onto the Witch Doctor, but KP now on a mega kill streak. He's still fighting in the pit. They'll get the Viper Strike onto KP, but it doesn't matter because March and Q are joining forces to take down the Tusk. And now they just turn onto us. She's trying to desperately do something, sitting there, slapping away at QO. It doesn't matter. The PA is poisoned up, but he's still going to live there. 4 heroes dying on the side of Archon. They only lose the Witch. I'll make that 5. It's a triple kill for QO. 20-9. What are you going to do as Archon at this point? This really couldn't get any worse for the side.
I think if they had Winter's Curse for that, it could have been a little bit different, because Chad goes in. He buys himself a little bit of time by casting the Cold Embrace on himself to try to go for an Aegis steal, but KP was just on top of it. Like, he got it immediately, and I'm pretty sure Chad might have even died before the gyrocopter went down anyway, so yeah. I understand why you fight that as Archon, because you're looking at it in the sense that if we can't win a fight and try to get something big back, then there's like very little chance we're going to be able to get map control any other way. Like, we have to fight at Roshan because that's our best odds outside of fighting at a tier 3. The only problem is the fight was pretty catastrophic. Like, they didn't kill anyone.
At the least.
They got the Aegis, but that's not like a 5-man wipe for an Aegis when you're already behind. It's not a worthwhile trade.
There we go. They are coming in into the jungle. Oh, they're going to try and kick anything off. Febby scouting this out. We're going to note that Febby, 18 minutes in, he's got Guardian Greaves complete. They're just blinking away now as well. They really don't, they're terrified of QO.
I think he just wants to go.
So.
Yep.
He's just going to jump straight in, going on to Fogtier. Over the Ice Shards, they're creating that physical barrier. And now QO's just going to chase it down. There'll be the Warriors Punch that will, of course, go for the Magic Immunity. Doesn't matter. QO finds the Scarf. He's going to look for Karok. They're jumping for. They're going to have the Cold Embrace. But again, the damage is just too much there with the Magicals flying through. Everyone's been tracked up. Archon, they're trying to get themselves back to the base. Q are held in place, in fact, by the Winter's Curse. Maybe they can kill the bear. No, the Soul Rip. And he blinks away. No one dying on the side of MVP. Archon, they're 2 heroes down. And Walrus punching a zombie out of frustration there, MSS, because at this point, I think your options are incredibly limited. If
your options are try to defend your high ground.
Yeah.
Those are your options. You're not going to be smoking if MVP is right outside of your base. So you have to sit here, you have to wait for MVP to maybe overextend. The crazy part about QO right now is that a lot of PAs will go 4-1-4, right? They'll max out their evasion. But QO, realizing how far ahead they actually are, has just max blink. Like, he just wants the most chase potential that he can get, realizing that that track gold is going to put his team incredibly far ahead. Now, Archon showing right now that they do have very good spam. They can push MVP back, even in a situation where I would say pretty much every early game engagement, barring finding March inside of the woods and maybe getting like 1 or 2 counter kills in top lane, it's just been all MVP. Like, they've just won every single team fight.
And here we go. Tombstones drop. They're ready to fight, and I don't know if Archon are. They're going to throw the Ice Shards onto QO, but QO again just Phantom striking back out. We'll be able to take down the Tombstone. And that might hold MVP off for the time being. But, I mean, still, what's this time going to buy you? MVP are just going to look to clear up the dire jungle, continue to find the farm, and continue to keep themselves on top of Archon. Looking at the graphs now, it's starting to look a little bit more horrific if you are an Archon fanboy or girl. It's 10k lead in terms of XP. Gold-wise, it's almost coming up to the 20,000 net worth difference between the teams.
I'm thinking right now, Archon's options, like, if MVP continue assuming full map control, like sitting inside of your own woods and farming, the best play typically is to run to the opposite side of the map, which is basically what Archon are doing right now, and they can try to farm the enemy woods. But, like, they're kind of lacking in vision at the moment. Like, they can see their own woods, but oftentimes when you ward your own woods, you run into the situation where you already know where MVP are most of the time. If you don't have any towers, they're going to be on your side of the map because they want to constrict your movement, right? They want to make sure you can't go out of base. So sometimes those wards don't really do too much for you right now. It's kind of like deceptive having that vision, and looks like MVP are looking to try to go high ground once again.
Against Sora for the Tombstone, trying to buy it some time here, which is going to be enough to take down this, and that's a nice Winter's Curse in. Here's the combo with the Scarf, but it's not enough. Creo, he gets the BKB off, and he's Glimmer Caped up as well, going straight in onto Fog. They'll take down one, and look at it go! The Death Ward is destroying them all! Korok's going to fall as well. Viper will buy back, and he is there in the fight, but he's being tracked up, and I think this could be us dying again for the second time in this team fight. He certainly will. There'll be a buyback from the Winter Wyvern. It doesn't matter. GG is called, and ends with a triple kill here for QO. 28-9. MVP will take the first game of this best of 3 series, and I've got to say, that was almost a flawless performance there from the Radiant.
They just put on a clinic. Honestly, I would say that PA pick was a stroke of genius coming out from MVP. That was such a good pick. When I saw the Storm ban, I was thinking, like, what other hero kind of brings the same thing as a Storm? You got that great mobility. Your laning phase might not be great, but it's good enough. And that's pretty much exactly what Phantom Assassin brings to the table here in this particular draft is you have a Viper mid, and looking at it after watching how the game played out, the hero was just too pressured. Like, Archon had to react to MVP every step of the way because of the fact that Febby and QO were pressuring Ush so much in mid that Fogged and Chad, they were kind of, okay, we got to go mid. We got to go mid. We have to help our Viper, like, all the time. That means that March has a much easier laning phase, and whenever they're trying to kill the Undying, it just means that the PA is farming. In the early game, the PA was out-farming the Viper, and they killed him.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show that, again, Viper, he does have his issues. I think he was kind of exploited in this game. He had the most deaths. He died 7 times. But, again, brilliant draft from MVP, and their play was, like you said, it was flawless.
Yeah, I mean, there's that point as well. I think the Bounty Hunter PA synergy was fantastic. You know, getting the track out, and at that point where you knew as the PA with the very early BKB, you could afford to just jump headfirst into any fight and find any kill. And that's instant track gold, adding up to your total. And, well, we were talking about the very bold first pick Bounty Hunter in the draft, and MVP proving that it can work very, very nicely if you know what you're going to be drafting around it.
Yeah, it was... The Bounty Hunter is one of those heroes that you can punish if you play the 5-man Dota, but it still takes some time to really try to get that kind of lineup off the ground before you start like pushing into the tier 1s nonstop. And as soon as MVP realized, hey, we got like a tiny advantage, we got Gyrocopter and Track, they just took everything away from Archon. There was not a single place on the map that was safe.
Indeed, and well, of course, best of 3, you know, we're going to see Team Archon try and do their best to bring it back in the second match, which will, of course, be on very, very shortly. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have game 2 right round the corner here between MVP Phoenix and Team Archon. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes. And welcome back to the International 2015 wildcard stages here. MVP Phoenix versus Team Archon in the best of 3. This is Game 2. Game 1 being taken in just under 22 minutes by the side of MVP, and quite confidently as well, there, Draskell.
Yeah, okay, so there's a couple of things that I want to highlight from that game. First, we saw the 3v2 top lane. It was Febby and it was March on the Undying, killing the entire tri-lane of Team Archon. Now, we talked about how the heroes were dead before the Tombstone really got any kills, but the fact remains that they lost 3 heroes in a tri-lane to 2 heroes, right? So that was already kind of a big blow in the early game. Then you had the TP mid coming in from KP when they were fighting and they were trying to kill Ush. They got counter-ganked by Archon, and then KP comes in and equalizes the gank and maybe even pushes it a little bit more in favor of MVP again. So it really seemed like MVP's coordination was kind of on another level in the previous match. And I would say more than anything that Team Archon were more just getting outplayed than anything else. Now, sure, the Viper pick for me was a little bit weird. Not because when I saw it, I thought it was weird, but because of how it ended up working out against the PA and Bounty Hunter combo. It just didn't really do as much, I think, as Archon wanted it to. And it actually ended up becoming kind of an Achilles heel for the team, right? Like, they just kept pressuring it as MVP. And then your safe lane LC was not really farming quite as well as KP was at any stage. The PA was farming better than the Viper at some points. It just seemed a little bit messy all around. So I'm hoping that Archon can kind of get things together for Game 2. They've already taken out the Bounty Hunter. And I would say that Febby was a total nuisance to Archon in the first game, just by walking around and just making Ush's life total crap.
Yeah, and I think it's totally warranted as well, banning it out first. I mean, we saw in the first draft, Phoenix said, we're going to pick Bounty first, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it, and it was exactly the case. So you've got to take away that opportunity of Phoenix sneaking it through in that first pick. Leshrac, of course, being banned out as well, but that does leave the Queen of Pain still left in the draft, and Phoenix, of course, they're going to take it.
One of the best mid-heroes in 6.84, hands down. Just unbelievably good throughout pretty much every stage in the game. Archon, though, they answer back, and they answer fast. They said, our Tusk, it was a good pick last game. It's a good pick this game. And I'm guessing it's going to be MSS playing it again, unless we see some kind of switching up of draft like MVP Phoenix did with their PA as their 4th or 5th pick. I think it was 5th. Yeah, I think it was 5th pick last game. But, again, getting Queen as first pick, very solid hero. You got that pure damage ulti. You got good laning. There's not many heroes in the pool at all that can really just straight up win against Queen of Pain because Lesh is banned. That's one of the few heroes that I would say, okay, yeah, if you're playing Lesh versus Queen, it's kind of a 50-50, maybe slightly favoring Lesh. But obviously, Archon have already taken him out. Now, Clockwork, this is a pretty interesting pick. I think that most of the time, if you're playing Clockwork against Gyrocopter, it's a little bit scary, right? Because Clockwork, as a hero, you want to isolate a target. You put him in cogs, you pop the battery assault, you go for a kill. If you're playing against Gyro, he can actually kill you in those one-on-one situations, assuming there's no Blade Mail, right? If you have Blade Mail, then Gyrocopter is really bad against Clockwork because you can't ever use your Rocket Barrage. You just die.
Yes.
Because he pops Blade Mail plus the battery assault damage, then you just explode.
I think that's true. And I also like the Clockwork pick in the sense that you've got a Tusk being picked up by Archon, and straight away, Phoenix, you've got 2 heroes that you want to be thinking twice about snowballing into. A, because the Co-op's going to almost certainly have that blink available to escape, and Clockwork because you can always just kind of pop the cogs down around and say, I'm going to die, but you guys are going to be trapped up in my cogs. So it's 2 heroes already, which aren't necessarily the best to be playing Tusk against.
I feel Clockwork is so disruptive in general.
Yeah.
Say, for instance, the Tusk is snowballing, not even on you, just on anyone, right? And you're able to get yourself in a position where you can pop cogs to cut the rest of the team off. Like, say the Tusk only gets like 1 or 2 people in the snowball. You drop a cogs in between the Tusk and the rest of the team. Tusk does not have an escape mechanism after that, right? You're just like fully committed. It's what we talked about in Game 1. So it can be good. Can also be a little bit awkward, depending on who gets initiated on and whatnot. But MVP, they played so well last game. I'm not going to doubt the pick. I'm just going to say they know what to do.
Indeed. And third pick now for Archon. Undying is still in the draft. Now, we saw the side of Phoenix. They picked up the Undying Gyro first game. It was very effective. If you can get the Undying and Gyro with the Tusk, I feel that would be incredibly nice. And at the same time, I kind of want to see some kind of sustain come out for Archon because I'm worried about these snowballs going in, Co-op getting herself in position, and then just getting a multi-man Sonic Wave Scream out. And it's actually Archon banning out heroes like the Witch Doctor and the Dazzle, which I would kind of felt would have been nice for Archon so they could have had someone on the back lines there to counteract the burst damage with some kind of heal.
Having sustain is always nice, but they do still have their Winter Wyvern available. Can't ever forget about that. I know that they really like that hero. And Chad picked it for himself last game. I'm curious to see what kind of support he's going to go here. I'm assuming they're going to pick at least one disable because of the Queen of Pain, right? So between your two supports, you're going to want a stun. They've already taken out Witch Doctor, so I guess Lion is kind of a... He's good against Queen, but he's not good against Clockwork. Okay, it's Rubik. All right, I like that much more. So Rubik can still lift out of cogs if he gets initiated on. Lion is good against Queen again, but the Clockwork Hook just means that you're just dead to rights. So I think that Rubik is a good way of kind of solidifying a support who can instantly stop the Queen of Pain. If you catch her out, you got that lift, and then you can snowball into like a punch, and then you got your burst damage. And plus you can steal Blink.
Yes.
Which is fantastic.
Yeah, there's already a couple of nice, well, fair few spells that are nice to steal, and also one of the classic gyro lane partners. You're going to have a good time in lane.
Yeah, this is a combo that we've been seeing for, God, like 5 patches now. When Gyrocopter first came in, I think it was actually more than like a year ago when people started to realize, Gyrocopter actually just does a ton of damage. Let's partner him with one disable, and then he dies. And back then, the problem with Rubik is kind of still the same problem that he has now, is he just doesn't really deal a lot of damage, and he's not a good zoning hero. But if you partner him with Gyro, then all of a sudden you got huge damage. And it doesn't matter if you don't do any on your own, because Gyro just does so much that it doesn't matter. But now MVP, looking at their third hero here, they actually took out Wisp, which is a little bit interesting. I mean, Gyro Wisp is still a very strong combo, no doubt. And you can even put Tusk and Wisp in the off lane. It's not that bad. I'm just not entirely sure if Archon... I know Fogged plays Wisp, but I'm not sure how many times they've run it. But again, it just depends on like how your lineup is supposed to function, and if you think that a Wisp is going to be good against you, then you just ban it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats, it is in fact the most banned hero against them, with 26 bans, and the second most banned is the Crop at 12. So a lot of people really don't want Archon getting their hands on the Wisp, and as you said, there's a lot of reasons for that.
Now they're taking their time on the third pick here. First draft definitely went a little bit faster, but MVP, again, still looking at their third hero. Ooh, Coddle, okay. So, Coddle for me is like a hero that is really good in situations where the enemy team doesn't have hard initiators. So think like Spirit Breaker, for example, which right now I don't think Archon can pick unless they want to put it as support because they already have Tusk. But if you can just sit behind a tower, or you can sit in the woods and stack, and as of right now, Archon with their heroes, I seriously doubt they're going to be looking to go aggressive. You can play this Coddle extremely greedy, right? Like you can stack woods, you can illuminate spam, you can even stack for the queen. You can walk mid, give him free chakra, so you can just dagger forever. There's a lot of synergy with that hero, and especially because this is actually in the stats Bible that we were given, is MVP Phoenix have played more than 75% of their matches, or 75% of their matches on Dire side. Okay. They've played
they know what they're doing with the jungle there.
6 games of Radiant total, like league matches, in 6.84. And they've played 15, this will be 16 as Dire. So they are comfortable on this side.
And the strength for the Kotl as well, we've got to talk about the recall. Because there's going to be this point, looking at Archon's draft so far, your Tusk, Gyro, and Rubik, we're talking about the combination plays they have potentially. Right. But in terms of heroes going out on their own in the mid-game and looking for solo pickoffs, that's not what this lineup's going to be doing. They're going to be grouping up. So if you as MVP Phoenix are able to have this global potential with the Clock and the Queen of Pain, you're able to use the recall there to put pressure on multiple lanes at the same time and try and rip Archon apart. Now, they picked up the Storm Spirit, which in a sense is going to help them against that, because this is a hero that if he gets a good start in the mid, he starts to snowball, he's going to be able to zip straight on heroes like the Kotl and bring him out of the fight before he's able to do anything.
The other nice thing about Storm is Clockwork is like a non-factor for a Storm. Like pretty much any stage in the game, unless the Clockwork goes something like Orchid. It has been seen before, but it's very hard for an offlaner to get that kind of farm. And MVP Phoenix are just like, you know what? You want to pick Storm? That's fine. We'll go ahead and pick ourselves up an Animage, knowing that going aggressive right now for Team Archon, I feel like it's still too dangerous. Like you need another really good lane support if you want to try to contest that. Like Keeper of the Light, we've seen people try to go aggressive against that hero. If you get illuminated, like 2 or 3 heroes get hit by that, you just spend so much regen. And the thing is, Keeper harasses for free because you have chakra. So as soon as you get to level 2 or 3, your illuminates, you can just throw them all the time. Yeah. I really think that Team Archon are going to have a hard time trying to pressure lanes. I think what they're going to be looking to do, obviously, is maybe sit a support mid for the Storm for a little while. Because Queen versus Storm, the Queen wins. Like, pretty hard most of the time, unless there's a huge skill discrepancy. And Omni, okay, so they are like all in on the Storm Spirit. They're like this is the hero that we need to help carry the game. Repel, fantastic against Anti-Mage because of the mana void issue with Storm if you fully commit to a fight, so I definitely get that. Gyrocopter is natural BKB buyer, so he's not going to care too much. He'll probably just go his normal item progression. But for me, Omni Knight is a hero that, it's like, for me, it's good and it's bad. It's good because of the Storm combo. It's obvious that you want to try to go in and go for kills, but Omni Knight kind of suffers in games where the enemy team has high mobility. And guess what? Anti-Mage and Queen both have extremely high mobility, and there's your Demonic Purge for the Repel. It's going to be the last pick out here from MVP Phoenix. They get the Shadow Demon.
And I mean, we're talking about the Omni Knight as well. I guess there's the combo plays with such like the Tusk. You know, we talk about the Tusk Dazzle potential. I mean, you've got the Tusk Purification potential. In the laning stage, if you're going to be able to work together as a pair, there's going to be the potential there. But it's going to be interesting to see what Archon are able to pull out the bag with this lineup against that of MVPs. Because as you said, especially with the Shadow Demon, it looks like they're picking very actively. And it looks to favor them in the draft, at least.
I really like MVP Phoenix's lineup, but I like the fact that Archon are doing something a little bit different. We don't get to see Omni a whole lot. Like, it's one of the fewer picked heroes in 6.84. And for the reasons that I mentioned, it's just really hard to pick a team that really suits an Omni, because one of two things need to be in place for Omni to be good. The enemy team has to be pressuring you super hard all the time, in which case Repel and Heal are always useful, right, during those skirmish fights. Or you need a team that's going to 5-man a lot and makes use of the fact that Omni has those spells available, or you need a hero that's very mobile and can jump in. So that's what the Storm is for, right? And that's what the Tusk is for. Those are the two heroes that, like, boom, we're going to start the fight. And then our Omni can throw out his Repel on the Storm before he goes in. Because then you're actually utilizing the spell, instead of kind of just sitting around while heroes are, like, blinking everywhere and you can't really ever hard commit to something, you know? You get kited out a lot as Omni, and that's one of his biggest issues. So I think here, Archon have a nice little way of making it so they can take the fights when they want, but I still think the MVP's lineup, I would probably favor it like 60-40, just from draft.
He was doing March do pretty much the same trick that he does in the first game, getting himself straight out immediately into the lane, TPing down, and getting those wards out. I mean, and obviously we do see on the Rubik Fogged, he has got those sentries available for dewarding, but is he going to be able to find what's already been popped down by the Clockwork, and is it going to be in time to shut down this offlane for the Clock? I mean, lane-wise, you know, pretty much everything else we're seeing, kind of expected MSS again is going to be on the offlane Tusk. We've got Chad there on the Omni Knight support, Croc on his Storm Spirit, Ush on the Jaram, Fogged on the Rubik, and looking over the side of MVP, nothing too surprising. QO, he's going to be in that mid on the Quap this time, and we're talking about the fact that that was left through the draft. We should pretty much expect to see the Quap have a very good time at the beginning against the Storm.
That's kind of what I'm assuming as well. They could change the lanes a bit. They could send Ush mid if they wanted to.
Okay.
But as of right now, it looks like Chad's doing a little bit of blocking. We will see Korok actually is going mid. Okay. So it's actually a player comfort factor here, as it is, instead of like going, okay, well, I'm mid, so I just always play mid. They're saying Korok is the Storm player on our team, so he's going to go mid instead.
Here we go. He's going to have a little bit of a backup here. And Chad, okay, he's going to head towards, I guess he's going to go towards the top and maybe look to go for a bit of aggression here with MSS if they want to try for this whole kind of Ice Shard Snowball Purification, which, I mean, squishy heroes like the SD, you're going to be able to have a good shot at it. If you can get that Snowball into him, there's no way you can disrupt anything as big as that. And as soon as the stun comes through and the pure damage as well, he's going to get blown up. So it's going to be interesting to see what this combo of heroes can do on this top lane.
Well, it is a bit annoying for an AM, because he's not the best hero at trading, at least for a couple of levels. If it's a solo offlaner, and you have that mana break, you can just drain the mana of a hero like Tusk or Omni, like no problem. If you're just like one hero hitting him, you probably don't want to trade at all, and that's why Chad just immediately backs up. He doesn't want to trade mana and health for just health, realizing that Nuts is also in the area and has a ton of tangos and a Salve, if need be. So it seems like based on what MVP have bought, they probably anticipated this lane, because KP started with tangos and he just goes immediately poor mans, and they have a ton of extra regen on top of that. So I think they'll be fine here.
Looking at, okay, so with the dewarding there, side of Archon, we're able to get rid of the Observer Vision. I haven't quite found this sentry, of course, hidden away there in the trees. Oh, God damn it.
No, Owen, please.
I was doing all right in the first game.
You were doing really well.
I didn't miss a single kill. But unfortunately, yeah, first blood there in the mid lane. Going to the Queen of Pain, pretty much as we expected as well. We were talking about the fact that Storm was going to potentially have a pretty nasty time there in the earlier few levels, and indeed QO takes the most of it and gets the kill. Yeah,
it's really nice that MVP are able to get this hero matchup. Like, this is the matchup that you want, and maybe part of the reason why, like, Storm is still very good, but you got to get him past the laning phase. That's the one problem. And again, it seems like the mid might be kind of the downfall here for Archon. Not in terms of just how it's played, but because the hero matchup is just not favored for their mid. And that means that their other two lanes have to do very, very well to compensate. So like bottom lane, they need to make sure that March is zoned out completely, but you say that, and he's already level 3.
Yeah, he's been having a grand old time on the bottom lane. Top lane, KP, going for a bit of a old walk around. He's got the blink available, so he's not in any kind of trouble. But Chad and MSS continue to do what they can here to shut down the AM's farm. So far in terms of CS, he's on 9 for 1. You look over to the side of Archon, they have got 14 for 4, so they are certainly slowing down the AM a little bit, but he's not finding nothing up here. He's still finding something with the backup and nuts on the Shadow Demon.
The other thing, too, that we have to keep in mind is even if the AM is not farming, they know that their mid is winning. So QO is doing a really good job against Korok. It's 7-2 compared to 14-5 on QO, and he already got a kill. So we're keeping that in mind when we say that even if the AM's farm isn't good in the beginning of the game, he will have a lot of recovery time, because outside of the Storm, who goes on KP? Like, who punishes him during the mid game? It has to be Korok. So if he's not having a good start, how is Korok going to punish the AM?
It's going to be hard, and I mean, we're seeing MSS on this top lane because of the mana break. He is down to pretty much not being able to do anything at all with his skills. He has got that emergency mango available, so maybe he can look for the surprise play. Febby actually wrapping around here, maybe thinking about looking for a courier. The courier is actually going to be kept held in the tree line here, so it's going to be safe for the time being. And yeah, it's brought over here. They've spotted it out, and Febby, he's not going to be able to do anything apart from just be a little bit of a nuisance here, throwing the Illuminates in, making the lane a little bit tougher. Korok, and well, there we go with the blast. QO blinking forward here, trying to go for something. He's not got quite enough damage to deal with the Storm Spirit, and now with the TP reaction from Fogged as well. But again, just pressuring this Storm ever so heavily and pretty much crushing the lane at this point.
I mean, making him rotate like that, it also means that March is going to be able to get bottom rune because Fogg's not there to zone out the Clockwork. So March is going to get a haste. He might even be able to do something with this.
Oh, now.
They still have 2 heroes mid. Yeah. QO's got full mana. I think they go for a kill here.
How far is the crop off 6? Very close. This isn't going to give it to him.
Are they going to wait it out?
Oh, this creep wave will, yeah, maybe. I mean, March, he's got a few, well, about 15 seconds left on this haste.
Ah, no, okay, he's going to go back. It would have been nice if QO could have got 6, because they definitely could have killed if he had that haste rune and he walks in. Like, Korok's level 4! He's level 4 at 4 minutes. Now, he'll hit 5 in just a second, but he doesn't have boots. He's still being forced to bottle crow a lot. And again, it just seems like Archon are the ones who are reacting to MVP. Archon are never really able to do something that says, hey, you have to do something about us. It's always, oh, MVP are making a move, we got to react. It's all reactionary Dota from them.
I mean, the question is as well, what is the plan with this Tusk Anomaly? I mean, they're obviously trying to do what they can to stop KP, but 27 CS, he's pretty much almost doing as well as the Jar. In fact, you pretty much could say he is.
Middle lane.
And indeed, mid lane Q. Oh! Gets the ult out. Will find the kill onto Storm. Fogged. Oh, the Illuminate. He's going to be lucky that he had that salve, because that was nearly him dropping as well. But, I mean, there we have it. Archon, they try and find a kill, but they end up losing the Storm for the Quap before she goes down, and that really wasn't what they were looking for.
Well, on the bright side, Fogg got some experience out of that, and much needed, I might add. He was only like level, like barely 3, maybe even level 2 when that hero went down. So now he's like more than halfway to 5, and the Rubik getting 6 is pretty important for this game. Like, you want to be able to spell seal. Oh my god, that mana burn. All right, so MSS really can't do much of anything at this point. He's still got that salve and a mango in his inventory. But we can start to see, like KP, he's realizing his limits as we see Korok also kind of getting just harassed more and more in this middle lane. And again, this is what makes MVP so scary, is they know their timings. They realize that Storm is not 6. Why not just throw out a casual Illuminate on mid? Make Korok go back. Don't let him get that level 6 for free. They're just always knowing when
MSS.
they can pressure.
He's incredibly deep here and all on his own. Nuts and KP and the wraparound coming in as well from
dead.
QO. MSS, he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's got a mango if he wants to emergency snowball, and he's actually going to go for it there with the mango plays, but I don't know what he's going to achieve with that, apart from just prolonging his death as he goes forward onto QO. QO still finishes him off, and, well, that's a mango down and a tusk down as well.
Once again, really nice rotation coming in from MVP, and at this point, Archon didn't have any vision of any of top, as far as I know. They had a ward mid that's freshly placed, and then they had that one ward in bottom that's helping out Ush, but there really haven't been any rotations for March. Like, they don't seem too content on helping the offlaner, and I say that, but March doesn't even need it. He's level 5. Okay, here we go.
They're going to try and go for something here, and it looks like they'll be able to find it, and, well, they certainly needed that. Kill there for the gyrocopter. Mid lane, though, the pressure's being applied by Q. Illuminate flying through as well. This time the Purification, the Repel, they might be able to turn this one around. In comes the Tusk as well with the Snowball, moving on to QO. He's not going to be able to get himself out of that one. They bring down the Queen of Pain as well. And that was a rotation that Archon surely needed, and very well done as well, just keeping everyone alive in the mid lane there, thanks to the inclusion of that Omni Knight.
Yeah, finally, Archon getting a little bit of footing here in game number 2, making something happen. They get the kill on the bottom lane. They stop March from hitting 6 a little bit sooner, which is good. And they also get a very much needed kill on the Queen, like you mentioned. And even though they had to react pretty heavily for that, I think Chad was already in the area, and then there was a TP in from MSS, but it's well worth it. Like, the Queen is the one who's going to snowball really hard, and if you can stop QO from getting off the ground and just kind of controlling the game, that means that stopping the AM will become easier for you. You don't have to worry about the Queen always being in your face and having to counter gank him, and then just having like KP sitting in the woods and farm. You can just say, okay, well, maybe we can actually formulate a gank on the AM, and it's going to be necessary at some point.
There's a bit of a rotation here on this bottom lane now. We're seeing Nuts and Cure hang around here. Level 6 not quite on March. He's going to hit it here with this wave. Looks like the timing wasn't there for the SD and the Quap, as Quap will pick up the rune, head back towards mid. Chad's coming down here to back up his side, and Nuts, he's not going to be able to do anything bottom. Ping's coming out towards the mid lane QO. He is level 8 though still, and Korok, he's at level 7, so he's certainly closing the gap. But as you said, it's never fantastic to play a Storm from behind.
The one thing about Storm, though, is if you get that level 6 and you get your mobility going, you can kind of recover.
Okay, but he's got a mana
MSS.
void here. MSS is so dead. Surely, if he can get it... Oh!
Nice
he still gets
blink.
it. Still gets it. The pings are coming out. He's going to go straight for the TP out, and rightfully so.
I actually love how he TP'd to his tower instead of TPing back to base. You know how many players would have just said, I'm going to base right now. But KP's like, nope, I'm fine. I can sit here. Maybe I can even draw a reactionary TP. And his support can come by and get him the south.
They're going to find a kill onto March here with a missile flying through here. They drop the cooldown, chasing it down with a rocket barrage. And didn't even need the second one there, Ush. He's going to find himself that second kill. So, looking at the last hits at the moment, the gyro is at the top. So that is the one kind of bit of silver lining here for the side of Archon. And if you have a look at the net worth between the heroes at the moment, it is gyro as well at the top of the moment, 4.2k. So it's all going to be kind of on what this gyrocopter can achieve for the team.
I think Gyro he's pretty good mid-game against AM, but I don't think late-game he's that useful, because a lot of his damage is magical, of course, and you have that spell shield, and plus, Gyro doesn't really have good chase potential. So carry versus carry matchup, the Gyrocopter is not really meant to deal with the AM as much as I think the Storm is. And in that sense, Korok's going to need to have a much better game than what he's had so far, because it's almost 10 minutes in. He's got 25 CS. QO is like doubling him in terms of overall farm. And that's even with QO dying twice. So all in all, there's still a long way to go, I think, before the Storm Spirit, at the very least, is back in this game. But Archon are still having a much smoother early game than I would say than game 1.
QO trying to bully Korok, and, well, we do have on the high ground. Febby was down the Kotl. But Korok's got a lot of backup. We're pretty much seeing MSS and Chad just hanging around this mid lane, waiting for the Quap to overextend, but it's not going to be the case. Backing up and picking up an Invis rune, heading towards the top lane. KP's going to start to pressure it. Maybe they're going to see if any kind of reaction comes out and see if they can turn on the side of Archon. QO just heading towards the mid now as well. Ush, he's picked up the Ogre Club. Has he got anything else on the Courier? Doesn't look like it at the moment.
Middle. Oh, what a burst.
I missed that. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
He instantly killed him. Like, he blinked forward, just ulti scream, just killed Korok basically from full HP. He didn't even get his stick off. Fogged. Okay, there's no Demonic Purge up on Nuts yet, so he's safe.
That's another big... I mean, taking down the Storm Spirit at this point. He's managed to pick up a Robe of the Magi on top of the brown boots, but it's not a lot. You look at QA's farm, he's got 1,800 gold now on top of the treads, the null tally, and the bottles. So he's looking very wealthy indeed on this Quap.
I think he maybe goes Orchid this game. It's really nice against Omni and Storm, for obvious reasons. Like, if you blink in, you silence a Storm, and there's no Omni nearby, you just kill him. QO, gonna take some harass here. But I think Orchid could be the play. If he wants to go for Aghanims, that's pretty good too. Just to keep yourself safe, you know. You have that Aghanims HP. Even if you get jumped on, there's a good chance you just live through the burst.
QO, he double backs it towards the mid lane with the Invis. He's just going to pop it straight away. Doesn't really want to look for much. And You were talking about how MVP favor the Dire side. We've certainly been seeing both Nuts and Febby using the jungle to their advantage. I mean, you've got level 7 nearing level 8 on this Kotl, and he's got a point booster already with 700 gold. So it is looking pretty good for this Kotl. He's third on the CS board because of this jungle.
The way that they're controlling the game, because KP now has his treads, he has his perseverance, he doesn't need help in lane anymore. Like, look at him. He just walks up to MSS and just hits him. He's like, fine, you want to be in my lane? I'm going to harass. Both of MVP supports are capable of farming the jungle. They have Shadow Poison on Nuts, and like you already said, Febby's just been farming with Illuminate spam. So their map efficiency right now far outweighs Archon. And that's another issue with picking a hero like Omni Knight, is he doesn't have any way of farming the jungle unless he gets an early soul ring. And unfortunately for Chad, he spent the majority of his early game running around, trying to stop people from dying. And that's what you should do as an Omni. But because, again, their mid matchup is so disfavored, and top lane, AM's already past the point where he's super vulnerable. It just means that MVP have a really smooth transition in this mid game where Archon are pressured to do things, but they're having a very hard time finding an opening.
I mean, I hadn't realized this as well. The fact that he was on the courier when we were looking at Febby, he's pretty much got 3/4 of the Aghanims. This is going to be an incredibly fast Aghanim Scepter on the Kotl, which is going to be ridiculously hard to fight into if you're the side of Archon.
Once it's daytime and they have that, they can just push every single tower. You get 100% heal from the Illuminate during daytime, which means you're healing for 500 every single Illuminate. 500. That's like half of Queen's HP, even though he's got a point booster, and he's going for the Aghanim, so he's not going to go Orchid. But I think, like, this situation is...
Oh, he gets the repel off. It doesn't matter. They even throw down the Purge there as well to make sure there's no way that Chad gets out of it. And oh, Chad. He was the victim of a lot of pain and terror coming there from the side of MVP.
I got to hand it to MVP, man. Like, even though this game is closer in the first 13 minutes than game number 1, because I think in game 1, Archon had already lost almost all their outer 2 towers. It still really feels like there's nothing that Archon have been doing to pressure MVP at all. Like, they've gotten a couple of counter kills, but have they actually forced an issue at all once?
Oh, do they want to fight this? They're sending in a lot of TPs here, and they managed to catch KP here with the telekinesis. Can they bring him down? Oh, the disruption! Actually cancelling the blink. Is that the right move? KP, he's going to go down. I don't know if that disruption was the play there. They've lost the AM. They lose the Shadow Demon as well. They are able to deny the tower. Also, their team Archon. And I think he was going to get that blink off there.
Yeah, he definitely would have. I think that disruption killed him, but you know what happens? In the moment you see it and you're like, oh, I got to disrupt him, otherwise he's just going to die. I mean, stuff like that does happen from time to time. So Archon, they're showing a little bit of their color here. They're going to go for the tier 1 in the top lane after getting those 2 nice counter kills. They might go on mid as well.
Oh, Snowball, is he going to be able to connect? No, not by the looks of it. He'll throw out the BMI shards. Isn't going to be able to do anything else after it. Kyo is able to grab himself a haste stream. Top lane, Ush and Chad. Looks like they'll be able to take down this tier 1. Fortification comes out, but it doesn't look like any kind of real defense will come out from the side of MVP. And, well, this is kind of what we expected. When they start to use the Gyro in the fights, they're going to go well for the side of Archon. I mean, he's top of the net worth board. He's got a completed S and Y on top of the phase boots and Aquila as well. So he's going to be punching pretty efficiently at 15 minutes in. I mean, what do you think about the decision here to go for the S and Y rather than the early BKB?
I think if you have to go BKB, you might not do enough right-click damage. I think that's maybe his thinking here. Because if you go for S and Y, you're really fast, you have good chase potential, you hit relatively hard. I mean, you still hit for 153 damage at 15 minutes. That's not bad. So you can still pressure the AM. You don't have to rely on your Rocket Barrage and your Call Down to do all of your damage for you. And like you mentioned, just having the completed S and Y already, maybe they can start to pressure a bit. But we say that, and Febby's got his Aghanims, man. He's got his Aghanims 15 minutes in.
Wow.
Position 4 Keeper of the Light. Like, this is this is a huge problem. Like, how are they actually going to push? They need to be able to kill Febby, but he's got 1,100 health. He's got more farm than Korok.
Yeah.
Okay, so the net worth is like, it's barely leading.
Very close, but that's your mid-storm against your position 4 Keeper of the Light.
Yeah. I think Archon have maybe put themselves into a situation where they look at a mid matchup and they say, okay, our hero doesn't need to win the lane. He just needs to function during mid game. But sometimes, in order to function mid game, you need to win your lane. Like, you actually just need to have some kind of help. Because Korok gets first blooded, and then he gets killed 2 more times. And he's, to his credit, he's farmed very well, given the circumstances. Like, he's got 85 CS at 16 minutes. It's just such a hard game for him.
I mean, looking at this gank now, they're smoked up.
Yep.
This is QO just picking up the Aghanim Scepter here on the Quap, and he's level 11 as well. So whoever you jump, you're going to be killing. I don't see this going any other way. We'll see if the side of Archon are able to prove me wrong. Chad and Fogged hiding behind the tree line.
They got the vision
here
as well from the Coddle Aghanims.
Oh, man.
They can see Fogged.
There we go. Indeed they can. Hookshot straight in, but he's got the blink stolen there. They'll try and chase this one down. Demonic Purge thrown in as well. Fogged, he's going to have the blink in a second. Yes, he gets it off. But no, QO chases him down there. We'll be able to finish him off with that final bit of burst. Pings are coming out. Can they actually do anything to turn this? Chad is there with MSS, but it is just the two of them. They want to try and find this one. March throws down the Cox. It's going to be the... Oh, there we go there with the ultimate. QO will bring down the Omni Knight. Walrus Punch from MSS, but he's snowballing there into three of them. They'll throw down the poison onto him, but now Karok, he's turning up to the fight. He wants to turn this one around. They brought down two. Now he looks for QO as well. There's going to be a homing missile coming through as well, but it's not going to connect in time to cancel the blink. But they will chase this one down. He's going to have another blink here in a few seconds. Can QO escape this? Ush moving in close and personal as well. The missile, it looks like it's just not going to be quick enough. They can't get the Quap. They can't control her. And KP as well, he turned in to have a look in, but he decides, nope, I don't want anything to be a part of this one. Backs himself out of the fight. But again, I've got our hats off to Archon there. They lost a hero, but they do take down the Kothel and they take down the SD as well. So they find something in return. But we're looking at this anti-mage, and you got to say, okay, so this is an AM with the Battle Fury treads complete now. What can you do to stop this man from farming?
This was also a dual offlane from Archon. So Chad spent a pretty good amount of his early game sitting top with MSS, just trying to pressure the AM lane, right? Like Chad was just running at him, just like, okay, don't farm, don't farm. And that also means that MSS actually has a lot of farm. He's level 9, he's got 2,200 gold and arcanes. So if he wants to go for Guardians, he can do that. If he wants to go for like something else, like maybe Shadow Blade for a little bit more damage, he can do that too.
Oh, QO goes straight for there onto Grok. Trying to scare him off. He's got that ultimate available again.
Okay.
Blink Tusk, I guess it's kind of what the defensive in terms of getting in there, saving heroes, maybe from the Sonic Wave, maybe from the ultimate from Quap if you've got the timing right, getting them in the snowball.
You can do a lot of stuff. You can blink into cogs, put somebody in a snowball to keep them safe.
Yeah.
You can snowball and then blink away as like an escape defensive mechanism. You can blink in and punch somebody to try to get a hard initiation. There's a lot of good plays that you can do with Tusk when you have blink daggers, so I do like the pickup. The one thing about it is their damage output is kind of lacking. Like we saw the fact that they couldn't kill the Queen of Pain. Like there was no way they had enough damage to chase QO. So they're going to need like a Storm initiation or a Tusk jump into like a heal, and then Rubik and Gyro are going to have to follow it up. Like they need everything, all of their damage to be able to kill.
Oh, Krok is even into the mid lane here, trying to find this farm from the lane that's being pushed in by QO. Ping's coming out as well, but he has no backup at all. In fact, Archon, they're kind of hanging around here as a 4-man in their own jungle, and they do need to make some kind of movement because it doesn't feel like they're achieving that much being grouped up as 4 here.
Well, being grouped right now is kind of just because MVP have a tendency to play very aggressive, and they just want to continue looking for the fights, right? And if you look at the map, they have pretty limited vision on the side of Archon. Like they have a bottom rune ward, and that's about it. So now Archon, they're going for the smoke. I guess they're looking for the AM.
So let's see if they can control. They've got the telekinesis. They do have that blink snowball as well, of course, from MSS. What has been popped down, but AM, well, his spider senses are tingling. He's going to continue to farm here. I mean, can they control and catch KP here? They just need to look around the corner. Oh, he's blink forward. Oh, that's not the play from KP. It looks like Archon have managed to outplay the anti-mage there, and they catch him out. And, I mean, that's a big kill there. Fair bit of money going to the Tuscan. Being able to take down the AM is exactly what you need to be doing once he gets his Battle Fury online.
Getting him off the map is fantastic. He did manage to buy most of his Vlads before he died. I think he just needs the recipe. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the headdress.
So he's like 250 away. And once he gets that, he'll always...
he needs the ring, doesn't he, as well, the Ring of Health?
No, that's the headdress.
It's in
the headdress.
It's in the headdress now, of course.
So yeah, once he gets that going, he'll be able to farm at 100% health all the time. He can stay at a consistent amount of mana just by tread switching with Battle Fury and Vlads. Like you actually just don't lose mana anymore, which is really nice too. And in the meantime, even though they saw their AM die, they're still pressuring the bottom lane a bit. Archon are actually able to get themselves back into a position to defend. And this game is still, like, to me, much, much closer than Game 1. I mean, heck, Game 1 was over in 30 seconds from now.
I mean, Archon, they've got to this point where you look at them and they could very well take a fight if they're able to execute it correctly. Yep. And they've got 4 heroes down here on the bottom lane, maybe thinking about putting the pressure on March and here on the side of MVP, and here we go.
Oh
MSS
boy.
blinking forward with the ice shards. Fog looking for the wrap round. March will be able to hookshot himself out, but no, the telekinesis is there, holding him under the cooldown. He's getting low. He might just live though. He's going to be able to get himself out, being bowled up as well. He's going to be fine. Now with the reaction from MVP, QO, does he want to try and catch anyone out, chase anyone down? It looks like they're just going to be forcing back the side of Archon, but Archon, do they want to go back in? The ping's coming out to QO. Missile is there, and he will blink straight back. Doesn't want to hang around when he knows a telekinesis and a snowball could be potentially round the corner. But all in all, I mean, Archon, they try and go in and get the kill, but MVP, they're there this time with the backup and with the defense.
I can't believe they didn't even get March. Like, he only has 1,000 HP. So the fact that he lived through that was a really, really nice hook shot that he threw out there. And Korok, he's got his Bloodstone now. So he's kind of getting his way back into the game. If you look at even just the CS, he has recovered amazingly well. I mean, sure, Queen of Pain, I think, is he actually just going straight for Octarine? He's got Soul Booster and Aghanim's. So he is damn tanky at this point. 1,800 health.
Oh, Korok, he's going to go on KP, and they've got MSS here as well. If they can stagger it here with the snowball, it's not going to be enough. And he will be able to blink himself away. And KP, he's got some friends around the corner. He's got that backup. Nuts and March moving in. Hookshot is available. Queen of Pain with the ultimate as well. I think Archon realized they need to get themselves the hell out of there. There's going to be the TP out from Korok, but it could be MSN SS that's left in trouble here. He's stuck by the secret shop. KP moving forward here. QO blinking forward. There's going to be a snowball.
He'll be able to blink.
Well, let's see what we can do if KP can blink after him. He's trying to look for the jukes here. MSS, and I think he's just done it.
Oh,
no, they see him. They see him. War's Punch will be there. Pops the stick charges, trying to do what he can to slow the death, but it doesn't matter. KP, Anti-Mage, will find the kill down to the Tusk.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt from MSS. He bought a lot of time, if nothing else. That was 4 heroes sitting there for a pretty good stretch. So it means Korok's going to be able to do some damage to mid. Febby, unfortunately, is bottom, so Chad's not really able to get much out of that situation. But, you know, Archon have they stagnated the pace of the game, which I think is actually pretty good for them right now, because it's not MVP pushing them over and over anymore. Now it's kind of like our Gyro is farming, our Storm is farming, even though the AM is still highest in terms of overall CS. KP is going to have to finish up his completed Manta before he really feels very comfortable fighting. And in that time, Korok with his Bloodstone and a Repel, he could still potentially get kills. So I'm looking for Archon to still kind of try to pressure a bit. Maybe they want to wait for Korok to get up an Orchid or maybe a Hex, and they're looking for QO right now, but he's staying in the trees.
Carefully. He's not going to try and blink out for this one.
Okay.
Oh, I think he might just need to let Febby know. No, he's going to try and turn it around. He's going to go for it. But now they're trying to play it here with Chad with the ultimate. Allowing Korok to continue to fight. But this QO is incredibly tanky with the Soul Booster. The War's punch him up. And now the cooldown coming through. QO's blinked himself out. But it's March that's stuck in the midst of it all. March will go down here on the clockwork. And Ush with the BKB looking for Nuts. He's going to find another kill. Brings down the Shadow Demon. KP's trying to turn this one around though. Snowball forward onto QO. Can they bring down the Quap? Korok coming in. Brings him in. It's going to be another kill. It's a 4-for-1. And it's the side of Team Archon easily coming out on top. What a fight for the side. And MVP just falling apart in that one. Looking at the fight recap, a massive swing. 3k gold difference coming out of that one, and over 3k in terms of XP. What a fight from Archon, and I've got to say, it all just started off with that perfect use of the Guardian Angel from Chad to turn
they
that
get
around.
their Courier as well. That was 3,400 gold on that.
Okay.
That was Yasha and more items, I think. I think it was KP's Yasha and something else.
Oh, God.
That's bad news if you're, oh man, if you're MVP, you are not happy about that at all.
That is not good for... let's have a look at the graphs. I don't know if that fight will have ticked in yet. No, it's not quite ticked in. I mean, it's already gone back to the favor of Archon in terms of XP, but once that fight's on there, it's going to be a few thousand. I imagine there's going to be backup. Okay, it is pretty much that. Okay, so it's pretty much just equalized the lead that MVP were able to get. So we are very much back to square one, and if anything, at this point, with this Gyrocopter and the fact that he's got 5 kills, 2 assists, hasn't died at all, Ush, you know, he's top of the board in terms of net worth and looking very good at this point of the game.
Having that BKB available as well and 2,300 gold, like he can go for MKB, and then his physical damage is fully online, right? Like he's going to hit for well over 200 with that item. And because he can just bait out purges, he can just BKB after the purge comes out. Nice deny coming in from Febby. A little bit of a cheeky play, as you would say, Owen. But
I would indeed. I took the words out of my mouth there.
I'm impressed with the way that Archon are playing this. Like they seem pretty shaky in game 1. They've managed to bring themselves like fully back and are now like contesting MVP here in game 2.
It certainly is impressive stuff indeed. I mean, it still comes down to the fact that the MVP, they have got this anti-mage.
Yep.
He's got 2.1k gold on top of what he had lost on the courier as well. So there, I mean, there's going to be the point inevitably.
Roshan sneak.
Oh, this is the play as well.
This is really good.
Look where Archon are. They're all on the top half of the map. They're not aware of this at all. And KP with the lifesteal, it's not going to be the quickest, but he should be able to do it. And I don't see Archon coming here anytime soon. There's actually going to be a rocket flare coming out from that angle, so maybe Archon will realize from that they may be doing Roshan.
It has to be a little bit obvious now. Like, no one is showing on the map right now for MVP. Not a single hero. The first person who's going to show is going to be QO. So maybe that information says to them that they're not going to be able to do much. And they're even scared of him. Like, because they don't have any other vision farther into the woods, they couldn't see anyone else. Like, they didn't even see the Shadow Demon. So they think that they're actually getting counter-ganked. They don't know that they're doing Roche.
Indeed, and that's going to be Roshan down. Anti-Mage picking up the Aegis of the Immortal. And top lane, Archon continues to push. I've got to be honest, one thing I'm most impressed about is Korok. Talking about the guy, he's going in for a kill. There's going to be a defensive disruption onto QO, but he's found the silencer already because Korok, he's got that Orchid complete. They'll blow up the Queen of Pain. And Korok, a man who was punished in the laning stage, but suddenly he's got 13 charges on a Bloodstone. He's got the Orchid as well, 4 for 3 for 3. This man, he's totally turning around the pace of the game for himself.
That big team fight bottom put him like at Orchid. Pretty much. Like, he went from having a Bloodstone at 21 minutes to finishing an Orchid in 6 minutes. Think about that. Like, it took him how long to farm 5,000 gold? 21 minutes? Well, I mean, of course, they're going to buy, like, Treads and Wanda Bottle and stuff, so it's not really fair to say that long. But just the acceleration of farm that he got once he had his Bloodstone was nuts. So that team fight puts Korok in, like, a very good position in terms of item progression versus what MVP have right now, especially considering the Courier from MVP was dead. Oh, he killed it again. He killed 4,200 gold in the Courier. Korok.
Korok.
He kills the Courier twice?
What?
Oh my god. That's actually so painful.
He's going to look to start a fight about Fog. He's got a Glimmer Cape, and now it's going to be us turning around with the BKB. He doesn't give a damn about your Blade Mail March. We'll take down the Clockwork here. They're going to try and continue to fight here. KP going into the center field, moving forward, but MSS with a punch. He wants to try to deal with Febby, but Febby's just a little bit too tanky. Now Korok turning up. They're taking down the Kotl. Korok does get the Ottoman out, but now Chad here with the Guardian Angel. Oh, Korok blows up. There was no repel there to protect him. Chad's going to look for the TP out. He's going to find it. There's no way to cancel it. They're blinking forward MVP, trying to find more. They do lose Korok and MSS there on the side of Archon, but they find 3 kills on MVP. And again, at this point, it really seems like Archon, it's just him. And the fact that that Courier kill, again.
That Courier had 4,200 gold on it. That was pretty much an entire Manta that just died.
Damn.
I don't know, man. Like, middle lane?
Well, hello with the Orchid. I mean, QO, what are you going to do?
He's
what
gonna
are
die.
you going to do? He's
That's
certainly
what he's
going to
do.
Yes, where's your Octarine now? 18 for 12. I mean, it just feels like MVP. What is going wrong here for MVP? Are they just buckling under the pressure? Is this?
It's kind of the effect that a Storm gives you.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're having the hardest time dealing with. Because if he goes on Shadow Demon, for example, and he gets an Orchid off, there's no counterplay. Like, all you can do is hook him, and then potentially you get a Demonic Purge if you don't just die before the silence wears off. But Shadow Demon is the hero who is meant to protect. So if Korok ever has vision and he sees that hero, he's going to jump him, like 100% of the time. And there's very little chance with a repel that Nuts is going to be able to live through that. So MVP, they need like another defensive item, like maybe a Glimmer, for Nuts to be able to live through that. And then they can start looking to try to turn the fights. Now, fortunately for Archon, they've been fighting with an AM who's sitting at a significantly lower net worth than he should be because they've actually just killed his Courier twice in a row before it was even able to deliver anything to him. So that part of it is also helping tremendously. I think once KP is able to get his items in his inventory, we could be seeing maybe a bit of a different complexion during these fights. And also, we saw the weakness showcased of the Storm AM matchup for the Storm. When Korok was out of mana, he gets mana voided for 1,100 damage. And then he just explodes. So it's very, very important to have Korok repelled all the time. He may even go buy a BKB or a Linken's even.
He's picked up, the Ultimate Orb, so maybe the Linken's on the menu.
It could be a Hex too.
So we have got the Basher now onto, well, he's still at home in the base. He's got to help him get that one out safely to him without losing the Courier. And as we said, once the Courier is back, he'll have that Manta style as well. Smoke up here from the side of Archon. This is also going to be at a point where Ush has got the completed Butterfly. And they're just going to head up to the shop. Do they have... They've not bought a gem out yet, have they, on the side? No. There's a fair few sentries down here, and it was looking for that ward that was giving them vision, Archon vision of the secret shop, and they did find it. With that sentry on the cliff there, they were able to remove it. So it's going to be unlikely they're going to lose the courier again. And now with the courier back, finally managed to get its items out. There's going to be the 4-staff on Febby on the Kotl. And we look towards KP, who has indeed got the Manta and the Basher. So maybe this is fight time for MVP. Maybe they can come on top of the side of Archon in an engagement. And here we go, blinking forward here, looking for Fog. Fog is going to run away. Glimmer Cape, but it doesn't matter. The pure damage bursting him down here. Chad, he's been Glimmer Caped up. In fact, it was Fog just saying, I'll save you, buddy. I can't save myself. And now, well, Korok going forward here with the silence onto Febby, trying to pick down the Kotl. There's going to be a big cooldown here. It's going to catch a fair few. Ush, he just turns up to the fight, but it's already not looking great for Archon. They've lost 3 heroes. Ush has managed to find 2 in return, but Kuroki's still alive here, and he's able to turn it here. KP though with the bashes, and now it's KP and QO that are going to look for Ush. Ush is going to try to TP out, and that homing missile is going to buy him the time because KP isn't going to be able to look for the right clicks, look for the bashes, and he will be able to get himself out on the Gyrocopter. But indeed, as we were saying, MVP with those item pickups and with the fact that this anti-mage is looking pretty scary. Now he's got those items under his belt. They couldn't come on top of that fight, and it does end up as 3 for 4 for the side of MVP.
It was just nice for MVP that they were able to jump in before Korok got an initiation. I thought he would try to cut off the rest of MVP by just jumping in straight away, because he actually had vision of a few of the heroes walking high ground, and obviously the rest of Archon were there too. And we saw there, he went for Febby. You can't do that. You can't go for the Kotl. You have to go for Shadow Demon every single time. There's no Glimmer Cape at all on MVP. Even if, for whatever reason, Nuts gets 4-staffed, it doesn't matter. You're Storm. You just chase him. Because as soon as he goes on Febby, there's a disruption. He wastes a huge amount of his mana pool trying to kill a hero that he just can't kill, because he uses the Orchid on Febby and pulls him too. So if you're going to pull Febby, you have to Orchid Shadow Demon, or you just Orchid Shadow Demon and straight up kill him, because that hero also counters your Omni Knight. So if you get purged because the Shadow Demon is alive because your Storm doesn't jump him, it has to be the Storm. Like, he has to be the one to make the plays.
And this is the worrying thing as well, of course. At this point, KP, he can afford to pretty much free farm wherever he wants on the map. With the Manta Star, the Orchid, not going to be an issue no more. And we are maybe past that window in which the Storm is going to be able to crush and, well, just control and slow down the farm of a hero like the Anti-Mage.
He's more, in this game, for now, he is more of a support killer than anything else.
Yeah.
Like, the AM is going to jump on a support, and then the Storm is going to jump on a support. Like, that's just how they're going to function, because the AM in the start of the fight can't keep up with the Storm because he has potentially full mana, right? Like, he's going to be able to ball everywhere, he's elusive, he's annoying, hard to kill. Same thing for AM versus Storm. The Storm doesn't want to have to waste his mana chasing an AM around a team fight. So what they do is they both ignore each other until the supports are out of the fight or the Storm is out of mana, and then the AM will just drop a mana void on him. Or if you have Abyssal Blade, which has just been picked up by the Storm, now you could potentially see the Storm getting jumped. But it's still, if the Omni's nearby, maybe not as likely. Maybe he just goes on Omni and just Abyssals him and blows him up, or the Rubik.
I mean, at this point as well, you know, Archon, they had a few good team fights. The last one, not so much. Are they looking to, do they still need to look to put on the pressure, or can they afford to sit back and continue to find a further few items on their cores?
I think if you're Archon at this point, you're okay with like a little bit of the farm game. It's not like Ush has bad farm. I mean, look at him. He's got BKB, Butterfly, SNY, Dominator. Like, he's farming insanely fast. The fact that he's like even within 100 CS of the AM is pretty impressive, because AM's like one of the fastest farmers in Dota, right? And he's only 3k net worth behind. So I'd say that Archon are probably, they're pretty comfortable. Because the other thing too that we have to keep in mind is the Queen of Pain is not a physical damage hero, right? So it's all magical damage and pure damage, which means that once BKBs start coming out in mass and Glimmer Capes, the Queen is going to be a lot less effective than a mid-storm. Like in the ultra late game, unless you're going some like Refresher, Hex, Aghanims build for Queen, your late game transition just isn't quite as potent as the Storm can be. So I think Archon are okay with it. And MVP, they're looking to be on the aggressive here.
Smoked up already, but I do believe they smoked underneath this very deep Radiant Ward, but I don't know if it's going to matter, because here we go straight in onto MSS. MSS is going to get taken down here. Grok very low as well, will be able to zip himself away. Chad, he's popped the GA, but it doesn't matter. He's going to go down as well. 2 heroes dropping on Archon. Grok will be able to find the kill, though, onto KP, bringing down the Anti-Mage in return. Now losing the Tusk and the Omni Knight, but finding the Anti-Mage.
I'd say that's still okay.
Oh, Kuraki, he's going to pop the Orchid down, but I don't know if he wants to stick around, because QO, he's going to have an ultimate here in a few seconds. And
he's got BKB too.
Is he going to go for Fogged? Oh, well, Fogged? Oh, do you really want to do this? Is ballsy. This is very ballsy, but it pays off. They're going to be able to find the Queen of Pain. Archon know exactly what they're doing here, and they're going to be fine, and just tempting the Quap there, encouraging her to stick around. Fantastic play there from the side, and they find the Queen of Pain and the Anti-Mage in those engagements.
Absolutely a win for Archon. Like, hands down now. Just getting the AM trade for an offlaner and a support, that was already okay. Now you've killed both the cores. Definitely worth it. That was... I can't believe he went on that.
Yeah.
Like, so when you're playing Storm and you're out of mana, you feel really scared, right? Like, if you have to use all your mana to go in, you better be damn sure that hero's dying. Because if you're not, and it doesn't die, then all of a sudden you have no way of getting out. So, again, really nicely done by Archon. They've even smoked, and the MVP Clockwork March flares the pit, assuming that this is going to be up soon. Just like the anticipation from both teams, the way they're playing this.
Oh, Febby.
Febby's in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble there.
Febby dead. Oh, nice force staff. Still dead, though.
Godlike streak now for Ush here on the Gyrocopter. I mean,
this Roche is so important for both teams, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, AM and Queen will probably both be alive. I'm not sure if Febby's going to be up for this. So it's going to respawn.
Seconds,
Okay,
yeah,
Febby's definitely not going to be up. So they're going to potentially have to fight this 4v5. They have a tier 2 bottom lane, but if they let this go, it's actually such a good timing for Archon. If they can't contest this Roshan, like, that's another thing about losing the AM and the Queen in that top lane is this Roshan spawn timing was perfect in lining up with what Archon were able to do in that fight. And I think MVP also only smoked because they knew it was going to spawn. So Febby's up in 15.
Oh, look at this as well. The ice, just little things like that, holding back the side of MVP.
Now Archon got this. I think they have this. They're going to lose Chad, though.
It doesn't matter. I mean, they find the Aegis. So, I mean, that is something. I think they'll be happy trading the Omni Knight for a Roshan and an Aegis at this point. And, I mean, I've got to be honest, overall here, well, here we go. Let's hold our fort here as we're going forward onto the Quap. Disruption will be there to turn this one around, or at least try to. QI gets the ultimate out, but Ush now pops his BKB, but it is going to be a defensive 1-on-1 on the retreat here, as Archon don't look to continue this fight and look to just get themselves the hell out of there. But overall, this is a totally different gameplay, and just a skill level that we're seeing from Archon in this game compared to Game 1, in which they got absolutely crushed almost by MVP, but this time, they're certainly looking to be the stronger opponent.
There's kind of a saying where you play against an opponent who might be better than you, that you kind of elevate your game, you know? Like, when you play Dota with people who are better than you, you learn faster, you know, you adapt, you become better than maybe you are normally. I think that's kind of what's happening here for both teams, because this level of play from these two teams in a wild card just makes me more excited to watch the rest of the international, right?
Yeah.
Like,
this is fantastic.
This is the kind of game where you look at it and you're like, you know, so much is on the line for both teams, and they're just playing their hearts out. So I got to say, like, this series for me, like, even though it's the first series, it's been really exciting to see how Archon have kind of developed through Game 1 and 2.
Indeed, Archon trying to do their best here to bring this game to the third game, of course. In case you did not know, it is double elimination here, and this is indeed the first round. So if you lose this, you know, you're not totally out of it. You're going to have a second chance to play up against the loser of CDEC and Vega. But still, you'll want to get yourself straight up to what essentially is the winner bracket final. The winner of this will just have to win one more best of 3, and then you're in. You're into the international, and you're guaranteed $50,000 minimum prize, which that compared to nothing, if you lose the wildcard stages, is a huge jump.
Yeah, and this is double elim best of 3 as well, which means if you do lose here, you still have another shot.
That's right, yeah.
So if there's anyone out there who's a fan of either team, whether it be Archon or MVP
don't
Phoenix,
start crying if
don't worry if they lose this series. They still got another shot. Now, I will say that the brackets worked out in an interesting kind of fashion where CDEC and Vega are playing each other on the mainstream, which are two of the teams that I would say the majority of people thought were just going to go through. So now we're going to get an opportunity to see either Archon or MVP play against the loser of that series, which I haven't been able to see the game, so I don't know what the series is at right now. But either way, we're in for some damn good Dota today, Owen.
Indeed, and Gyrocopter Satanic now complete on top of the butterfly. He's going to be able to do a lot in this fight. His BKB is down to 5 seconds, but it's kind of questionable whether that really matters when you've got an Omni Knight who's got Repel on top of it. So he's always going to be able to top you off. And here we go, Karok going on to QO. Again, the defensive disruption there from Nuts. Going to be able to allow the Quap the time to get himself out of this one.
Now, this is a really tense game. I think, man, that Gyro is so farmed. Like, we talk a lot about Korok this game and how it's very important for him to initiate on the right heroes and have the impact during the mid game. But it's almost to the point now for Archon where the Gyro is going to take over. The Gyro is just going to be like, okay, well, I got 5 or 6 items. I got my BKB, my Satanic, my Butterfly.
Oh, we just go straight into... I mean, look how aggressive they're playing. Korok is kind of very... Well, he's very low on mana. They've actually lost the Omni Knight here as the Quartz being able to finish that one off. Korok, he's incredibly low. Maybe it doesn't matter though, because Ush is just on the front lines fighting it all up. There's going to be the snowball there onto KP, but now it's Archon that are maybe thinking about getting themselves out of here. They've already lost 2 heroes. QO blinking forward. They're going to look for the hook shot there from March on the clockwork. He's not going to find anything. And it looks like Archon will just be able to get the rest of themselves out of there. But Archon, they're going very deep and very aggressive. And again, we see him zipping onto Febby on the call. They do get the kill, but they do lose their 2 supports and just find the 1 from MVP.
That was a really nice play from QO. His combo hit, I think, on like 3 of Archon and just like immediately deleted them from the team fight. And the way that he positioned, I don't even think they saw him. I think like before, like he was in fog, standing in a little tree line over there below the large camp. He just threw out his ulti and Scream, and Chad just kind of exploded. There was not really much he could do about it. So the Omni needs to be a lot more aware about where he's standing inside of the team fights and make sure that he can get some spells off. Because if he dies without casting a Repel or a GA, it's going to be really tough, I think, for Archon to win.
And KP now picking up the Eagle song and 2.7k gold in the bank as well. You've got to remember, when there's this point where you've got the boots of travel on KP on the anti-mage,
yep,
and you've got a Kotl with recall. So the split pushing, the rat Dota is going to be real with the anti-mage. If you want to play like that.
The other thing about it too, and I completely agree, by the way, like the split pushing is going to be kind of a nuisance, is if you have a hero like anti-mage against Storm, and the Storm has to go Bloodstone Lincolns, you're not really going to have the damage to solo kill the AM. That's going to become a huge problem, because as a Storm, you want to have that solo kill potential on any rat hero. Like, that's actually one of the reasons why Storm is so good, because he can kill the rats. But AM is not a rat that he can kill in the late game.
Oh, Ush, he's been pushed away, and well, he's out of mana now, and KP going to work. Now here, QO jumping forward here with the BKB himself, looking for Korok. Korok's going to be able to zip himself out, pulling in Nuts. Should be able to find the kill into Shadow, and that's going to be your first one dead. Dominating kill streak here for Korok, and the fight's going to continue here. QO trying to do it with the right place, but Korok, he's trying to do his best to outplay him in the mid lane as well. They do lose the Rubik here. Hook shot onto Korok, controlling him for the time being here. They've got KP coming as well. He's got the mana void. He tries to get it off, but it's not going to be a matter anyway, because he does have the Lincoln Sphere available, and he goes for the Bloodstone Deny anyway, though, just to make sure QO can't chase him down there with a final blink. So they have got the Storm off the map. Rubik is dead. MVP only losing the Shadow Demon. And they do take the tier 2 in the mid lane. Now this is... Oh, KP. Jumping straight forward here onto Ush. Ush has been repelled up, and well, KP maybe thinking about man fighting this one, but maybe doesn't want to here. He's getting caught up with the homing missile, still he's getting low, and now the snowball as well. MSS with the plays, it doesn't matter. KP is able to blink himself out. Now QO going forward onto MSS. Ush moving forward, he's fairly damn fast with this phase boost, with the SMY, looking for QO. Not fast enough to chase up that blink though. The homing missile going to continue to fly forward. March there with the cogs there, blocking him off. And Ush is just chasing this down on his own. Maybe wants to think twice about this one. Nuts with the defensive disruption. Can you chase this? The slow from the sigil getting close and personal here with Nuts, and looks like Nuts in a lot of trouble there. Throws out the demonic place. Korok, well, he's maybe thinking about finding KP. KP blinks away. The recall will be there as well as he gets himself out. But nonetheless, Archon were not happy about the fact that MVP started to push, and they just jumped to them with their teeth baring.
All I want to say for that whole engagement is MSS punched a Manta. If he punched the actual AM, the AM would have died. Like, that was so heartbreaking. Like, he manted, and the AM, the real AM, actually took damage. So I thought MSS would, like, be on top of it and just, oh yeah, punch the AM, kill him. But unfortunately, he might have misclicked and just hit one of the Manta illusions, and then KP is able to blink away because of that. So missed out on a big kill opportunity. A little bit of a bummer. They didn't have to buy back on anyone, which is good. So Archon are going to have their full arsenal of buybacks in case MVP are going to be able to get a push together anytime soon. But what I imagine is very similar to what MVP did on the previous Roshan, where they smoke about like a minute or two before it's going to be up, and they look for aggression. Now, either team can do that. It's just about anticipating your enemy's movements when it comes to that point. But Roshan most likely going to be the next very highly contested area.
Looking at the arms being picked up now, we've got Gyrocopter 100 gold away from that MKB as well. So he's getting himself very, very close.
He's
to
almost
being
6-slotted. Yeah. And then he can still buy Moonshard, obviously.
Yeah.
And then he can go for the bots. But yeah, this gyro is going to be massive. The other thing about Ush, too, which I found a little bit interesting in the last team fight, is he got initiated on, right? He got mana leaked, and he forced a BKB. But he never used a Satanic. Like, when you have Butterfly Satanic and your BKB is on, you just click people, right? I feel like he missed out on a lot of damage that he could have been doing during that fight. But here we go. Another smoke up. MVP inside of Archon's woods right now, and I think they're
this
being
is nice
spotted.
as well. I mean, MVP just popped down the board, so they might think they're safe, but now that Usher's been revealed on the high ground, they're going to know that the gang's coming in, going straight forward for KP here with the Hex. March going forward here with a hook shot, and now it's going to be Chad getting off the GA. They've been able to take down the clock. The damage from Usher is just too much. It's beyond godlike for him. KP trying to really but no, the telekinesis this time is going to be on an illusion. KP hiding in the tree line. MVP lose 2. Looks like the AM will be able to get out here with the recall. But again, Archon taking the fight. Ping's coming out to Roshan. Still going to be a few minutes before he is back up. 29-23. Archon, they're certainly doing it in mid lane. Oh, sure, he's fine. He's got the backup Korok, and the team are here going forward. But the Glimmer Cape is going to be able to buy KP the time. They don't have the detection. Fog did have a gem, doesn't have it anymore. But now it's run out, and now with the Hex onto KP, that's a massive kill. They're bringing down the anti-mage beyond godlike here on your gyrocopter, and Archon at this point. They might very well want to try and force out that buyback from the AM by pushing down the mid lane.
They absolutely will. They have to. Because that means if they force the buyback now, Roshan's going to be up in less than 2 minutes. Fogged.
Oh, QO. Korok going straight in with the Orchid. Fog moving back in. He's got a telekinesis available. QO does get the BKB off now. Oh. And with the ultimate will bring down the Rubik. Blinks herself up to the high ground. QO does get away with that one scot-free as she's recalled back to the base as well. But again, it was close there for the Quap. You know, BKBs are being forced out. And imagine most of them on the map very close to 5-second duration. 6 seconds at the moment on your Queen of Pain.
Man, that was so close. I cannot believe that ulti actually hit Fog. He's probably sitting there going, man, how did that hit me? Like, I was so far out of the cone. But at the bright side, they buy a little bit of time for the AM to get closer to his revival point. You know what? That play right there might have just saved the AM having to buy back. And that is massive. Say, for instance, you're fighting Roshan and your AM has buyback and the Coddle is alive. You just pull KP right back into the fight. You can have 2 AMs for 1 Roshan. That is an insane advantage to have if you're MVP, and one of the strengths that a Coddle can give you during this late game is being able to bring those heroes directly back into the fight without needing something like Boots of Travels or like Boots of Travels level 2 if you don't have any creeps around. So this is a little bit of an issue for Archon now. Like, they've used a smoke. They got a couple of really important kills for sure. So I'm not saying that the smoke was failed, but now they're kind of in this awkward spot where they know Roshan's going to be up soon, but they also know that they didn't make the AM buy back. So now they're going to be fighting under the assumption that that hero is going to be there. And if they want to play super aggressive, they can just have the AM go in first, die, buy back, and then just continue fighting. So I think MVP might be slightly favored for this next Roshan attempt.
This is going to be interesting to see what both teams decide to do. In response, as you said, going to be up any second right now. Korok's going to scout this one out, and the pings coming out as well. Are they ready to go for it? And we've got 5 heroes around here, Archon. Only a couple here on the side of MVP, but we've got to remember the Cottle's there. He's going to be able to recall people in. And there's actually, well, a couple of TPs on Nuts and a TP on QO as well. And here's the split push we're talking about as well. KP here in the top lane. And this is going to be the bit of an issue here for Archon.
They have
do they
back.
go for Roche or do they back? They've got to back, and that's going to give Roshan free
There's no tier
to
2.
MVP.
There's no tier 2 in the top lane. He's just going to go for base. Okay, they're going to jump Febby.
The base, I kind of want to look at the base at the same time. I mean, they're going for the fight here, but look, there's an anti-mage on your base, ladies and gentlemen. Korok getting himself out, but they're sticking around here. Archon continues to fight. KP's just going to take the total set of racks here. They do manage to get 2 kills here. Maybe it doesn't matter if Archon can go aggressive enough to take a set of racks themselves. 2 buybacks coming out from the Cottle, from the Clockwork. Shadow Demon is down, and now they're going to look for a set of racks.
They have to throw him.
But look at this. Look at this. KP's just continues to go for the base. He's going to look for a second set of racks. Archon, they might not even find one. There's 4 heroes up on the side of MVP ready to defend. They continue to fight as much as they can. They take down Febby as a triple kill here for Korok. Now they look for QO. But look at the base. KP, what's he going to do next? He could go for the bottom set. Look for Megas. It's going to be Archon. They're looking to finish the game here. They're going for the finish. QO's back. He buys back. He pops the BKB. He's going to be very careful about losing his life here. This is an incredibly tense part of the game. MSS getting low. They're taking down 1 tier 4. They're looking for the second, but at the same time, the damage from KP. He's going for the second tier 4 here in the mid lane. The buyback comes out from Trust, though. He's going to look for the defense. Maybe look to stop KP. He needs to stop this anti-mage, but KP just continues.
The throne's
Tier 4's going to go down, but on the other side, the throne's exposed as well. They're going to pop the Guardian Angel, continue to hit it, but Ush, he's been hexed up. He can't get the damage out onto the throne.
Queen
KP
ulti
is going to kill himself, and he needs to get himself back to base. He commits suicide. Buys back. Goes for the storm spray. He's going to kill him. He's getting Archon the hell out of their base. Buyback from Gyrocopter as well, because they need to defend their own fountain.
Oh
what the hell's
God.
going on, Andy?
Okay. All right.
Oh,
Let me find my words. Just give me a second. Okay,
Let me
so
just open my energy drink.
KP goes in, right? He assumes that they're going to defend. So he goes for the second set of racks. If he just went for throne right away, they would have just won the game. Like, they actually would have just won the game if they went for throne. Like, it's crazy to say that, right? But the other thing, too, is Archon, they had to buy back as well. Like, the Gyrocopter bought back. That was godlike. AM had to buy back as well.
They're going to get Roshan.
Died. Like, they're going to get Roshan now, so MVP obviously in the better position, even though both thrones are exposed. Like, the throne for MVP is actually at half, and they don't have Glyph. What if they just YOLO this? What if they just walk in and hit the throne?
They could end this. They just need to go straight
They can just run straight in.
They know there's no fortification.
They need to go. They see Roshan die. They have to run it right now.
They haven't got GA. They haven't got it, but it doesn't matter. Kroki goes in.
Oh my god, did they just lose?
Is this it?
Did they just lose the
MVP
game?
last March. Go forward for the hook shot, but us pops the BKB.
Oh
they
my
hit
god.
the phone. It's over. Oh, God, they take the second game of the series.
Oh my
We're
god.
going to game 3.
Oh my god. With
What?
no Glyph. With no Glyph, they go for the Roshan. It took too long, Owen. It took too long.
What a game.
This is the first series
TI5.
at TI5. This is a first series. We're
Now-
going to game 3.
We're going to game 3.
I don't know what else to say. I mean, if we're going to break it down analytically and we look at the whole like exchange of what went down. So KP is pushing top lane. He knows Roshan's going to be up soon. So he's basically forcing Archon to make a decision. He's like, you either back, you go for me, we get Roshan for free. Because as soon as they back one hero, that hero has to be strong enough to contest the AM. So it has to either be Korok or it either has to be the Gyrocopter, right? So Ush and Korok are the only two who can go back. If that happens, that means they get Rosh because they have a Keeper of the Light. They can pull him in. Archon probably realized this, and they say, look, we have a strong enough 5-man to where we think that they can't fight us 5 versus 5 anymore. So KP stays inside of the base, and he just trades racks. He's like, okay, if we want a racks trade, we might have the better rat team. And we still potentially have Roshan advantage after they back off. And if they don't fully back off, we know they're in Rosh, and we can try to fight around that. So then, KP decides he wants to go for double racks as soon as he sees Archon pushing into the base. But Archon say, okay, if we're double racks, we're just going to go throne, because we've already killed bottom. And then they start going for throne, and KP realizes, okay, well, now I actually just have to go for throne too. If he had decided to go for throne right away, he would have forced Archon back, and he would have been able to get Rosh for the team. Now, I'm not saying it would have ended there. I'm not saying that MVP would have won, but maybe it would have been the better play. Either way, super intense game. I'm ready for game 3.
That was incredible. That was incredible stuff there. And indeed, as you were saying midway through the game, both teams proving that they're doing everything to make their way through the wild cards.
That was absolutely sick.
You can't lie. You can't argue with the fact that this is Archon and MVP Phoenix playing at their best.
Yeah, absolutely.
No holds barred.
Yeah.
They're going all in. And as you said, we will be going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. I'm sure you won't after that fantastic display between the two sides, as game 3 will be right around the corner here at the International 2015 Wildcard Stages. That's good.
like MVP Phoenix were getting what they wanted out of the early game. Then all of a sudden, you start seeing a couple of team fights during the mid game just drastically go in Archon's favor. And then, of course, we saw the crucial base race, the part before that where they were able to get their hands on an Aegis for Korok because they killed the Queen of Pain and the AM when they were right outside of Archon's base. That timing was perfect. That got them like fully back into the game. And then all it took was 2 exposed thrones. And then base race, like completely just mind-blowing. If you guys haven't seen game number 2, I will highly recommend it when the VODs are out. It was a very exciting game to watch. But we're on to game 3 now. I think if you're MVP Phoenix and you're thinking about that last game, you're probably not that hard on yourself because realistically, how often does stuff like that happen, right? Like how often are you playing an AM and you double racks your enemy?
Yes.
And it's still not a good trade. Like just because of the way that things played out and how they didn't have Glyph when they were going for Roshan, like I still think going for Roshan was okay if they had done it like even 10 to 15 seconds faster. 10 to 15 seconds was the difference between them being able to defend and them not being able to stop the enemy team from killing their throne, again, due to not having glyphs. So we're into the 3rd game. If you're MVP, you shake it off. You say, okay, we know that we've had the advantage early game, 2 games in a row. Let's just play our game, and let's try to go for the win. And now if you're Archon, you're probably sitting there, and you just like, you know, sigh of relief after the 2nd game. You're like, okay, we were losing. We made a really good comeback. You know, we're hyped. We're ready. We're coming into this game 3 with everything we got. So MVP Phoenix, maybe the most defensive picks I've seen out of them so far. Earthshaker Dazzle. That is crazy, crazy defensive. And they've been the ones who've been trying to push the pace.
They have. I mean, we saw it in the first game, and it worked very well in their favor.
Yeah.
So maybe trying to go for something different. You know, you'd always say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But MVP wanting to prove something else and wanting to catch Archon off from a different angle, which maybe in games this important where the teams are playing as crazy as they are, you can't afford to stick to the same game plan. You've got to keep the other team on their toes and do something different each and every time. Now, in terms of the picks, obviously we're saying Archon do get the quap. You know, it's in the case of the fact that Bounty Hunter's a first pick ban here in between these 2 teams. We've seen what Phoenix can do with it in the first game.
Okay.
And Clockwork picked up
They
second.
just did exactly what MVP Phoenix did in game 2. They mirrored their picks. I mean, their picks were really good. They showed that they had the kind of aggressive potential throughout the whole early game to make things happen. Now, watching March play Clockwork last game, he was fairly passive for a long time, right? Like, he took, what, 12-plus minutes before he started really rotating around? He was getting a lot out of his lane, though. So I kind of understand why he was kind of just sitting down there, soaking the EXP, getting some gold. But we didn't really see huge plays, you know? Like, Clockwork
it wasn't the best. I mean, at the beginning as well, you've got to remember the fact that Rubik and Jaro, they were able to get a couple of kills on him as well.
They killed him twice, right?
Yeah, they were getting some kills under the Jaro's belt because of the Clockwork's positioning. But, well, Archon, they're going to take the Pugner away from the side of Phoenix. So we're talking about the fact that they had a fairly defensive couple of picks. Maybe Archon were scared of the push. Yeah, I mean, if you start pushing and you've got a Dazzle and an Earthshaker backing you up a few levels into the game, it's pretty scary. Pretty scary to try and stop.
MVP Phoenix are one of those teams, too, especially March. Like, he loves that 5-man push. We saw a couple of months to a year ago them picking up things like Death Prophet a lot, and they would do Pugna, and they would do Warlock, and they would try to do, like, these Death Bully kind of pushes, which functions very well against heroes like Clockwork and Queen, because even though Queen has decent damage, she can't kill everyone by herself. Like, she definitely needs a team to back her up. And with the sustain of a Dazzle, you can definitely just continue pushing day in and day out. So Archon trying to avoid the potential push cheese coming out. And now they're looking at their 4th ban here. And it's just going to be a very common hero that MVP love to run, right? That Witch Doctor. So looking at the opening picks, I really think that if you're a team like Archon and you win that 2nd game and you're coming into a game 3 and you're picking aggressive, that to me shows confidence, right? You say, okay, we won that game. It was not a fluke. We won that game. Like, we took it away from MVP. So they're picking these heroes that say that we want to continue controlling. We don't want to let MVP have their early game for a 3rd game in a row. We just want to make sure that we shut them down completely. So to me, I think that's a good sign. And MVP doing something a little bit different. You brought up some really good points about trying to mix it up and make sure the enemy team can't really get a bead on what you're trying to do. But I also feel like MVP, the way that they've been playing, has been working. Like, I don't really think it warrants changing your entire game plan because you lost some really weird base race game, right?
No, certainly. And Naga.
Wow, okay.
Naga's coming out to play.
This is I take it back. It's not playing passive. It's I really, really don't want to lose this
Yes,
game.
this is, hold them back, keep the push off, do what you can, react to any kind of aggression, and be able to buy the space and time for the Naga to get her items online. And, well, we'll see what Archon do in response. One hero I was going to ask you about is the Tusk. You know, we've seen the side of Archon grab it from MSS before. Is this a Tusk game?
It could be. With the Naga Siren being picked up, I think Tusk is really good, but they already have their offlane hero.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
It would have to be a role switch up.
I don't want to run like a 3 or 4 Tusk most of the time because he doesn't really get enough farm priority, and he does need some semblance of item progression. So I'm kind of leaning a little bit more away from that, but they're going to need decent lockdown at least. Like having Queen, having Clockwork, that's pretty good if the Queen wants to go for Orchid, but the most common item build we see nowadays is just like Aghanims, and Octarine is not... It's not super standard, but we see it sometimes. That's what QO went in the last game, and he showed off how tanky that build can be. Like, Korok had an absolute terrible time trying to kill that hero, so build definitely has its merits.
All right, it's going to be very interesting to see what Archon pick up here. In terms of heroes they do like to pick, obviously Rubik is up there for Fogged. He's going to go up to the Disruptor this time.
I like
we were looking at the supports that we'd like to see him pick up, and this is certainly one of them. Disruptor, also very good, of course, in the earlier stages for controlling the Naga Siren. You know, if you're able to trap her up in the field, drop the Static Storm down as well, ensuring she can't get out of there with that song, it can be pretty crushing if you can play it right.
Disruptor is one of the few heroes who can punish a Naga walking away. Like, most of the time, like you mentioned, the song TP is very common, but sometimes you can't actually TP away. So Clockwork and Disruptor both have ways of stopping a TP with song active because the glimpse range and the hookshot range are so long that you actually won't be slept while you're trying to go in. So already Archon have some tools at their disposal for being able to deal with that Naga. I see this draft from Archon and I'm thinking to myself, I just want to see an Enigma. Like, if you look at Shaker and Dazzle and Naga, this to me does not seem the make of any sort of aggressive lane. Nor do I think that team's going to be very good at punishing any sort of jungle.
But in the fights, they've got the song. Is that not too much of an issue for the... do you not feel?
Well, you typically just go like mech, and then you
just go for the push
really hard.
So the fact you've got the Black Hole is just an extra bonus, but really you're picking the hero for that early farm that you're going to get in the jungle, and for the fact you can turn into lanes and end the game as quickly as possible. Yeah,
absolutely. Like getting the map control away is similar to what MVP did in Game 1 against Archon. That's the kind of thing that I want to see Archon try to do here in game number 3. Now, TA pickup against Queen, not necessarily a huge lopsided matchup, but it does slightly favor Queen. It's not like a 80-20 or anything like last game watching Storm versus Queen, where QO just had a ball of a time. But this matchup can be a little bit skill-based. If you get sentries pulled, Queen should have a decent time, though.
Okay, 4th pick for the side of Team Archon. What else are they looking for? Well, we're still really kind of looking for, I'd imagine, what Usher's hero here in the safe lane.
I really think Enigma is so good here for Archon.
Chad's. Unless, I imagine it's going to be Fogged on the Disruptor, won't it?
Yeah,
I believe so. Still looking for Chad's hero here. And
well, okay.
Spoilers, this was already picked up in the other series. Game 1 between Vega and C-Deck. We're going to see it ourselves here, and I'm happy about that one, Andy.
I really like the Ember Spirit against Naga Siren, because a lot of the time you get to the late game phase and the illusions just become so obnoxiously tanky that no one can deal with it. But multiple Battle Fury Ember will destroy illusions.
GG late game, indeed. Yeah, if you can get to that point and you can have that lead against the and also what's really nice, looking at the lineup of MVP, what have you got to control him? I guess once you've got the blink on the Earthshaker, it's going to be a game where that ES is going to have to blink Echo Slam directly on top of the Ember Spirit to start the chain lockdown. I mean, if you as long as you've got vision of the ES, you're going to see the Fisher flying forward. You should be able to dodge it, whether it be with Slider Fist, whether it be with Remnanting back out to a Remnant. But if played correctly, the Ember Spirit could be nice. And with that picked up, are you imagining this is going to be a safe lane, Ember, and the mid Queen, or will they swap it around?
I think Queen will go mid. I don't think Ember matches up that well against TA because, well, if you get ganks, it actually is okay. The problem with Ember is that his base armor is extremely low, and what will often happen is the Templar Assassin will just skill more points into meld. And then because of the fact that you're trying to go in and harass, you just end up in a situation, okay, is this position 1 Viper?
So I was going to say earlier when the Naga was picked up, I guess there was always the potential for it to be a position for Naga.
It would actually make more sense to put TA safe, I think.
Okay.
Because no matter what,
dodge that lane.
Either matchup, Viper does better against both heroes than TA does. Right? So like if it's Viper versus Ember, the Viper's fine. If it's Viper versus Queen, the Viper's fine. Like, neither one of those matchups actually disfavor him at all. So in terms of lane stability, I think it's more likely that we'll probably see that TA just go to the safe lane. And then they could... I don't think they'll do any like aggressive lanes or anything like that. But yeah, it's looking like off-lane Shaker at the moment.
Final pick for the side of Archon. Phoenix, they did end up banning out that fogged Rubik. Maybe a little bit scared that it was going to be picked up and Disruptor. Maybe it was going to be played by Chad this game. But final pickup now for the side of Archon. Who's still left alive in the lineup? Well, there is still... Actually, it's going to be the Lion. Yeah. It's going to be. They're going to look for that lockdown and control, and understandably so. And it's going to be the Chad line. Okay, so it's going to be interesting to see how the lanes go up. It will be QO, of course,
it is position
on the
1
TA.
Naga.
So it's going to be Viper March. Okay, so it's... All right, so they're maybe going to look at dual lanes here?
It's dual lanes, yeah, for sure. I think after seeing the Ember Spirit and the Disruptor, they think they can get away with it. Because if you have the Earthshaker sitting behind the Viper, unless you are really far out of position, and the Disruptor is like level 3 or 4, like that's the level that he has to be to really punish you for bad positioning. Because you need 1 Thunderstrike, you need Glimpse, and you need Field, at least. And level 1 Glimpse is not that long. So you're going to need at least level 2 if you really want to punish March for being too far up. So we'll see how the lanes go. I think between these two supports, the support damage output is not great, but they're laning with an Ember, right? So the Ember damage output is very high.
Yeah.
So between those two and Ember, they should be able to find kills, I think.
It's almost kind of a similar effect, especially if you get a few levels in the old Flame Guard, to what a Gyro would have in that lane. The fact that you're able to... You've got that hero that's going to have the control, and you've got that hero that's just going to walk them down and have that damage around them that's going to be able to melt some of the heroes on the other side. But... well, let's see what goes on as we get ourselves into this deciding match between these two sides. I do apologize for the fact that the ticker at the top is not displaying that this is, in fact, the third game of the best of 3, the deciding matchup between Team Archon and MVP Phoenix. Here with myself, ODPixel and Draskell, and it's actually going to be a straight smoke up here from Archon as they look to go directly into MVP's jungle. MVP are here as a full 5-man. And the question is, Andy, who's going to come out on top of a level 1 engagement? Okay, well, we're going to find out now, Chad. Leading in with the Hex here. There's going to be a very nice fissure. And that could be it. I mean, they might even lose Chad after this one. They've got the slow on him with the Viper trying to chase it down. QO gets caught over the cogs. But Archon realizing they can't fight. They need to get out. That's going to be first blood going to your safe lane, Naga, as well. Febby, he is going to have another fissure in a few seconds if Archon decides to stick around. And Archon actually coming back in. Febby, he's got a fissure. I think Archon realized that now. They don't want to lose anything else here. But that's an easy first blood there for your safe lane Naga.
It was really unfortunate that MSS missed those cogs. Like I think if he walked a little bit closer to the fissure and then cogged, he would have definitely saved Chad, like 100%, because the first hero that was chasing him down and getting those poison attacks off would have just gotten pushed back. So a bit unfortunate that they end up giving that first blood. But in the grand scheme of things, like, who did he give it to? Okay, he gave it to Naga. So that's actually not great. But wow, are they actually... They're going to contest? I guess it's melee core versus melee core, so it's not that bad.
I mean, do you think they're assuming that it is definitely a safe lane from Archon, or do you think after that 5-man movement down at the bottom lane, they thought Archon were going aggressive?
Ember doesn't go aggressive.
Okay.
I don't think. Like, he's a very, very squishy hero. And in fact, it's just going to be Ember mid. So this is... Okay, this is totally not what I was expecting, if I'm being honest. Like, I really didn't think that Ember would go up against TA, like, at all. And I really thought that they would just go for duel off, but they're feeling comfortable and that they just want to go aggressive versus the safe lane right now of Archon, which I guess is going to be farming Queen of Pain.
Oh, the Fisher. Look at the damage onto Korok, the physical damage there. Bringing him right. Like, he has got that salve available. But, I mean, with the lanes looking as they are, who are you favoring in the early game?
Well, Queen should farm. I think Usha's going to have a really hard time mid. I don't think this matchup is favored for Ember even a little bit. And then safe lane, it's just going to be Viper versus Clockwork. So on paper, 2 lanes for MVP should go fairly well. I think the Naga is probably going to find some CS.
Oh, look at the look, the Fisher. Look at the damage as well. KB coming in with the Riptide, chasing down Fod. Korok, he has got a blink, but look how low he is. He's trying to juke it out here, hiding in the tree line.
Okay, so they're actually just winning all 3 lanes.
This is getting crushed up here.
Yeah, this is just like a triple lane win. I think as the levels start to get higher in mid, it's going to be more of a discrepancy. And Usha's already been forced to salve versus QO. And QO has his bottle. So, yeah, this is going to be rough.
Indeed, and yeah, in terms of CS as well, the fact that KP isn't actually finding much at all. But if they're able to pressure Korok enough, there's going to be a point where it's going to be very hard to stop this Naga from farming here on the top lane. Mid lane, us trying to go with the Flame Guard, but as you said here, coming in with the side blades, just forcing the Ember Spirit back each and every time. MSS looking for a bit of fun here, pulling the creep wave away from the bottom lane, which is going to lead these creeps to go straight in under the tower. In terms of farming under the tower, is it that bad for March on the Viper? He's going to be able to cope.
Fine.
Yeah, he's fine with this, isn't he?
I mean, the thing about Viper is his last setting on a tower is really nice because Nether Toxin bonus damage. So you just wait for like 4 or 5 hits from the tower on a melee creep and like 2 for the range, and you should pretty much be able to get most of them, if not all of them. And he even wants to pull the creep out a little bit to ensure his lane equilibrium, just keeping the creeps there a little bit longer. Small stuff like that is really important when you're playing in 1v1s, just to make sure you're putting your lane in a better position to just zone out the enemy hero. But MSS, no slouch himself in this 1v1 matchup. He's already level 3.
Chad needs to be a bit careful. I mean, he came towards the mid lane. He's hanging around there. It's all being spotted out by this ward from the side of MVP. And at the same time, this is obviously going to let MVP know that it is just still these 2 heroes here on the top lane if they want to try and go for a little bit of aggression. Febby and Nuts here on the Dazzle and the Earthshaker. Bottom lane, though, yeah, March having a grand old time. Top of the CS board at the moment. And it's going to be interesting to see what this Vipers are able to achieve this game. I mean, do you expect the mech to come out in this Viper and March to start to join the rest of his team to fight? Or are we going to see a more passive farming Viper in these earlier stages?
I think he just gets to mech and he starts trying to help fight. Like with mech and the sustain from the Dazzle, I think they can actually push towers. Like TA does a lot of physical DPS. So pushing towers early as TA is not really too difficult. And the more towers you push, the easier it's going to be for KP to keep all the lanes out once he finally gets to that Radiance. So I think that early pushing is very conducive to the style that MVP want to play. But if they do decide that they want to play more passive, they can do that too. Naga Siren is one of those heroes that, in the ultra late game, if played well, can just be an absolute nightmare for any team to deal with. So I don't think MVP are really pressured one way or the other.
Oh, we're now going to see the supports of Archon leave this top lane. Fogdan Chad handing down to ensure that they can grab this rune. Oh, it's going to all be spotted out here by this ward, so they're going to know that they're about. And well, Q actually decided to opt for that bottom rune. They're grabbing him himself. That invis on the TA. But still 1-0 at the moment, 4 minutes in. This game certainly being a lot more passive than the others. And interesting to note as well, Ush in this mid lane as well. You're talking about the fact that you reckon he'd have a bit of a tough time. He's doing all right. 21 for 1 against the 19 for 7. I mean, there's a fair bit more denies on the TA, but Ush still certainly finding the farm.
Yeah, he's doing very well, actually. I mean, the TA has gone for a very standard skill build. Sometimes... oh, actually, bottom lane. Going to see potentially a kill here.
Going straight in. Fogden and MSS, they found March. March trying to bring down Fogden. He's actually going to get it. Does take down the Disruptor there before he fools himself. So a kill going both ways, but of course Viper benefiting there from the solo XP.
Yeah, that was really nice. But we were talking about the mid matchup, and a lot of the times players will either skill to win their matchup or they will skill normally to still have a positive impact in the game. And QO has opted not to go for the max meld build, which is very typical at TA versus Ember.
He's going very aggressively. He's got the back a bit of Febby, but now with the Remnants going forward, he's trying to find QO. Doesn't quite get it because of that defensive Remnant at the time. Just a little bit too long to get up in the face of QO, and QO is only just going to be able to survive and get himself back to base there. That's
one of the reasons why you see so many people skill meld against this hero, is because his damage over time, if you don't have max meld, is too much. Like the highest single target DPS build is just going for max meld, so when he goes into you and he throws out the Searing Chains and the Flame Guard, a high level of meld will actually outdeal his damage.
Bottom lane, they're going in on March. Fogged is there. March trying to do what he can with the Viper Strike onto MSS. Has he got enough damage? It doesn't look like he does this time, and MSS and Fogged will bring down the Viper without any casualties on the bottom line this game round.
Really nice rotations coming in from Archon. It's pretty ironic if you think about it. The first game in the series, there was a Viper mid, and MVP abused it, and now there's a Viper safe lane, and Archon are doing the same thing. They're just abusing the fact that Viper he can't walk away. Like, they know that he's down here solo. Like, Nuts has made the transition, but unfortunately for him, it's a little bit too late. Middle, yep.
Yeah, they're trying to go in, and this time Chad is there to help out Ush with their Hex as well, but the Fisher. This is why it's very nice to have an Earthshaker. When you're playing one of these heroes that's going to get constantly ganked in the mid lane, if you've got that EOS hanging around with a Fisher, it's going to make it incredibly hard for the other team to get a successful pickoff.
I got to hand it to Archon, though. Like, at the start of things, I really thought that their laning phase would go a lot worse than it is, but they are definitely proving me wrong. And the most surprising thing is Ush, like the fact that he's managed to have such a nice early game. He's even got his sentries down now mid from Chad, so he's going to be able to kill those pesky TA traps.
And in bottom lane as well, MSS, thanks to those pickoffs, he's level 7. He's got the Belt of Strength now on top of the boots, and Fogged is just hanging around here making sure that this lane is not going to be a nice place for March to go and farm. And March realizes that. He's actually TP'd up to the bottom lane here. He's going to look to farm directly against Korok. And in the jungle now, MSS and Fog continue to find as much as they can. It was a bit of a lane swap because KP's come down here on the Naga. He's going to have the backup of the Dazzle. And leaving March on his own up top. And March says, guys, I've got second thoughts about this lane swap. Or maybe not. He might find the kill onto Chad. Chad getting like the Fisher will bring him down. March does lose his life there to Korok. We are 1-for-1 on the top lane. But again, I guess at least it's the Viper going down and not the Naga Siren. So in that sense, the lane swap was worthy for the side of MVP.
He's pretty much the sacrificial lamb at this point, isn't he? It's like no matter where he goes, the poor guy just gets killed within like a minute of being in that lane. And oh, this is nice anticipation coming in from Archon. Maybe even a little bit better coming out from that trap from QO. It's pretty common for TAs to stack Ancients like this. You know, you just stack it up, you kill it. It's like maybe like a level and a half or something like that. Maybe 1,000 gold if you get like a 4 or 5 stack going. But Archon definitely onto that. At the moment, they're kind of favoring their supports getting some EXP. Fog is sitting mid trying to get that Static Storm. It's going to be very, very nice if he can get it at around like the 10-minute mark, maybe like 11, 12 minutes if it's a bit slow. But yeah, this game is like, it's actually super close. The only thing that's worrisome is the fact that the Naga's getting pretty much the same amount of farm as everybody else. Like no one's pressuring KP.
Indeed, I'm talking about pressure towards the mid lane. MSS was looking for a potential wraparound. It was all spotted, of course, by this Radiant Ward here over the dire side of the river. And even Ush with this Invis rune doesn't look like he'll be able to find anything in the mid lane. Heading towards the bottom lane, I mean, if they can find KP, he's still yet to hit level 6, so doesn't have that song available. This would be a very nice time to take down the Naga if you can do it successfully.
Finding this timing, though, this is pretty tough. Like, they're going to see illusions, and they're going to assume that he's down there. But, again, like, diving under a tier 1 is pretty tough. He's going to see the courier here, but he's not going to be able to find anything. Yeah, I don't know. Both teams right now, I think that Archon knows that killing the Naga Siren or trying to force pressure would be good, whereas MVP don't really have to. They can kind of sit around. Because Ush, the more time that he spends not in lane, it's just the more time he's not farming, right? Like, he just used an entire invis duration walking around the woods and didn't really get much. Now, again, Fogged, he's sitting here, he's soaking mid. He's going to hit 6. So it's not like they just gave away nothing. It was still an effective rotation just because of the fact that they wanted to make sure the Disruptor was going to have ulti. But a little bit of wasted time here from Ush.
In terms of net worth at the moment, coming up to that 10-minute point of the game, top of the board is the Queen and the Ember Spirit. So Archon slightly ahead in terms of overall farm, but it is very, very close indeed. I kind of feel as the series have gone on so far, they've just got closer. Well, sorry, the games within this series, they've just got closer and closer. Game 1 was a bit of a start. The last game, as we were saying, couldn't have got any closer. Maybe this game can prove us to be the next step on from that one. Bottom lane, Chad as well. He's going to find his level 6 pretty soon here if he's able to clear out this wave without too much trouble, as KP continues to play very defensively, hiding behind this tower. This creep wave should bring her in the level 6, though, but she's been spotted out. KP.
He's level 6.
He's good.
He just hit it.
He's fine. And I think they realize that as well. It's just MSS here and Chad. They do have the finger, though. But still, it's going to be hard to bring down this Naga as just a 2, especially if you're diving behind this tower.
It's too risky. Like, if you force TP reaction and there's a song there as well, you could potentially have like 2 or 3 extra heroes if you don't kill the Naga before the song comes out. So right now, I respect the fact that Archon are not just like right now. And QO in the meantime is taking his stacks, so MVP definitely getting a decent amount out of their early game. I'm wondering what Korok is actually going to go for here.
What's he got at the moment? Yeah, it's coming up to 900 gold.
I guess
nothing on the curry at the moment, just the treads.
I really think Orchid is super strong this game, but the problem with Orchid Queen is that when you blink in and you like miss blink, you're just dead. Whereas having Aghanims gives you that leeway, you know, you blink in, you're kind of tanky. Think of QO last game, his build. He could blink aggressively because he just had so much damn HP. Didn't even matter. But this game, I think Orchid brings so much value, like for Naga Siren, even for TA, being able to stop her from using Meld or throwing out an Orchid onto the Shaker or the Dazzle, middle lane.
Are they going to go for it here? I mean, they've got fogged around with the Static Storm, but it looks like they're already a little bit too spooked. Ush does Ronan himself away, and now they might, in fact, lose Fogged here on the Disruptor. March goes through one more right-click there, thanks to the Nether Toxin. They'll bring down the Disruptor. Static Storm was dropped, but it doesn't matter. The side of MVP are going to get themselves out scot-free with that kill onto Fogged.
I thought Ush might have been able to go back in there. Like, if he had a double Remnant and he had his Searing Chain up with Flame Guard, he might have been able to get a counter kill at the very least, because they were still both stuck in Storm, right? So maybe a little bit of a slow reaction here.
I mean, what do you think about the skill build here on Ush? So he's going pretty much purely for the damage over time. And
this is like super.
Yeah. Is it just because he's not looking to fight? He's just looking to keep himself alive?
Well, the thing is, like, Max Flame Guard is very standard for pushing out waves, and then Searing Chains, they changed the scaling of it a long time ago, so you actually need 4 points, and Sleight of Fist just isn't really that useful early, so here we go.
And just bringing back Kua here. Ush, he's going to go for the support first. MSS actually finding himself a kill elsewhere onto the Viper. Nuts does manage to get off the shallow grave. Is it going to be enough to turn this one around? Ush, he's got the Remnant out already. But look at that, the heal bomb and the Fissure. They bring down Ush on the Ember Spirit. Chad, he gets the stun onto Kua, and now with the song, KP and Febby moving in. And look how close they are. He should be able to hit both easily with the Enchant Tome Aftershock. Can they bring these two down? No, he goes a little bit early. It doesn't matter though. Chad gets low. Lion will fall here. Fog trying to run himself away, drops the field, but he's trapped in the party with KP as the Fissure holds the Disruptor in place. KP takes the kill. And, well, I mean, at the same time, Archon, they're able to get this top tower down. March did find a kill onto Viper, but the side of MVP Phoenix taking 3 of the heroes away from the side of Archon. It's easily benefiting them. And Ush, he's actually come straight back in. Maybe he can try and turn this around. Febby's got a Fissure, though. There's the Flame Guard helping him get the magical damage. The Echo Slam does nothing. And now Korok coming in to help out Ush. The Clockwork finds the kill onto TA. Korok might be able to find Febby. One more right click will do the job. He's able to blink himself away as well. March doesn't find anything here. And again, Archon reacting very nicely there to the side of MVP. MVP had a good engagement, but Archon comes straight back. Ush goes straight in and ensures that they're able to find the TA and the Earthshaker.
That was really nice turnaround coming in from Archon. I mean, MVP, they overstayed. Like, once you get that fight going, you have to respect the mobility of a hero like Ember Spirit and Queen, right? And they also have Clockwork, so there's so many different forms of initiation that Archon have at their disposal that they were just there for way too long. Like, there was no business that I think that TA had pushing middle lane like that when he knew that he only had one hero to back him up. So maybe, because Febby's been playing such a nice game, like his early fissures have been on point. He got that first blood on Chad because he isolated the Lion from the other 4 members of his team in the woods. He got another kill on middle lane with the heal bomb and the fissure. He's been playing very well, so I guess it's kind of easy to get lured into that sense of security. It's like, my Shaker's got my back, you know? And then unfortunately, they were just there for too long. So,
oh, Flair is going to spot out KP here. There's a finger. Chad taking himself a free kill down to the Naga Siren.
Got him.
Very nicely done there from Archon.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. And plus, it gives him a ton of experience, too. Because that Naga Siren is like level 7, so now Chad is higher level than the position 1 Naga on MVP, which is a very good place to be in if you're a support. Now, I did want to bring up the item choice here from Korok. He's opted to go for the Yules. Now, this is kind of like a hybrid build, right? So instead of going for Orchid and going in for Silence and Burst, you have an item that can let you chase. You get a decent amount of mana regeneration. And like stopping TPs is pretty important on Queen, right? Like if you're chasing somebody down, you don't want them to be able to get away. And you also have that in conjunction with Thunderstrike vision and things like that.
Oh, he's not going to be able to trap Q
too slow. But the one thing about this build is it makes him extremely squishy, right? So if he gets like a bad fissure, he could just die, right? So it's a little bit interesting. I thought at first he was going to go Book because he bought the Staff of Wizardry first. Yeah. And Book is actually crazy good against their heroes. It's amazing against Shaker because his mana pool is low. It's very good against Viper because without mana you can't even orb walk, right? And Viper doesn't really have that great of a mana pool either, and TA can't meld. So I thought for a little while that's what was going to be his choice, but...
Oh, in the jungle here, us trying to find KP. Oh, the damage is on. No, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. KP will escape.
That's still worth it, though.
It is, and forcing the Naga back to base, you're only slowing down her farm.
Yeah, and forcing out the song when it's level 1 is a 3-minute cooldown.
He's got a blink. But oh, yeah, he's fine. He's able to blink himself out. He may even go back in. He's got an ultimate. He's going incredibly aggressive here, Febby. But in fact, it's the mid lane where the action's really happening. The Static Storm was dropped onto March. He's able to get that out. The Viper Strike. And now Ush coming in, turning it around. They've taken down 2 on the side of MVP. Phoenix QO gets the Mouse Strike. Will be able to find the Clockwork. But it looks like he might pay with his life. Sleight of Fist there from Ush. They bring down a 3rd hero from the side of MVP. And Korok holding that in place with the Yules. There we go. It's a double kill for Ush as he remnants forward. It's a 4-for-1 trade. Archon again doing it in the mid lane.
Their heroes are all so amazing at mid game. Like Queen, Ember, Disruptor, Lion, like all of these heroes are mid-game. Clockwork was up as well. You can't fight them at this timing. Their heroes are just too good in isolated situations. Like that Shaker, Febby gets caught in the river. The rest of his team goes to help mid. So he gets caught out completely alone. I mean, we're going to see a smoke. And this is only 2 heroes, but this is still a very strong 2-hero smoke because of who they are, right? Like the Ember and the Queen. Those 2 highest net worth heroes right now on Dire. So if they find somebody, knowing that Song is down...
Exactly. They know that there's this window of opportunity. Level 1 Song, the cooldown's incredibly
They know he's
long.
there.
And KP, he's going to look for the TP, but it's going to be in vain. He goes down. Killing spree for Ush. And this is worrying when you're starting to lose your Naga Siren. Kua has turned up to the party, but I don't know if he's going to be able to find Ush. He can Remnant out. He's got enough mana to do so, but the Fissure will hold him in place for the time being. Not going to be enough, though, as Ush is able to get himself down to low ground and out. And then Korok actually turning up to the fight, walks into Kyo, and now MSS. It was a bit of a control. Korok, he doesn't have the ultimate available, but it might not matter. Febi's getting low. Febi will go down. Kyo trying to get the damage out, but MSS, he's got a Blade Mail. You don't want to be hitting that. Kyo, he turns his attention toward Korok, but Korok gets the blink off, gets himself out. Now Kyo, he's been Shadow Graved up, and now he's caught in the Static Storm. March gets off the mech. Fog looks to TP out. He gets himself. No, he doesn't. He does go down. Chat with a finger does enable them to find a second kill here. MSS trying to chase this one down. Now Ush turning up to the fight. Moving forward with the Remnant. And in comes the battery itself. Korok is incredibly low. This man, how big are his balls? Incredibly big. He gets himself out as well. And at the same time, Chat chasing down Nuts. He's taken the mana away. He hasn't got any of the stuns or the hexes available. They're already being used. But again, 15 for 9 now. Archon certainly breaking away 18 minutes into this match. And again, as you said, their mid game's just so damn strong.
Korok just played that phenomenally. Like, every single one of his blinks were perfect. He forced QO to try to go on him to zone him out of the team fight. The hookshot lands on Febi. So he blinks below the cogs in a way that QO can't hit him. They take out Febi. The next people come into the team fight. The Viper didn't even get his ultimate off because of Battery Assault and Searing Chain, so the rest of his team stopped the ulti from coming through at all when Korok was unable to blink away. Like, the coordination and the play from Archon in this game might even surpass what they had previously. And Korok, he's going to find KP. He's going to force out the Naga Siren Song in the top lane. And I want to also note, it's 19 minutes in. This Naga still does not have Relic. Only at 2,600 gold. So Archon, they're putting a lot of pressure on.
Oh, Ush. He's got a haste. He's going towards the mid, but there are 4 heroes here on the side of MVP Phoenix. QO picking himself up a couple of stacks of the old Ancients. So this is not the fight that Ush wants to be looking for. And, okay, so on top of the phase and the drums, he's picked up the Perseverance and with that Quelling Blade in the stash as well, looking to get that Battle Fury online. And, I mean, at this point, you get the Battle Fury, and the Naga's still almost certainly going to have nothing. So she's just going to melt if she gets the illusions out in these fights.
That's kind of the problem that MVP are going to run into. And the Battle Fury on Ush is going to be even more problematic because those illusions are just going to die straight up. Because normally, when you're playing Naga Siren, you just go straight for Yasha and bots because you want to make sure your illusions run as fast as possible to get them out on the map, right? Yeah, he's in the area. He's going to have to be careful. I think he's fine, though. Oh, what?
What?
Okay,
He's
weird.
fine. He didn't want that TP
He
anyway.
didn't see Febi.
He didn't want it.
Yeah, he didn't see Febi,
No.
so there's no way he could have known that he was going to get fissured there. But a little bit awkward. Waste of TP, but not really too much of a big deal. For now, though, MVP, they still have their tier 1 mid, which is nice.
TP.
It's like probably the most important tower, I think, for them to hold right now. So the fact that it's alive is definitely a good sign for the MVP fans out there. And the Naga Siren, even though not close to Relic, still highest in terms of overall CS. And then TA is also up there in the top 3. So,
I mean, talking about the TA, we did see in that last fight, when she's able to hit people,
it hurts.
She certainly punches, but they've just got so much control on Archon. On, you know, in the fact with the lockdown that they've got on the line, the fact there's the glimpse, you know, the connect for the Static Storm, and oh, let's have a look at that one before I miss it. I missed the dazzle kill, but I'm not going to miss any more kills in case they happen, but it doesn't look like they will, because MSS with the Blade Mail going to try one for a roll. Oh, Korok turns up from the backside. He takes down them, as it's a double kill for MSS here on the clockwise. He gets them with the Rocket Flare. 3 heroes down on MVP. They're going to lose this mid lane tower as well. Top lane, QO looking for a bit of a split push, trying to get a tier 1 of his own, but I don't think it matters here, because Archon, once again, it's just too much for the side of MVP to deal with.
I really gotta hand it to the way Korok's playing this game. Like, he started off a little bit rough. Top lane, they're also going to be losing QO. Ush goes back in, needs to be careful for the damage output from that TA, but they find another kill on the mid player. So Korok, again, like, when you give this guy room, he will perform, especially on these heroes like Queen of Pain, like Storm Spirit. Those are the heroes that he likes. High impact, very tempo controlling style of heroes, and I think that they've actually drafted him into a position to succeed, as we see MSS also in the woods, finding another kill onto KP. This Naga Siren, man. I mean, he's up to 3,300 gold now, In the game with a Naga Siren, you can never say it's over. It's not over until the Naga stops singing. That's pretty much how you have to see it, right? So they still have some time to recover. They have all their tier 2s up. And I'm looking in terms of big items. The Shaker is the one, I think, on MVP who needs to be kind of the delivery for big plays. But the thing is, he's broke. He doesn't have anywhere near a Blink Dagger. He just has Arcanes, a Smoke, and 1 Ward. So if you're looking to Febby to try to turn this game for you, like in terms of big echoes, it's a ways away before that's going to start happening. And that just leaves Archon even more room to go all over the map. And they are so confident in themselves. They buy the gem on the Lion. So Chad... Or actually, he might give it to Korok or something. Just somebody who's a little bit harder to kill. But with that gem, they're going to take full map control.
In the jungle, Korok might get caught out this time here. Febby's going to find it, but the Yules again making big plays. MSS coming in with a hook shot. And he's going to be able to trap both Nuts and Febby in there. Nuts is going to be kept alive here by the Shallow Grave. Korok taking the damage from QO. The side of MVP, they've managed to find the kill onto the Queen of Pain. They do lose the Dazzle, but they find 2. It's a double kill for QO, and this is what we're talking about. If MVP are able to find themselves in the engagements where QO can get the damage out, they're going to come out on top, and they might find Ush as well. Look at these melt strikes. They're going to try and chase him, but Ush, he's got that haste rune. Will get himself out. Chad here with the Sun onto March. The Static Storm being front down. Their finger as well. March getting low, trying to get some right clicks in. It doesn't matter, but now here comes the right clicks from QO. He's going to get glimpsed back. It doesn't matter. They lose Chad here. Fox will just smoke up, TP out, will manage to get himself out, but you need to control this TA, otherwise she is just going to melt through you. She's got 2.2k gold in the bank now as well. If it gets to the point where QO's got a BKB on top of the Deso and the Blink, I think you're in trouble.
That's one thing, too, that we actually failed to mention. It's an excellent point that you bring up, is BKB is amazing against Archon's team. They have almost no damage through it right now. Ush, he's looking for the TA. Not going to be able to find it. Like, the thing is, Ush needs, like, 1 or 2 more damage items before he does enough damage to the BKB not being, like, as big of a deal. So there's a little bit of a timing where your item progression on a TA, that BKB is going to be out well before Ush has another damage item. Unless, for some reason, Archon just start, like, totally steamrolling. And the one thing, too, about that last team fight is when Korok blinked, he actually didn't have any vision of what was going on the low ground. So he didn't see QO coming up the hill. So he blinks actually in the wrong way and then ends up getting really punished because he already had Weave on, and then he gets Meld struck with a Deso. So all of a sudden, his health is just gone. I think if I were in his shoes, I'd probably end up going like Ghost or something like that. Or at least another item that prevents the TA from hitting me.
Okay, worth noting as well, Naga does have the Relic now.
Yeah, and she is
1K
actually
gold.
very close to Radiance.
Yeah.
So her Radiance timing actually was accelerated pretty heavily.
Oh, on the side, they're smoking up here as well.
Oh, they're going to find Fogged.
If they, I mean, look, 1, 2.
Fogged?
Oh, he's going to need a few more here, and he's actually going to get himself out of there. Damage not quite enough to bring down the Disruptor. Can they turn this one, though? Korok is going to maybe blink himself out of this one. The Glimpse there, bringing QO back into the Static Storm. He's going to be Shadow Grave up just in time, though. They're going to lose Korok here on the Queen of Pain. MSS getting as well. QO, he's going to live through this one, and he wants more. Blinking forward onto Fog. This man, he has no fear. Getting the damage forward. Fog going up to the high ground, trying to get himself out. Looks like he will escape, but indeed Chad getting trapped up there by the Fisher from Febby. They'll find 3 heroes there from the side of Archon. And I've got to be honest, if they can continue to do this, MVP finding these fights without the Naga, I mean, it's a Naga. It's going to get to that point where you're like, what do we do? Naga's going to have a few items in. The lanes are being constantly pushed and controlled. It's going to be so much harder for Archon.
Steal? Is he going to go for the steal?
Go on, do it.
I think they have to. Is he going to go in? No, it was too slow. He had another remnant now. He gets stunned. Oh my god. Okay, this game has officially gone back to ground zero.
Okay.
MVP are fully in this game again. Like, without a doubt. Like, based on the last 3 team fights, they lose Korok two fights in a row. They lose Aegis. They just lost their Ember. Like, I don't want to say that Archon are kind of choking a bit, but the last couple of team fights have been extremely bad for them.
BKB is now done on QO as well. So, I mean, we've seen how much he's been able to do in these fights without the BKB. Now with the BKB, as you said, there's just not going to be the items on Ush to do that physical damage. It's going to be so hard for them to bring down this TA. As QO, he's really been putting the work in. Top of the net worth, 13k gold. He's really kind of been able to keep MVP in the game to this point where now MVP can fight as a team and come out the majority of the time. I mean, we look at Febby. We were talking about him being incredibly poor. I mean, he's still relatively poor, but he is now just over 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger, which is going to be a massive item pickup against the lineup of Archon.
That's what happens when you have a couple of good fights. I mean, we didn't really talk about it a whole lot, but the way that everyone on the side of Archon are building, they have a bunch of heroes that are building like mid-game items only. So like Yule's is very mid-gamey on Korok, right? So the Yule's does nothing when there's actually a BKB out on the TA, which is one of the highest impact heroes on MVP. So QO's item progression already pretty much hard counters Korok's build. That's a problem, especially considering this was a safe lane position Queen of Pain. So we're already at a stage where MVP's cores are starting to outscale. I would not even just say that MVP are even. I'd say they're ahead. Now, KP, he's going to get caught out here. There is a glimpse available. I think it would have been much better off. Oh, he didn't have a TP. Okay, that's actually really bad news for him. He is dead.
He just managed to buy up a little bit here, picking up the recipe and the airband. And maybe they can turn it around. Q with the damage. Can he kill Fall before the TP? Oh, he gets him! He gets the Disruptor. Doesn't get MSS here on the clockwork. But, oh man, this is going to be MVP maybe finding a tower as well here. As the tier 2 already looking pretty low. The damage from QO going to be more than enough. And 2.1k gold going to be even more with this tower on top of the BKB and Deso. This TA, I mean, we were talking about the fact that in 6.84 their win rate with TA, 3 wins, 1 loss. Pretty good for a TA in competitive because we don't see this hero a lot.
Yeah, it's something that is very rare just because of the prevalence of like Queen. Leshrac actually does pretty good against her in lane as well, just because of like the sheer amount of spam that you have. Viper is a common counter pick that we see against it, even though in this game MVP have both heroes. There's just a lot of reasons why the hero isn't seen quite as much. But again, if you look at the graphs, I just want to point out that there was like a gigantic deficit for MVP in this game.
Hold that thought, because it might be even more of a deficit here for Archon coming up as Korok.
Oh! The damage!
Goodbye, Quap. And Ush, he says, well, I don't want to have any of that, Chad. He's out of there as well. He's got a TP. He's almost certainly going to use it. But sorry, yes, back to the grass, Andy.
Yeah, but you can tell. If you look at the way that the game was going, all those little marks on the bottom that are red are just kills from Archon. And then you just see nothing after the swing starts back up. Like they've killed like, what, 2 or 3 heroes in the last 7 to 8 minutes? And they lost Roshan. I'm just not really sure now what the game plan is for Archon, because it's one thing to build your heroes in a way that scales well into the late game, but Korok built in a high-impact role, and then he goes completely insane for the first like 15-20 minutes. Then he dies 3 times in a row, and he hasn't gotten a thing since he finished up his Aghanim Scepter. Like, his gold per minute has pretty much just completely fallen off, and the Naga Siren is not going to get anywhere but farther and farther ahead. Like, KP... He's got his Yasha pretty much, I think, done as soon as he sends the courier back to base. Oh, he's going for the Octarine build. Yeah. The Octarine is pretty standard build nowadays. Yeah. But we're at critical mass right now for MVP. They've already gotten all the core items up that they need. Archon now definitely on the back foot. Ush is going to be like the shining hope of the team. Can he get to like double Battle Fury and a crit to defend the high ground? Because that's going to be the next step. They're going to need that timing to make sure that the Naga Siren's not just going to eat them alive. And that's not even including the TA or the Shaker, who now has Blink and a gem that was taken, of course, by Archon, or taken from Archon, excuse me.
Look at how aggressive QO is playing. He blinks straight up to the high ground here, and indeed, a couple of clicks if he can find them onto Chad. He's trying to chase this one down. The Yours from Korok's going to hold the TA back. But, I mean, as you said, I don't think there's any reason for QO to be scared of anything at this point. And they should be able to find this tier 2 here if they can just get the creep wave in, as it's already looking pretty damaged here on this middle lane.
Things are looking pretty rough at the moment for Archon now. I guess they do have very good high ground defense, right? Like if Clockwork hooks shots properly, like MSS has had a really good game. He's 9-3-6. If he can isolate and try to find like a good cog into his Static Storm and then the Queen follows up with some damage, they can definitely turn the fight. But that's also pretty reliant on MVP actually pushing up into high ground, where I think that they might be more content to just try to take the next Roche and not try to push their advantage too much. Because once they see, like, Hugo, his Aegis is actually gone. And he's almost got a Daedalus. Jesus. Okay, he is, like, massive in terms of farm right now.
And that Naga as well. The Naga that's died how many times? It died 4 times this game. Now sitting above anyone on the side of Archon in terms of net worth. Second overall, there's going to be a hookshot from MSS coming in onto QO. He does have the backup from Korok, but again, the BKB's popped. 1 Meld Strike brings Korok down to half of his life. And now it's MSS on the run here with the armor ticking down. He's got, I think, a couple more hits, maybe even just 1. Oh, okay, he's going to need another one here, and he's going to find it. QO now trapped up, though, by the Static Storm, but he continues to fight. Korok will go forward. That's a big kill. They take down the TA. The fight hasn't finished yet, though. Nuts will look for the TP out. He's going to find it here. Ush is still hanging around here, and it's going to be Korok going forward here towards March. KP here with the Song of the Siren. Is it going to be one to disengage? There's going to be the glimpse actually bringing March back into it. KP will be able to escape. March moving close and personal onto Fogged. And Fogged is going to be able to keep himself alive for the time being because there's Korok holding back March here with the Yule Scepter. They'll bring down the Viper. And it is indeed a good job that Fogged did not die there because he... No, it wasn't him that brought back. Okay, it was the Clockwork that brought back.
Yeah, MSS did die. Like, the QO chased
MSS
him
died,
and got himself killed because of the chase. So, in the end, not really worth it for MVP, but they kept the Naga Siren alive, and KP actually has his soul booster, so he is closing in more and more on that Octarine core. And as we were talking about the fight going well for Archon, you can see the effect that Naga Siren's already having on the game. 2 lanes pretty much pushed to Archon's base, with their tier 3 and bottom lane actually being sieged by an illusion and some creeps. So, those fights, as important as they are for Archon, I'm not saying it's bad to fight, I'm just saying that you always have to remember that in those engagements, if the Naga Siren is still split pushing you in the meantime, it becomes significantly harder for you to actually get full control of the game back. You're going to need to find like multiple big fights and potentially the Naga Siren too.
Indeed, and Ush, he's closing in on that second Battle Fury now. Halfway through the value of his final sword for that item. So, I mean, with the Ember Spirit, you have got the potential to defend against this Naga, and well, Ember might even find himself a kill.
Nice.
The Slayer Fist juking out the stun there. MSS is there anyway with the follow-up to find that kill. And that's just a little bit of something extra that's pretty much, yep, that's it. That's going to be the second Battle Fury complete for the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, this item timing from Ember is still pretty decent. Like, it's 33 minutes in, so I'd actually say the second Battle Fury is a bit slow. But again, their momentum fell off pretty heavily when they started losing those 2 or 3 team fights in a row. And then Ush also died when he was trying to steal the Aegis. Unfortunately, he had 2 remnants out, and it takes a little bit longer to travel to 2 than it does to 1, so his timing was just a tiny bit off, and the fissure from Febby, you know, it wasn't great. So now that he's got double Battle Fury, the farm's going to be even more real, and then once he gets to his Daedalus, that's when you're going to have to really worry about not clumping up. Because if you do, you can actually just get like killed in one Sleight of Fist. Like, that's how much damage it can do. So,
I mean, I guess on the plus side for the side of MVP, they've the Earthshaker, I guess, of 1k health. He hasn't really got that much, so not too tanky. But everyone else, you've got the Viper, you know, with a mech, you know, with drums and treads, fairly tanky. The TA, of course, with the refraction. If she's able to get that out, going to help her against the Sleight of Fist. And then you've got the Dazzle coming in with the Weave and the heals. So, if anything, they can still push. I mean, it's not the end of the world if they get caught out. And as you said, it is going to require that crit from the Ember Spirit because the 2 Battle Furies alone, I just feel it's not enough against what the side of MVP have got in terms of sustainability.
MVP, they can push forever if they want to. Like,
Well,
just
look at
having
this.
Oh, this is the loop around.
This is the old-fashioned loop around. Let's see what they're able to achieve with here. Febby on the front lines is going to be QI leading in straight into MSS. MSS able to force something, but oh, the hookshot as well, getting himself back towards the Disruptor. Now Korok going forward onto QA. They've held him in place here, but QA, of course, he's got that BKB. Oh, the pure damage as well, bringing him incredibly low. When now he turns to Korok, Korok will be able to blink himself away. The Kilima Cape as well. Looks like he'll be able to escape from this one. MSS trapped up here in his own cogs, in fact, with the illusions now. Now Febby, he's been shallow graved up. He's going to be all right for the time being. Chad there kind of split up. He's going to look for the TP out here, and he might just find it. No, he won't. Chad is going to go down. Ush looking for a TP. He's not going to find it either. 3 heroes down on the side of Archon, leaving Korok to only just escape on 60 HP in the sidelines. MVP, the wraparound, certainly successful that time.
Yeah, Chad did live, by the way, just barely.
Ah, Chad lived.
The attack animation was like midair when the TP went off, so he was actually able to get himself out of there. But that was a really awkward fight because they blew everything on QO, hoping that they could actually get the kill. And then the BKB comes out, and there's just no damage follow-up. Like, there's no one else who can really hit him. And losing Ush in that engagement on top of everything else, when he's like the one hero who really needs to continue his item progression, it's very, very painful for Archon now. Like, they know the Naga Siren getting very close to the Octarine core once again. MVP also secure Roshan in the meantime. Like, this game is so uphill for Archon. Like, they just need to constantly be looking for something and trying to make sure they can keep their lanes pushed out.
Ooh, QO, just at this point, with the Aegis. I mean, it looks like the side of MVP don't necessarily want to push. I mean, to Archon, 2 heroes down, they're going to be back on the board fairly shortly.
If they just keep the lanes in,
yeah,
it's not a matter of them being able to go high ground or not. It's just a matter of Archon not being able to farm enough.
Yeah.
Because MVP are going to be taking your jungle, they're going to be taking their jungle and 3 lanes because of the Naga Siren illusions. And then you look at it and you're like, okay, well, where do we farm? So it's not a matter of even breaking high ground for MVP. It's a when do they decide that they need to.
I mean, at this point, looking at the Ember Spirit, he's looking pretty poor on top of those Battle Furies. He's a good 5k behind the Naga Siren and 6k almost behind TA. Archon are going to need almost a miracle if they want to try and turn around one of these fights. It's going to be very hard to do so, especially when it gets to the point that KP is getting himself involved as well, which for the most part of it, he just hasn't, because he hasn't needed to. Manta style, Soul Booster, closing in on money to be able to get that completed Octarine as well. It's we've been saying it time and time again, but it is just so scary for Archon at this point.
The big question for me is, what is Archon's counterplay to this? Like, how do they get themselves...
Rapier Ember, Andy.
Well, the thing is, even just having a rapier, like,
Is it not enough?
It's a significant amount of damage, but it's such a high-risk item, and I feel like it's a low reward in this case, because say you have a rapier in inventory, what's your first instinct? I don't want to lose my rapier. So you sit in the base. So buying a rapier can actually make you play more passive than normal. The ideal situation is to find a couple of good smokes and get map control back and force the Naga onto her side of the map and try to get a little bit of breathing room. That's ideally what you could do in the situation, but again, MVP are doing a really good job at pressuring. Middle and bottom lane are just consistently being pressured by illusions like all the time. Ush is being forced to stay down here to counter push, and it's actually very nice that they have Ember because of their counter pushing potential. And Chad, I think he's actually outside of base. Okay, nice force step from MSS. It looks like he'll be all right.
I mean, you're talking about lanes doing exactly what you said. You just look at each and every lane. There's a Naga illusion in them all, clearing out the creep waves, making it incredibly hard for Archon to get the momentum back out of their base. And I think, yeah, as you were saying with the fact that you're looking at this Ember Spirit, it's going to go in here, but Cure pops the BKB here, continues to hit down at this tower. The tier 3 melting at a pretty incredible rate here. Ush, what can he do here? Sleight of Fist coming through again, but the refractions there. TA just standing her ground. She's still got that Aegis. Not scared of anything at the moment. The racks are now exposed on this top lane here in the base of Archons. And with the armor as well coming through, ticking in from that weave. And of course with the Solar Crest as well, just making it very hard for Archon to initiate on the side of MVP.
They don't want to use their ultimates on a hero who has Aegis. That's the big problem right now. Like, you don't want to have to static storm on QO. Like, yeah, his BKB's down, but if you have to use ultimates to kill him the first time, how are you going to kill him the second time? And I just get that. Oh, the melt!
Korok's able to just blink himself away. Hex thrown down onto QO. Now there's the hookshot in MSS, going incredibly deep and aggressive on his own almost certainly, because there's a lot of heroes here. Chad tries to blink forward to help him. MSS is able to force himself away. They do manage to pop the Aegis here on the TA as Ush goes in, but now with the Echo Slam holding us in place, he's able to remnant himself back out, but the TA now turning back in and he goes forward. He takes down the Ember Spirit here. QO will get held in place now with the ultimate in the finger. They bring down QO. Maybe MVP are overextending a little bit too much. March getting low, but the Meg, the Shallow Grave, they keep him alive here. Korok going forward here, trying to find what he can, but March, he's going to go down. Korok will live, not getting MSS low here with the right clicks and the physical damage, and it's QO though that's cleaning up. It's a double kill. They're looking for Vogt as well, holding in place with the net. Chat goes forward, but look at the side blades! The side blades! They've lost 3 now on the side of Archon. It's a triple kill for your TA, and now with the BKB, she's going to look for more. Korok trying to get himself back to base, will be able to blink it, but it goes in the base! There's going to be the Yule Scepter giving it alive, and QO, he's gone too deep, he's gone too far, he's dead for 110 seconds, but it doesn't matter. GG has actually been called by the side of Archon, regardless, because they have been mega creeped. The Naga push was just too strong. It doesn't matter if they kill the TA, because there's a Naga who finishes the game top of the net worth board. Your base, it's in shatters. I think there might have been a GG cancel there because they thought, no, wait, we killed TA, we can still do it. But then they realized that the game was well and truly over. It will be MVP Phoenix moving forward to the winner bracket final, essentially, of the wildcards. Don't worry if you're an Archon fanboy or fangirl, they will be back in the lower bracket.
Yep, and they will be playing against the loser of CDEC, of course, taking on Vega.
Yep.
And we don't know actually who won that series yet because we haven't been watching
no,
it.
Let me... Yeah, I can still hear Toby. I think they're still going.
Just take the headset off, check it. All right, yeah, Toby is still yelling. We are confirmed
the game should
in
be still
that series. But I got to say, Archon, they brought their A game in the early parts of game number 3. Like, they were playing phenomenal. They had a 14,000 experience lead and 10,000 gold lead. And between 2 or 3 fights and a fumbled Roshan, they kind of just gave it back to MVP. And that's kind of the big danger of playing against this lineup that has a hero like Templar Assassin and a Naga Siren, is you can never really say that the game is over until you've actually killed the throne. Because those are the types of heroes that can actually come back. Naga especially, because he went from having like 2,600 gold at like 20 minutes in to having a Radiance at like 24 minutes. because of the
insane.
team fights
Yeah.
that actually went so badly for Archon, and all started with that, like, QO coming up from the low ground, Korok not seeing him there. He blinks in, Korok dies. He dies 2 more times after that. And then all the momentum from Archon just seemed to be like totally halted. There was nothing after that point that Archon ever really got going for themselves. And I got to give a big shout out to MVP, man, because Febby, this game, I mean, yeah, he was 1-6, but his fissures this game, they were 100% on point, securing them the first blood. He was everywhere he needed to be. And what else can you say about QO? Like, that guy was an absolute beast. He got a lot of attention in the early game, got ganked a few times, and then he comes back with his Desolator and Blink Dagger and just like totally steamrolls. So really impressed with how MVP played this. I can see why a lot of the teams and other commentators were talking, saying, you know, you got to watch out for this team.
Absolutely. I think Archon as well, they had their moments of brilliance.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think overall MVP just as a team. The team play was there. The coordination was fantastic. They knew exactly what they were doing. And I mean, yeah, it got to a point where, you know, Archon must have been feeling, you know, we're crushing this Naga Siren. We saw on a couple of occasions, you know, Chat walking up with the line, finding solo kills onto the position 1 Naga. But it just gets to that point in a game where you've got someone like QO, who's as skilled as he is on the TA, that's able to create so much space with the help of the rest of his team. And then just even little things like March, having that mech, being able to turn it up to the fight, with the drums as well, keeping the team alive. Dazzle as well. There are some incredibly clutch shallow graves coming out from Nuts. And just the whole package. At the end of the day, it was just better than what Archon had to bring to the table.
Well, as you mentioned, even though Archon are going to be dropping here, they got another shot.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that they showed that they can compete. A lot of teams, or a lot of people coming into this TI probably said that Archon may be one of the weaker teams in the wild card, but I don't think after watching this series you can say that, because they definitely showed that they can play. The biggest problem that I think that North American teams have in general is their consistency. Like, can they perform at that level every single game? But they have shown that they can definitely compete with the best in the world. So I think that's it for us. This is our only series for the day, correct?
I believe it is. I believe I can't. I'll tell you who was casting the other games, but I don't quite know.
We don't have the sheet in front
it's
of us.
a combination. I'm sure Cap and Blitz, I think, are doing one.
Yep.
But I think definitely I think a Purge combo. Might be Purge and Kotl or Purge and Zyori, I want to say.
Well, either
But
way, you
you'll
guys should
find
check out
out.
all the games anyway.
The games are going to be fantastic, regardless of who's commentating them. That doesn't matter. But of course, the games that are left today, all are going to involve these 4 teams that we've seen.
Yep.
As you were saying, it will be Archon against the losers of the other game. MVP Phoenix, of course, playing against the winners. And if you're still hanging around here on this channel, don't. Go over to the main channel, catch yourself the rest of the action going on between CDEC and Vega, because there won't be another game starting here, at least I don't believe. Well, no, of course there can't be, because they need to play the losers. It'll be the loser game, I believe, on this channel, which won't start until the other game has finished. So be sure to go over and check CDEC versus Vega, which is currently being casted by Toby and Wagger. But as for myself and you, Draskell, we will be back when the real group stage kicks off tomorrow.
Yep.
And we're going to be doing some very exciting games then. So we'll catch you guys then. Thank you very much for joining us for this one. Hopefully you've enjoyed the action between MVP Phoenix and Archon. And big congratulations to MVP Phoenix for being the first victors of the tournament. This is the first victory we've seen in terms of series. So congratulations to them. And to all you guys at home, we'll see you very shortly for some more Dota 2.
15. And here we go. This is going to be our debut here. I got myself, Coddle Guy, Dakota. I'm with Purge. Kevin,
hey guys,
how you feeling? You feeling good?
I'm great. We're in a little room. Feels nice and cozy. There's no distractions. All we can do is cast amazing Dota, and this is a potentially extremely important match for 5 to 15 lives.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Purge, we have the task to witness the first team that will be heartbroken at TI.
Yeah.
One of these two teams, their dream of moving forward, making it into the money, making it into Key Arena, and being a part of this experience will end a little early here. We're already in the lower bracket. We already witnessed Vega Squadron go toe-to-toe against CDEC. They did manage to take them down in game number 2, but CDEC pulled a bit of a comeback in game 3 and took control. For Team Archon, they also had a pretty heated 3-game stretch going against MVP Phoenix. And remember, game 2, it was Archon pretty decisive, but yet not. The end there, that AM made a run at the throne, maybe miscalculate a bit on whether he wanted to step back and defend or kind of push forward and go for the throne. But it was Archon in the end who managed to get that one. Though for Phoenix, they round out the series in Game 3, dominant as ever, and now we're stuck with an Archon-Vega Squadron matchup.
It was still a bit of an Archon throw. They had a huge advantage from outplaying Phoenix in a draft that they probably shouldn't have won. And then they had they had a period of 5 or 10 minutes where they just got killed and killed and killed, and then they lost their advantage, and then they were against, again, a bad draft, a draft where they had a disadvantage, and they got outplayed there. So I mean, if either of these teams go home, I'm going to feel really bad for them because honestly, 2-1s, we haven't had a single 2-0 yet of TI. All these teams are very, very equal, so it's going to be very heartbreaking. But, you know, it's a best of 3 here. Whoever wins gets another chance. They have to win their next best of 3 as well. You have to win 2 BO3s to end up guaranteeing a spawn TI.
So a lot of work ahead of them. And you got to remember, with such a huge tournament comes the nerves, Purge. And that is a real thing, a lot of these players. You know, it's easy to kind of sit on the sidelines and in your chat at home, even us as casters, and you think, oh, that seemed like such a big mistake there. But at crucial moments in a big tournament like this, you can really see the difference between someone who's had that professional veteran experience and can make those decisions in the heat of a moment. And for maybe some of the more youthful players, maybe it's their first bright-eyed tournament land setting, and it's on to them to make those correct decisions. But here we go, Purge. Draft underway. Game 1 of this best of 3. Vega Squadron going toe-to-toe with Team Archon. Opening up already, Vega grabbed the precious gyrocopter, something Archon are also very familiar with. Both Ush and Korok do switch on the hero pretty frequently. But for them, they pick up the Earthshaker, and they get their prized Queen of Pain. Look at this, Purge. It's not going to take too long before we get the infamous Naga Siren picked up already for Vega.
Yeah, she's been really popular today. We've seen some carries. We've seen some supports. Vega played her as a support in the previous game, and it looked really useful. Or the previous set, excuse me. But I really like the first pick, Gyrocopter, because it's definitely something that Ush has amazing win rate on. I think he's one of the best Gyro players right now, which you might say, like, oh, what's the big deal? Gyro's not that hard to play. But, man, he just doesn't die. And he gets in good arrangements. He always farms very good, and he gets a lot of kills. So I think it's good to block him. But we also saw Korok play an amazing Queen of Pain in the last game against Phoenix. They did, of course, have the little period of throws, but his early game was just amazing. Like, really, really good play. And the Earthshaker in the previous game against Phoenix was a big reason they lost, in my opinion. So they pick up an Earthshaker, another hero that's very popular right now.
Yeah.
So
could help.
1 second stun, like, it's amazing.
It really is.
It can do everything.
And it could help a bit. We don't know yet where this Naga could end up. Nowadays, teams get, just as satisfied with putting her in that more 4-position support role, getting beautiful setups with your Song of the Siren, which they could do with Gyro. We could see them build into your Disruptor and have more potential team fight on top of it, or segue it into a core. Love the band there. We did just see in that last set, Team Archon, you said Korok playing the Queen of Pain. We also say Ush playing the Ember Spirit. They don't want to risk that. He's very good against your PLs, your Nagas, these heavy illusion-based heroes, so they just get rid of it altogether. So what are the next big options as far as cores here? They're probably going to be looking for an offlaner here for MSS as well. Clockwork is still out there as an option, something he loves to go for, but you need answers for this Naga.
Yeah, I don't know if they pick Earthshaker that often for offlane on Archon. I see it as, like you said, mostly Clockwork, and I feel like that's still a pretty good pick here. It's kind of bad versus Naga Siren, because her illusions can get in the way, and additionally, if you initiate on the Naga Siren or somebody else, she can always just sleep and hopefully disengage the team fight. So I'm not entirely sure if that's the best pick here. It's also kind of weak versus Gyro late game, because once he gets BKB, Clock is just food for Gyro. So I don't know if it's the best Clock game, but I feel like they need a hero for Ush that he can farm while getting kills with. I think that's definitely what they need to do. That's why they picked Ember Spirit, in my opinion. It's a hero that can passively farm pretty well mid, but most importantly, you can also be really aggressive and get kills and outplay your opponents. And they seem to keep going for outplay a little bit. And the Skywrath Mage is their pickup. So probably going to be Fog playing that. We've been seeing him play that largely. He plays the 4 role. He's been doing really well today, in my opinion. Had some really good. He had a really good Rubik game. He had some really good roaming in his last game that they ended up losing in the early game. And Clockwork stolen by Vega. So they actually have been playing offlane Quap like multiple times, I believe. Vega has, but they go for the clock this time since Quap is gone.
Well, clock is something they got to be really familiar with here, Purge. In fact, one of the fun little factoid stats we got here for Vega, Mag, their offlane player, most competitive Clockwork games out of all patches.
Out of all players.
111 games, 71 wins.
That's
very,
really
very
good.
Impressive Clockwork resume right there. So
he's been in the pro scene a long time. I feel like he's never really been on a team that was like super dominant for a very long period of time. So that just goes to show that his Clockwork stats are genuinely amazing. So good for him. Shadow Fiend picked up for Archon. Pretty good against Gyro, minus armor, lots of physical damage. So I think that SF is good versus Gyro as a whole. Even skill into the late game, pretty good. Decent against Naga, I guess. You can kill the illusions. It's a little scary. Obviously, that might be support like they picked earlier. Against Clock, things get a little scarier. Maybe if you go Yules first, then you're vulnerable. It's going to have to be a BKB rush, I feel. And a Viper pick out of Vega is a little surprising to me. This is a bit more early game than they've been drafting, at least in the other set against C-Deck. So maybe this is a strat adjustment. Maybe this is their I want a solution versus Shadow Fiend. Probably something like that.
I do like the bans Archon put out coming into this next picking phase. They rid of the Dazzle. We saw Seema the Slayer do a ridiculous grave saves in their setup.
Yeah,
against
he was so good at
it
that.
was really good. So I think Archon, even though they were playing someone was doing a bit of their research to know that they are serious Dazzle pickers. I already briefly mentioned the Disruptor and what he could add to the synergy of Vega's lineup. If it is indeed going to be the Naga, more as a support. But they move forward. They get the Viper, as pointed out. Strong lane dominator who can fall off if pressured too much. And just to add on top of our fun little factoids here, Archon coming into TI are undefeated going against Viper 4-0. So maybe they have the answer to kind of shut them down in that early period. We'll have to see.
They picked Viper in their first game versus Phoenix, and they got wrecked. So,
well, I didn't say they were good with Viper.
I'm
good
just
against.
saying, if you're having issues executing with the Viper, it makes me doubt your against Viper thing. I do like the Viper pick, though, as I thought about it more. Look at the heroes that Archon has there. Shadow Fiend is pretty bursty for a carry, and then Quap is all burst, Skywrath Mage all burst, Earthshaker all burst. If you got somebody that's got corrosive skin, the built-in magic resistance, and you put a mech on that guy, and you don't kill him, then you are looking at a lost team fight. So if Vega gets in a bit of advantage here, and the Viper does the tanking, this could turn around really well for them.
So the Witch Doctor is going to be picked up as Archon's 5th grab here. Adds a little bit extra mobility. You get your bit of sustain with this Voodoo Restoration. Coconut could help out in the scurry of a team fight because it does feel like, typically with Vipers, normally they like to get a strong lane presence, obviously, build into an early mech, and then move together as a unit and just try to get objectives done. Push quick so the Viper doesn't fall off. And if you're clumped together and you're moving as a death ball, that could work beautifully for someone like a Witch Doctor to try to pull, be a big combo breaker in these fights.
Yeah, Witch Doctor is also going to be very good for the cores against Vega. They're all kind of weak to physical damage, bursty damage. You've got Maledict on Witch Doctor, which is if you take more damage. If you take damage, you take extra damage, and Naga never builds a BKB. So if you can just Maledict that guy and burst him 50% of his HP, he's just going to die. And they've got the burst tools to do that, Quap, Sky, and Earthshaker. And the other solution they need is against Viper. Weak to physical damage, they've got Death Ward. Gyrocopter's always going to get BKB. He's a little weak to physical until he gets Black King Bar. So I really like the Witch Doctor pick, and there's going to be a lot of illusions in the area, so you could have continuous bounces hopping around and doing some serious damage. So I think the Witch Doctor fits into their draft perfectly.
Now, the final grab here for Vega was the Luscious Lina, I like to say. Hefty burst, adds onto their disable. Maybe the burst to help out. You're going against a Shadow Fiend, a Queen of Pain. Could be pretty elusive. Shadow Fiend, 1 to hold a BKB. You get that added burst on top of it. Looking potentially like this could be a
It's got to be.
Lina.
It has to be support because it's offlane clock. mid or carry. No one plays mid for them, so it's a safe gyro. It's a support Lina Naga. So roaming-wise, it's pretty darn good. Naga has minus armor, big burst early in the game, and you can do a net and do a guaranteed stun. But as the game continues into the late game, I think they're going to have some issues with disables. If you compare them to what Archon's got, Cask, Sky Slow, Earthshaker stuns, Quap slows, and mobility, I feel like Vega's going to have some issues with mobility in the late game. And if Lina's roaming doesn't go well, then they're even more in trouble. So I think Lina is definitely by far the squishiest person on the Dire team, and she's going to have to be a little careful and play a really good game.
Yeah, she's going to be put into a very selfless position. It's a lineup that could tend to be pretty damn greedy as far as being able to contribute a whole lot into that mid and late game period. So if they're not putting together a lot of kills early on, they could end up running a bit starved here for their lineup, Will Vega. But we'll see here. Already early movement coming up from both sides here, Purge. Archon lining it towards the bottom, could go into a head-on collision here with Vega just to start out this match. It's Solo out in front. They get a brief glimpse of each other and then just turn face and walk the other way. Just want to prevent Vega from probably invading, getting some comfortable wards. It looks like they don't want to have anything to do with Archon's level 1 game.
It looks really scary for them to fight this. It's a Naga net into a stun, into a rocket barrage, and that already is potentially a dead hero. So I was under the impression that they were going to want to go do aggressively trialing based on the fact that they walked. I think they're still going to do it. I just don't know if it's a good idea because it isn't even like a heavy core. It's a Quap. That's dangerous. And she's also got a Ring of Protection just so that she has a bit more survivability to all these right clicks that will come after her. So are they dodging? Looks... Where's Korok? I guess Korok's playing mid, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they do like to flip quite a bit between both Korok and Ush in their setup, but maybe making some, last-second audible calls. Fissure was committed top. Wow, double raises to connect here even on Mag, so he'll have to head back to lane, chewing through those tangos pretty fast. Could set him back quite a bit on the regen department, and he's going to be going in a lane setup against the Skywrath Mage, one of the best zoners you can ask for. He's going to eat a lot of punishment early, and, well, we already talked about Mag and his experience on the Clockwork. I'm sure it's something he's used to here, but it's going to be a little rough early on. Yeah,
cost him a salve, and like you said, Skywrath Mage, Dagger. He's going to have a bit of trouble with this, but he's in a good position since he has safe lane, so he'll be in an all right spot. Looks like Chad attempting to pull in the bot lane. MSS, I guess, is safe lane? What's going on? This is like a roaming, used to be off lane Earthshaker. I think they just kind of gave up on their tri-lane here. They're trading with the Naga, but this is kind of dangerous to do as a Witch Doctor. Naga has far more armor, and she's got a stout shield. So
6 base armor.
Yeah.
Pretty ridiculous for your little fish lady. And she's got help and Seema the Slayer nearby. They are really forcing back Chad. They're even going to commit the ensnare here for it. But yeah, Seema not close enough to get off the LSA. Just forcing him back and away from the lane.
This is good by Chad. He's wasting 2 heroes' time, basically. He traded about his equal regen as a Naga Siren, so he's in an okay spot. And Fogged actually roaming on the mid lane, which is definitely a bit needed, because once Shadow Fiend gets his bottle, he's going to be in a good place. But if he doesn't get his souls up, then he's going to have a tough time. And he's already up to 5 souls, so bonus 10 damage means he can now be relevant against the Viper. So I like that Fogged ended up roaming down here, and he's just going to go back up to the top lane and try to keep the clock a little under-leveled or dead.
Lots of movement coming up from both sides. As the moment that Fog does depart from that mid lane, you see Solo even adventuring nearby. Now he's going to pursue and head all the way up north, it looks like, and make their own adjustment to get some help on his Clockwork, it looks. Fog could end up crossing paths with him here as that 2-minute rune is about to pop up. It's already Solo who is standing guard for it. We'll dish off an ensnare if necessary to keep him back and away, but no, it's going to get snagged up. Solo grabs it, no ensnare necessary, forces Fog back and away. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Seema's going to be picking up that. So both going to be snagged up from Vega. Mid lane, going to see an early fissure here onto no one. Keep him pressured and back. No first blood yet. Both teams just very hesitant. Want to make sure they establish some good dominance in the early laning stage.
Now, one problem with Archon here is that they're definitely losing on experience. They basically have 3 roaming heroes, including Earthshaker, the Witch Doctor, and the Sky. Earthshaker hasn't really been able to find any experience. They're basically just trying to guarantee farm for Shadow Fiend and Korok, which they've done basically. But it might be a big issue in the next couple of minutes because Vega's going to have another hero that's more leveled, and that's Clockwork. He's going to hit 6 very fast here, and that might mean that those supports end up just being superfood for him. So it's going to come down to how well Mag does with his level 6 in this game, I think, because right now the cores are getting farmed, but there's only so much.
Yeah, he'll get that hookshot online pretty early. We saw just before that no one bullying Ush into a corner. He had to pop his own salve. Now stuck with no more regen as he does ferry out the bottle here. Still getting assistance nearby from MSS. Without that fissure, he could have been as good as dead, and that could have been our first blood, but they hold back for now. So you're looking at Viper here, 16, now 17-3 to Ush's 13-3. I know it's a Shadow Fiend after all, and they'll always have that path to recovery. This is a wonderful start for Viper. It was in that first series when Archon played the Viper, Ush in the mid lane. He had a lot of trouble because he was getting pressured early. That same pressure not really coming from the side of Archon now. Not that it's really even available, but here we go. Solo knocked with the fissure, but not going to get trapped out. Will easily be able to slither away to this bottom lane.
I really like what the Vega supports are doing. They're jungling even. They went to a medium camp, the Naga tanks with his armor and stout shield, and they just right-click him down, and they've got a bit more levels. Both of them level 2, very important. They do want to dive this, but until the creeps get here, it's not safe. Most likely, yeah, we're seeing the gyrocopter actually pushing this, so looking really bad for Chad. There's a high chance he dies here, in my opinion. He's got a... It's not looking good.
He has no TP. They have a TP on Earthshaker, but he's not going to be coming, it looks like. Just a quick and easy kill on Chad. That is a first blood for Vega. Ninepash going to be picking up that one. Of all people, the Gyrocopter going to be grabbing it. Also nearby, it looks like MSS was able to snag up the Invis rune right in front of no one here. Looking for a hopeful setup in this mid lane. Might be able to get it with Fogged, but no one's in a great spot right now. The positioning is wonderful. He's up on the high ground near his tower. The opportunity really just might not be there. But MSS considering going for it. No, not going to be happening. The fissure catches him on the other side. He's going to get hit a couple of times for his trouble as he walks on out.
Wow, and that tower on the bottom just died. It's just gone. And that really hurts their jungle and their ability to farm, because now there's so many ways that Vega can get into their jungle and places that they can hide. And if they go aggressive, you can't just TP behind them like you normally can if you have your tier 1. So despite Korok getting good farm on the top lane, it just limits their ability to farm into the mid and late, which is kind of scary. So they're going to have to get a lot done with their early support heroes here. I really like the way that Vega did their aggressive tri-lane, and at least Archon has cut their losses. They didn't try to go for the tri-lane against it and end up losing that. Instead, they said, whatever, we're just going to take lanes and guarantee our farm on our 2 important heroes, then we're going to try to outplay you when we have less experience.
Man, Solo has been creeping on this mid lane. Kind of just being an eyeball here. Does scout out Fogged, helping out Ush nearby. Bottom lane, they're like, we have all the space we could ever ask for here. Ninepash is just going to work already on this tier 2. There's not much Archon can even do about it. In fact, you look to Chad, who was in that bottom lane, and he's taking residence up next to Korok here in the top lane, trying to get their own trade and pressure. But yeah, bottom lane, they're going to be moving on. A quick pick on MSS. Can they get Seema on the way out? No. They can't. He's going to be able to make it away with a good TP. It's a little bit of nuke damage, but now it's Vega up 2-0. A wonderful start for them.
Ooh, might see a juke from Solo here in the jungle. Ush looking to get him. He does get him with the last raise.
Nice snipe.
Ooh, he shifted over. He figured he could catch one of the supports as they're retreating, and it was actually the Naga at about half HP. So got the second raise, or the third raise, 1 second miss. Gets the kill. That's going to help make up for things a bit. And now their jungle is back under control, which is so important because now Fogg's going to be able to grab a level or 2, maybe get about 4 CS here on the bot lane. This is what they needed, and it required somebody to rotate that had damage, and Shadow Fiend was able to accomplish it. So very important that they were able to do that just now.
And he does have a ward, does Fogged. Maybe might consider having to put one in his own jungle to just get a little bit of a security net there, because there's already pressure coming again. Ninepash, look at him. Potentially beelining it for Fogged on the bottom if he can swoop in from behind here. Has call down and everything ready to go. Ooh, he's looking for it. He's cripping. There's the call down.
Oh,
Fogged, though, sidesteps, goes right for the TP. Does he have a rocket? Nice. He does not. No missile available. Fogged, nice cool sidestep, but look at this at expense. Ush gets a quick pick as well. Seema the Slayer going to be going down, caught on that high ground where him and Solo have been flirting with this mid lane. Ush picks up another one on his Shadow Fiend.
Really nicely done by Archon just now. I mean, they were definitely on the back foot there, but they played it safe. They didn't take any extra losses, and they collapsed on the supports, the heroes that were pressuring. And whenever those supports are dead, they now know that they can farm again, and Fogged again goes back to the lane.
They get a good catch on the Korok, though, and they bring him down. Beautiful setup right there. Seema rotates in, gets the Dragon Slave. Mag catches him wonderfully with the hook shot, and they get the follow-up damage. Now Vega up again. 3-2 here. Ush going to be stepping back, and now it's time to farm up this sweet, what I like to call very girthy stack now. 445 gold. What are you thinking here for your Shadow Fiend as far as item progression in this one? Is it a valuable mech kind of a game, or do you have to beeline it in for a BKB?
That's a hard choice. I mean, the stuns would be really nice. The other problem with getting BKB is that it makes you magic immune, which means that Naga Sleep doesn't catch you, because then you pop your 10-second BKB, Naga Sleeps, and their whole team just hits you. I feel like Mech is more important here, just because they have nice gyro kill on the top lane. That was with that was basically a solo kill there.
Yep.
That's what it looked like. But I feel like it's got to be a mech here because they have a lot of heroes that are kind of squishy. Vega's kind of early game. There's an ulti from onto Ush.
Yep. He just quick TPs and gets the hell out of there.
He maybe could have turned that, but it's a little safer just to retreat. So.
The safe play has been helping him so far, Purge. I guess it's just better to play it that way for now and hope that they can use Vega's raw aggression against them almost. Play this as almost counter fighters. Because we already know Vega are one of the more aggressive teams out there. I think Virtus Pro, the only team to beat him out as far as just the amount of kills this team likes to average in gameplay.
Yeah.
Archon just looking to kind of step back, be like a butterfly, juke in and out, and then hit him with a solid jab on the chin. But will that opportunity pop up? As long as they got the farm, they certainly will have the strength to do so here. Ush continues his own work. In the meantime, no one. Early inklings on the mech coming together here. Purge, he upgrades his boots, and he always has the buckler ready to go.
Okay, so definitely going to be mech here. Definitely, that's really what they need. They need somebody that can tank some damage and reflect it out and be a threat in the team fight to protect the squishy heroes on the map. So I think that's really needed. The levels are catching up a little bit for Archon here. Fogged picking up level 5 here on the bot lane. He's almost 6, and at that point, him plus Witch Doctor can kill just about anybody with just a cask into combo. Can't kill Viper, that's for sure. But
here's Mag. Shows up in the bottom lane, gets a beautiful hook shot onto Fog, and it will be a solo pick, but will he make it out with his life? Korok shows up, not much mana, but he goes right into the arms of Ush, who's going to secure his own killing spree. Hits him up with a raise, grabs a bottle of Invis, and will head right back to his mid lane. Ush just seems to show up at the right time near this bottom to get those picks.
It's kind of worked out for him. He doesn't have to leave. He doesn't have to walk all the way to the bot lane. He just does like a half walk into his jungle.
It's like an additional little neutral camp to work with. Yeah, very nice.
It's been really good for him. So up to 3 kills now, 50 CS. You're pretty much average. He's good with that. And chasing after Viper a bit, he's going to be just fine.
Now they're going to rotate up. There is going to be a DD rune here, and Ush is going to grab that one as well. So double runes for him. Does go right through the invis. It looks like not going to be utilizing that one a whole lot, and we'll head right back to the bottom.
So Korok, or I'm sorry, MSS, excuse me, shifting the top lane might get some experience here since the wave is pushing in. In terms of gold, he just bought a soul ring, so he's very, very far away from Blink, but the important thing is just that they have an Earthshaker in a lot of ways. It may seem counterintuitive that he gets few levels and all that stuff, but the ability of the Chain Stun is so important against so many different heroes because it allows you to throw a lot of damage unexpectedly. It's like by having Fissure alone, it's equivalent to having a Blink Dagger because you just don't always expect that initial Chain Stun. It'll be enough to do your combos. So it's just nice that MSS is now going to be able to catch up and transition in the late game. And there's not that many carries on Vega anyways. It's basically just Viper, Gyro are the main late game stuff. So it's okay that you get away with just having an Earthshaker.
It does feel like they're a bit anxious here. Mag is right back from whence he came, and he's eyeballing potentially a mid lane setup here. But has no backup quite yet. He's still out on his own. Vega, they have a party going on, it looks like, in their jungle here, Purge. They got a serious stack. They're going to be dropping the call down, looking to sweep it all up right here. Your 9-patch has got his Helm of the Dominator now complete. Already over 1K gold in reserve. Building on forward from that solo. No potential late Naga core buildup yet, just for now. The classic Tranquils. Not even level 6 yet, so they can't really utilize that song.
It's one of the downsides to doing aggressive trialing is that your supports usually lack in levels, and while they were slightly ahead early, Archon kept getting those kills, so all of a sudden, big advantage for them by grabbing those kills, so they catch the levels, and now the supports on Vega are trying to catch up. I really like the Helm of the Dominator this game on the Gyro. I think he's one of the ones that actually does build this often. It's good for jungle or ancient stacking, but the other cool part is that because you're against an SF can kind of beat you with single target damage in that minus armor aura. So by having the Helm of Dominator, it's another solution against the damage that SF would have. And it's kind of just a different build, you know? You have to get a fast BKB so you can fight, or you just say, I'm getting a Helm and I'm going to farm a lot. And that's what he's going to do this game. And the build also helps him for synergy against the enemy heroes.
And obviously the farm, once you see a Helm of the Dominator come up with something like that, you got to go check the ancient stacks. Look at that. They already got a couple thrown together. A couple make it 3, And he's about to make it potentially 4 now. For now, he'll just drop back and away and start chewing through that. So this comes after that wonderful jungle stack he already built for himself. Now, while he's farming, action could break out at the top here. We have a smoke coming in from Archon. The 3-man hit squad here between MSS, Fogged, and Chad. They're looking for a hopeful setup, but it's not there quite yet. It looks like in the back lines, Ush even getting involved, has the DD, but it will expire. But they're still persistent to make this count. Now, they do have a TP on 9-pass just in case this Gyrocopter needs to get involved, but they're hoping for a quick and easy pick on Seema, it looks like.
Wait, Ush has he's got an Ogre Club right now. Did he sell his buckler?
No, the buckler actually was, I pointed out for no one on the Viper going for the
Oh,
mech.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
it's
thought
okay.
it was Ush.
No.
My bad. Okay.
He's going the straight defensive route.
All right.
Looks like he's got the BKB recipe now in hand.
Yeah. I mean, if he ever gets hooked in Unilay's mech, it's still dangerous.
Yeah.
BKB is pretty much guarantees him a kill against Alina that's close by because he can hit him like 4 times and then do a double raise. And against Gyro, kind of the same thing. BKB is a little bit, definitely a lot better. So, ooh, Meg almost died to the neutral creeps here. They got kind of lucky not getting an Ancient Golem. It increases the farm by 15. It increases their HP by 15%, so they take a bit longer to kill. So they're in a good spot here. And Naga with a fast cloak, going to be for a Glimmer Cape most likely, which is very good against the heroes they're against. Completely counters Sky with Mage, essentially.
Yes, beautifully. And I don't know if Korok's playing on it this game. He could be. He already has the staff. Went with the Yules last time. Yules could set up for a good counter Glimmer and any potential damage to follow. Give or take, of course, the Sonic Wave is going to be pure damage and won't affect that too much, but could be the difference between life and death, being able to get out with that quick invis. But no, that Archon, you know, they'd been hanging around that top lane. They end up not doing anything about it. Vega end up farming through those Ancients, no problem. And for now, it's just Chad trading a little coconut hit here on the Seema. But Seema looking to turn. Has Laguna now, mind you. Long ball and snare. Going to be catching onto Chad. The Fissure not going to be connecting on anyone. There's going to be the debut of the Laguna. Helps secure the kill. It is Mag who's going to clean it up, it looks like, with a little rocket. And with that, they're going to segue into a push onto this Tier 1 tower. Archon not close enough to defend. It looks like they will have to sack it. Not before MSS just clops him with a quick Fissure, but he is going to get out the back door. Archon hoping for a trade, it looks like, maybe in this mid lane.
Yeah, they can't really take the tower here, but they can definitely pressure it a bit. Clockwork in position invis. He could initiate on Ush here, and he doesn't have BKB yet, so this is kind of scary, but they need to rotate everybody. They're getting close. Here's the battery assault, the Cog as well. One TP coming in. It's going to be Gyro. He's coming in. Look at the damage. They might get a kill first. They do. Clockwork goes down. Shadow Fiend falls afterwards. Not the best, but better than just dying.
Yeah, I mean, he got a little bit of XP because of the help from Fog with that Mystic Flare. Means Mag is going to be the first to hit the deck, but they do ultimately get Ush down in the end. So, yeah, it could have been a lot worse, but it also could have been better. Beautiful setup from Mag, nonetheless, is going to allow their team now to get rid of the Shadow Fiend and go for another Tier 1 tower, the third one now for them. Huge boost in the economy, especially for some of these supports who've been starved a bit. There's Korok on cue. He's going to be completing out his Yules, and in response, you already see 9Pash. His BKB is now complete on his Gyro, and Mag eats that Mystic Flare in the last skirmish, now has a Blade Mail already prepared for it, so dishing out those Skywrath ultimates, might have to think twice about it into a Blade Mail.
Ooh. Almost hooked Korok. That was really close. So, yeah, looking really good for Vega here. They're basically defending everything. Their towers are still alive. Shadow Fiend's doing pretty darn well. I mean, 4-1, but he has died. Oh, he does get initiated on by Viper. Can Viper kill this? He doesn't have a TP. Ush has to fight this, unfortunately. There's a short race. He's going to ulti as well, but it's just over. That's it. Blows him up. Viper gets the kill. Great kill by Viper.
Yep.
He dies afterwards. I think that's pretty darn worth it because, again, Archon's carry potential is very low. It's very centered on Shadow Fiend. He had a great early game, but what a weird place to stand. He's like, I'm going to hide by your Ancients. I'm going to wait till you go for the top rune, and then I'm initiating. That was great.
Hiding behind a bush. Ush
Korok
walks
almost
by. It's back-to-back takedowns on this Shadow Fiend now. He's just trying to complete out his own BKB. He's going to be put off a little bit longer here. And as you said, Korok getting caught out a little bit, was able to make it out to safety. That Vega pressure continuing to build up. The majority of them pushing down this mid lane. 9Pash finds his farm on the bottom, it looks like. He already is throwing together Yasha, already has the Blade of Alacrity, so it's coming together pretty damn fast, while Solo is going to help with top lane here. Has Song, still holding it in reserve. Obviously, you don't want to carelessly throw out a level 1 Song with its crazy long cooldown, but he's just trying to hope that Korok doesn't do too much work on this Tier 1. And they haven't really been able to do a whole lot to this Tier 1. It's just going to be easy pressure relieved. So there's a lot of gold out there, Purge, for Archon to take up. They just haven't been able to find that opportunity, whether it's lead in with a team fight and get a pick and then push for their own Tier 1s. They're just more content on continuing to play a bit passive, go for their own counter fights, and hope that they can segue thereafter into some objectives.
I mean, it's not looking good for them. It just keeps getting worse and worse, in my opinion. They're not being very active in terms of kills. They're mostly just sitting behind people and waiting to counter-initiate. And I like what they're doing here. They smoke up while Urshik is actually really farmed. He's got 1,900 gold here. There's the ward. They're going to spot a Viper. That's not the one they want to go on. They can't kill that guy with his mech and corrosive skin. They need to find somebody else, and Solo's going to be spotted top. They have chain stuns, though. They have a silence. Level 2, 4 seconds. They could definitely kill him, but they have to get the silence off. and Korok just might scare him back. There's the fissure, going up for the follow-up, but no one in position.
No. Korok, though, he's thirsty here.
He doesn't have ult for 18.
Gets the Yule, sees no one, and says, I got to get the hell out of here. Decides to pull back, but they're happy with the bit of space creation. Ninepat's going to continue to truck down this mid lane, and even Mag kind of doing his own thing. Not necessary to have him on hand here. Archon, it almost feels too passive, too hesitant. This is the second time top lane where they've been kind of inching forward. They might get it this time, though. They move in.
Oh, yeah, that's a kill.
They're committing. They got the big Mystic Flare ult. No one's going to be going down. He fakes it once, twice. Gets Chad. That's going to cancel his TP. That's going to make for a quick Witch Doctor kill. Everyone else going to hightail it out of there. Ends up being the 1-for-1 trade. A trade Archon are going to be happy with, ridding of that core Viper in exchange for just Chad.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And he also got gold off of it. So I think Chad's going to be okay with that. A little unfortunate, but nice hook by Mag. So decent place. That's basically what Archon needs to do. And that was a hard kill, too. That was the Viper. But they threw everything. Sky ulti, Witch Doctor ulti. They I think, is their medallion finish? No, they're not building a medallion just yet. Maybe later they will. But more important items.
We have a Blink Dagger now, though, on your Earthshaker.
Ooh, that's really big.
Yeah.
He was so underleveled for so long. I don't know where he got this farm, but he got Soul Ring at like 10 minutes, and all of a sudden in 9 minutes he just magically makes a Blink appear without getting any kills. Like, how do you get that much farm?
Soul Ring, man. It's like unlimited pools of mana. You just hang in a lane, you fissure, you get that safety range to work with so you can get some quick CS without having to put yourself in too much danger. And I guess with patience and being able to be part of some of these skirmishes, he's scrapped together the gold for that Blink Dagger. But is that Blink Dagger going to have to be utilized here in some sort of contention for the Roche? They're already about two-thirds of the way down.
It's dead.
Archon are nearby, but this is the time to make the decision. Either go in or not. Look at this. Vega actually pulled out briefly, but they end up going back in. Ush is nearby. They see it. Can they song? They don't need to.
Here comes the net. MSS puts a fissure on. Great hook shot.
Oh, man. This is a big one from Mag. They're going to annihilate him immediately with the help of the Laguna. Ush, though, stands strong, pops his BKB, and it looks like he's just going to be overwhelmed. He ends up going down. His Death Requiem does good damage on the no one. Korok looking to step in and clean up, but can't quite get done yet. Now he's in trouble. Looking to run. Needs one more second for the blink. Makes it away. There is a homing missile in pursuit. Quickly bottles up. Will be in a good range here, but this is still even more icing on the cake for Vega after already taking the Aegis. They now get to walk away with an additional 2 kills, 1 on MSS, and of course the Shadow Fiend going down once more. Ush.
Yeah, great hook shot there from the Clockwork that basically won them the fight. Catches both of those. Like, I mean, or MSS can't be that close basically to another core hero because they just don't have any Force Staffs yet. Oh, there's a ultimate going on. The Viper taking a bunch of damage. Aftershocks ult and the Echo Slam. He is going to go down.
So much hate.
That was a nerfed mech right there. Look at that, 12 seconds cooldown. That would be ready to go. He probably still would have died though. I mean, that was a lot. That was a lot of damage.
They seem to dish out 2 to 3 ultimates in every time. That's what makes Viper so good. He is very durable, and you have to commit that much. And if they wanted to and they were in position, you know, Vega could just immediately respond knowing that all of those cooldowns are active. But not necessary. No one's going to be hitting the sidelines once again. Mag makes his return after that beautiful initiation near the Roche pit. Blade Mail complete now. Where do we go from here? Purge, Agnums, Force Staff, whatever is necessary. Force could help. You're going against the Skywrath Mage. Will help whoever is caught out from that Mystic Flare.
And Earthshaker Fissures, so if you get caught on the wrong side, you can save somebody.
Might see a quick pick here. Korok does quick work on Seam of the Slayer, leads in, commits the Sonic Wave, and gets the kill. And we'll look to try to get some extra damage here onto the Tier 1. But a rocket from Mag. Korok starts to play it a bit more hesitant, and we'll pull back.
Yeah, Korok and Usher are some of the best players for getting really amazing KDAs and pulling out some really nice kills, I feel. Like, it seems like their individual skills are so high. And fight mid.
Okay, Blade Mail going to be popped. It's the back end of that one. They get Chad, who's a bit out of position. Wonderful setup from your Viper Strike of no one. And they end up getting their own return kill on a support. From what happened top, now they're going to take over mid. Vega, continue to press on. We'll take a brief glimpse here at your net worth. It is for Vega about 5K. You could look at about the same here for your XP. And Archon just kind of go back onto retreat. Still feels like the tempo well in favor for Vega. They continue to be aggressive, and it pays off for them.
Again, Koroko's in top.
Quick
bit
split.
of damage on solo.
So he's able to step away from the Shadow Strike slow.
For him.
Korok now ensnared under the tower.
Is he going to go for this?
Who's rotating
He's thinking about it.
It's Mag. He better get away from this hook shot. Looks like he's fine.
It's creeps. Move creeps. Oh, he's got a haste. He's going for it. This is so hard.
Look at him.
It's gone.
Oh,
He won't. There's no reason. Don't do it, Mag.
He's still running. Getting us distracted, though. Yeah, oh, look at this. Night Pash, the golden gyrocopter, bullies himself in, and they get a quick cleanup here. Ush and Chad both go down in the mid lane while we're caught up with top. And now they're just going to easily press onto this tier 2 tower. Man, oh, disaster.
Those kills mid can't happen. Like, versus a Shadow Fiend, he had such a good early start, 3-0, but they just don't have the best heroes to defend him. It's a Skyreth Mage and a Witch Doctor. Like, if it's only one hero, the Witch Doctor cast does almost nothing. The Skyreth Mage at best can slow for 30% or silence. Like, once Gyrocopter gets on top of the Shadow Fiend, it's just bad news. Even Viper, same situation. The SF's damage is just not that high because he went for BKB.
Oh, Mag is going to go for it right onto MSS under his own tier 3. Going to get the easy catch. And with it comes the tier 2 tower. Vega getting a firm grasp onto this one. Stepping back and away, top lane Korok trying to get their first tower down. No one already there, and it's going to keep him back. This is a very difficult game for Archon.
Yeah.
They continue to get punished. I've seen Ush go down now 3-4 times straight. Korok now up in arms with Solo. Dishes out the Sonic Wave. Shadow Strike caught in his own ensnare. Does he follow up and risk going for Solo? No. No one steps in, puts the Yules onto him, and decides to step back here.
So Lena's got a Yules now. This gives her a really good setup.
Oh, yeah.
This is part of the reason Korok made his Yules. That way, if he gets Yules, he can dodge the stun setup. Because they are very weak on damage, so or disables, that is. So he's definitely planned ahead here. And he's got his Axe finished, so you can nuke all the time. And at least he's making a lot of space. Like, he's constantly pressuring the top tower. It always forces at least one Vega hero to be there and possibly threatens a kill on heroes like Naga, Siren, or Lina. But unfortunately, his team's still dying in other places on the map, and they just can't do that. He's supposed to be creating space, but the space isn't really resulting in anything. It's only resulting in Shadow Fiend getting farmed.
Ooh, bottom lane. Looks like Mag making a jump again on the MSS. Connects with the hook shot, gets the cogs down. Double rotation help coming. Can they save MSS, though?
Nice,
and it looks like Ush is going to be there. Yep, he makes it out alive. They're going to get the Yules from Korok, lead it up. They're going to get the Scream, and the connection from the right click of Ush is going to finish him off. Mag this time probably bit off a little more than he could chew. But hey, Purge may be space created because Vega are moving down this top lane. Coming in from the north, they're going right for the tier 2. Archon don't really have the TPs now to rotate and defend it, so they head towards the mid lane instead.
Man, MSS did that perfectly. As soon as he got cogged, he tried to fissure, then he gets cogged, he double punched and got out. He moved right down the middle so that he didn't get hit by the cog damage, because that would have really threatened him dying. So really nicely done by him. So he's damage controlling a decent bit, and he's still getting some farm. We may still see some really important Echo Slimes in this game, especially with the Naga illusions. You can get bonus damage out of those. So, back to farming for him.
Can't fault Archon. They do sport a pretty good high ground defense as well, with the Earthshaker waiting in the wings with your Blink Echo. You got your Sonic Wave help from your Queen of Pain. Witch Doctor's working on an Ags here, Purge. He gets that. That's also a bit of a game changer potentially in these fights.
That's why he's been farming so much, because it turns him into a Death Ward hitting one guy to Death Ward hitting 5 people. That's just, man, that's amazing. And he has no Maledict levels, so this is a huge increase in damage that he could get. That's why he has been getting so many CS and why he's been sitting on the bot lane at the beginning of the game. So this could completely change things, but it all comes down to the team fight. If he gets initiated on by Clockwork, then there's no way he's going to get his ultimate off.
Yeah.
If Lina finds him first, if the Naga Siren's in there, they may just Naga sleep every time that he pops the ultimate.
That's true.
There's a lot of counters, so while it does increase their damage by a lot, Archon still is in a really dangerous spot.
Vega going back on the move here, invading Archon territory here, with no one leading out the front. Looks like after completing that mech and an Ags, he's already got the Ogre Club here. Potentially a BKB for your Viper as well. There's the Ags complete now for Chad, so we'll have that extra tool in his arsenal ready to play. But as you pointed out, could be easily countered here from Vega, because you have to kind of foresee the potential events. MSS could lead in with a big Echo, could prompt an immediate song thereafter for Vega to kind of regroup, and that could be exactly what Archon are waiting for this song to be popped a bit too early, and then Chad could follow up with a huge Cask and Death Ward combo. But
They do have the 4 Aftershock levels on Earthshaker, so that means if he doesn't get disabled himself, we got a 4.5 second stun on whoever he wants. So if he gets the right targets, Vega right now playing really safe. They don't know where Archon is again. It's actually Ush top. They probably think that they're all behind top. Look at the rocket here. He's shooting it to behind where Shadow Fiend is going to be. That way they can see if there's supports there, but they didn't spot anybody. Archon not finding anybody in the mid lane. All of Vega just moves into a push instead. They say, oh, you're probably behind Shadow Fiend. We're all going to go on the opposite side of the map. So this is some really smart mind games out of Archon here, but it didn't provide them with anything.
yeah, they were hoping for maybe a straggler to be caught out mid lane. helping to push back that mid lane a bit, but no, as you said, Vega, their own response is to push down this bottom lane. They're going to rid of the final outer tower here for Team Archon. And now they step back. Probably going to be keeping close tabs on this Rosh. Comes up immediately, but one of the freaking shortest timers I've ever seen in my life, Purge. It's already back up, and of all the runes to be sitting by the pit, it's a DD. This is very tasty looking for either team, but Mag gets a connection onto Korok in the mid lane with a beautiful hook shot. Forced to self-Yules. Can he make it away?
Oh, great cog. Oh,
makes it up to the high ground. He's good. He goes right near Ush here. Mag is on pursuit. He has a haste rune, and he's like, let's play. Never mind. I got to get the hell out of here. Decides to pull back once he sees trouble, and we'll make it out. No problem. No blood will be shed, but Vega just kind of continuing to show their bit of dominance here.
Yeah, they're completely fine with that. Maybe got a kill, didn't catch it. Ooh, Naga looking for a sleep or placing a ward. Nothing is serious. So Butterfly's up, though, on Gyro. So this gets really scary for Archon. The eggs they just got on Witch Doctor, 35% less effective. Right clicks from Shadow Fiend, also not effective, because he's going Scotty, the item he needs. So it's going to be a bit until he's able to pick up an MKB. So it's looking really good for Vega. Like, Gyro's net worth is insanely far ahead. He's got a full 1.5 items. He's got 1,400 in a bank and an item ahead of his opponents. So. Yeah. Rosh is just going to get shredded here if they do go for that. But it is spotted. The Observer Ward saw them pick up the DD. They're in the Rosh area. They may end up smoking here and approaching. They actually don't have a smoke ready.
Someone get the frickin' smoke. Who's got the danky goods here? No one, currently.
Nobody's got it.
No courier even to bring it out. They got to think about it. They're already going on the move here. Rosh being withered away, about down to half-life. It looks like Archon don't want any of it. They've already said, we're not going to go. We need to get towers. And it looks like mid-tier 1 is probably their best option, but they already have Mag leaving the Rosh pit, maybe looking to lead off, get a catch so that the rest of his team could catch up here.
They might get a tower mid, but with Rosh dying, it's just not safe. Korok has to get back, so tower will get denied now. At the very least, I don't think...
Oh, Mag with the catch again on to MSS. Holds him in close. Is he able to break out from the cogs? He is. Forced forward, though. MSS will be going down to the back end of that battery salt. Mag gets a good catch there. He wants more. Moving in for Fog. Here's 9pash charging in, and an easy shot down. Oh, man, that was just hunting season, and it was Birdman on the menu. Easy catch there for 9pash. 2 go down all day.
This is a little unlucky there for Fog. The first hit Sanjin Yasha proc reduces his movement speed by 30%, and 2 dead heroes, 2 really important heroes, too, especially Earthshaker. Like, you have to watch out for Echo Slam. They don't care about that anymore. And he's still good. He popped his DD. Here it is.
Oh, man, look at this tower. Going to get chunked down now. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, this is devastating. That backup security defense of your Earthshaker Echo not on hand and ready. They dish out the cask and the Sonic Wave, everything they've got to stop Vega from taking these racks. In game number 1, Ush showing off his new Scotty, has to play it a bit reserved, has no buyback in case he does go down. Look at this disciplined play from Vega. They get the 1 racks they want, and they say, we got to go. Earthshaker's back up. We don't want to risk anything else. This is way too important of a series.
Man, how difficult it is to play now for Archon. Since they are so far behind, the Gyro's a full item ahead. The Scotty just seems worthless. He throws his 1 attack, misses. It's like, nice Scotty, man. Didn't even reduce my attack speed. It's so difficult. And MSS keeps getting caught by Mag. Mag is playing so well. Yeah. He just keeps finding the Earthshaker, the one hero that they picked, and sacrificed his levels and gold just so that he could have an Earthshaker. He's just taken him completely out of the game. He's been a 0-4-3 Earthshaker. He got the blink, but Mag is just always 1 step ahead and knows where he is and sets him up.
They see Mag now.
Do they see Gyro?
I don't think so. He drops a call down, and MSS going to get caught again on cue from the setup of Mag. Mag just dangling out there like a little worm in water. Easy bait setup for 9pash and makes for the easy Earthshaker takedown. It just does not get any easier for Archon.
Man, this is... that's game 1, but they can definitely... I'm not saying this game is over, but it is looking quite bad. That was a 2-man into 4-man got a kill. And we're like, oh, we're just going to be 2. We're going to kill you. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And it's just getting worse and worse. Archon is having trouble moving around the map. They see kills that they think look good, and it's resulting in them dying, and it's just going to put them more and more on edge. They won't be able to trust what they believe. That, oh, that guy looks solo. No, he's not actually. And how are they supposed to make decisions? They're just going to lose confidence from this.
Gyro with yet another DD of all runes, now pressing in from the southern side. MSS trying to slow them down, blocks out the lane a bit, which will help. This time they should have all hands on deck for a bit of a defense, but they better get there quick. This tier 3 getting chunked away. They know that this gyro has an Aegis and now a Satanic. That's almost like 2 full lives here, Purge. And they're going to go right for the racks. 2 rack sets down. Oh, man, there's going to be very slim odds of coming back into this one. But Archon will need to do something eventually. The positioning, though, from Vega, making it very difficult. They'll go in. Ush sets up with a big Requiem. It's going to cost the first life, but he loses his own, and he has no buyback. It was an effort of a jump in coming out from Archon, but I think it just might be the beginning of the end here, Purge. Vega easily cleaned them up. 3 go down, not coming back. It's only Korok and Chad left up and standing, and Vega already going for the last set of racks and megas in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the amount they were behind there, that was amazing. They blew up the gyrocopter before he's able to pop BKB. They killed the one hero that could counter-initiate with the Naga Siren. But they're just so far behind there. That was Aegis. They had a DD. They've got BKBs. He's got a freaking Satanic. It's just their chances of losing this game at this point are 0%. And that is going to be the triple racks. Great Witch Doctor ulti. Bounced quite a bit, but there's good game called. There's just no coming back from that disadvantage. They didn't get enough value out of their roaming heroes. Like I think they stabilized well until the 10-15 minute mark, but then it just kept being Clockwork initiating, getting kills, and Quark did his best to poke top, but nothing happened anywhere else in the map other than Archon dying.
It was a good start from them. They got it. It felt like in the very, very early laning stage, Mag got what they wanted, but then we saw Ush continue to just kind of appear on the side and get quick snags with those raises and made them in a bit more of a comfortable position. But as you said, and what was the big highlight I pointed coming into this matchup, Mag and Clockwork. Probably one of the most experienced Clockwork players across the whole board of Dota, and he shows it right there. He always gets the catch onto MSS, the opposing offlaner, and we never get to see that big echo, big dunk turnaround here from Archon. So for them, it is now match point. Vega just 1 win away from being able to move on into the next round and being 1 step closer to making it to Key Arena and into the money. For Archon, it is now do or die for the American squad right now. Our hearts go out, and we'll see if we can get another epic 3-game series stretch Purge, or if we're going to be stuck in a 2-game stretch where Vega could push through into the next round. We'll see you in just a moment. I'm Coddle Guy. That's Purge. We'll be back for Game 2 action. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's the International 2015. We are in the wild card. It's just day number 1 of TI5 action here, and well, we are now in the lower bracket of the wild card. We got Vega Squadron going toe-to-toe against Team Archon. Myself, Kyle Guy, I'm with Purge. We had just witnessed Vega pretty much taking advantage and control of game number 1. Archon, a bit too hesitant, a bit too reserved. You can tell just by the body language they're putting out there. Obviously, this is a very, very serious series, but I don't know. Are they going a bit too passive, Purge, a bit too hesitant? There have been opportunities that they might have missed. I guess it is justifiable. You were telling me between games that you can't just carelessly dive into a Naga, risk a song turnaround, but it's just like maybe almost too many nerves, too much, debating.
It's hard to look at. It's very easy to look at and say, wow, they're not doing anything. They're obviously just standing around. They have no idea what to do. But in reality, they have ideas, but they don't know where their opponents are, and that makes things harder. And like you said, if they dive a support Naga and she sleeps, then you have 8 seconds to teleport your entire team into the team fight, and then that usually turns around into a bad team fight on the other way. So that's why they were so scared there, it seemed like. And they just didn't get enough value out of their more or less try-support run, which was offlane Earthshaker, obviously. In a lot of cases, that doesn't always pay off super well, and because their lane setup was so weird, he didn't even get as much farm as he normally did, and there was just a lot of issues, and that game was pretty weird from Archon's standpoint there. They tried to dodge the lanes, and it kind of worked out, but then their roaming was hard because of the Naga, I feel. So they've got to win this game, or they're out.
You put it right there, man. You hate to put it like that, but someone's TI5 dream could end right here. If Archon do not win this one, they will not get to move on. Winner goes into that next stage, and they are still one best of 3 from being able to secure that spot at Key Arena and be into that money. But here we go.
Tough.
Very important draft now. Vega, they get to open up a first pick Lesh. Going to be treated for them. They immediately followed up. They get their Shadow Demon. The response from Archon for their Phase 1 grabs was another Earthshaker and a Queen of Pain, just like we saw in the previous game. Notable bans, of course, got to get rid of the Tusk, the Winter Wyvern, and the Brood on the side of Vega. Very interesting on the Brood. I don't see MSS played a whole lot, but maybe they just fear it in the draft that they're planning on throwing together.
Yeah.
But Archon, you could tell they just don't want to have anything to do with that Bounty Hunter anymore. Maybe scarred from their first series, they decide to rid of it.
The Brood pick, I think, is a little bit of a mispick from Vega. I feel like Archon would never draft that. I feel like MSS always plays more active heroes. They ban out the Naga, but it's in the second round, which I think is more appropriate. It's something they didn't want to play against, but it's not worth first round banning. And this is the first time I've seen a Leshrac today, at least. It's a hero that we're expecting to see very, very often throughout TI5 here. And paired with Shadow Demon, pretty good combo, because if Lesh's ultimate is on, or if he gets stunned or focused, you can disrupt him, and that usually buys him time to use a BKB, Yule Scepter on himself, or to just be doing damage while you're invulnerable. I don't know how that works when you put him and somehow his damage still overlaps into the real world, but whatever. Lesh will be doing some good damage, and Quap has to be careful. If she gets stunned by that, you're going to dish out the magic damage very rapidly.
Now, are we going to see the classic AM pickup here between these next 2 picks for Archon, who's been kind of a go-to for the late-game response against a Lesh, but you also need to consider your MSS grab. I don't know if they're going to be going back to the MSS offlane Earthshaker. If not, Clockwork also a good option.
Yeah, Clock would work. AM is a little scary to play against Shadow Demon, because if you get disrupted and chain stunned, you will get mana drained by your own illusions, and then you die. If you've got no mana, you are a terrible hero. If AM does not have Blink, he's a terrible hero. So Shadow Demon's a little scary. It's probably not a big deal. It's honestly only common in the early game that ever happens. So they go for the Clock. So it will be MSS Clock. Earthshaker is being played in a support position, therefore his roaming is not going to be a waste like it kind of was in the previous game. I think this is probably the safer way to do this. Earthshaker with Shadow Demon, though, is kind of difficult, and I believe that's why they picked up the Shadow Demon. Good counter there. And Clock, decent. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good Clock game right now. But Glimmer Capes are going to be very, very good for Vega Squadron. Yeah. They're going to need that secondary support to possibly someone who is that 4-staff candidate. The first one that pops up to me always against your Clockwork is the Rubik, of course. And I think a Rubik would be beautiful here for Vega. You got the Fissure, which is an easy top pick. You got Blink for Queen of Pain, and Sonic Wave could work well. And, of course, you do have your Telekinesis, and you can always pick up a 4-staff to deal with the Clockwork here. So Vega did want to commit for the support Rubik grab here. I certainly wouldn't fault them. Isn't a top pick for them usually, but
We'll have to see if it's something they do reach out for. Other would be like maybe they want to go more defensive and pick up something like a Dazzle, which we've seen them do really good work with in their series against MVP Phoenix.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, against C-Deck.
Yeah, his graves were amazing. It was like
Yeah.
10 to 5% HP. Bam, then the grave comes. And even if they died afterwards, it buys them 5 seconds to right-click, 5 seconds to cast their spells, 5 seconds to force your opponents to stick around and say, somebody has to wait behind and guarantee we get that kill. And it's a little dangerous. So it's a pretty decent Dazzle game. The only downside is if Clock catches you, then you're in a bad spot. Although the Shadow Demon Dazzle combo together is potentially amazing.
That is true.
Disrupt
Those mini
into
heal
a grave,
bombs. Yeah.
grave into disrupt. There's a lot of cool things you can do there. So Sand King is the pick.
Wow.
Here we've been expecting to see a little bit of this tournament, but
I was expecting to see a bit of it, but more from the side of Archon, believe it or not.
Okay.
Chad plays a disgustingly good Sand King. I believe he's undefeated on it this patch, has yet to play it himself. He's currently 6-0 coming into TI.
Sand King's not in any of our predictions for Vega Squadron here. They haven't played it recently, and that's actually a bit surprising. They've played, I believe, some of the most games on this patch. I think they've played a lot of tournaments, so surprising not to see them.
Is it crazy to think that this could still be possibly an off-lane Sand King here? Because as a support, it could be a bit greedy. You got to work in the jungle, get the Blink Dagger, and then you're left with just a Shadow Demon kind of working the laning setup. Could be a bit
I
weird.
like it as a support. It's combos with Shadow Demon. They can roam. Disrupt into Burrow Strike is it's really good. I think it's definitely possible. Offlane is maybe a little scary when there's a support Earthshaker. I feel like offlane is just, I haven't seen anybody do it recently, and I know it's possible, but it's just always so vulnerable. Like, yeah, you can Burrow Strike to get past the fissure, I guess, but your ability to actually stick around and get last hits or experience is very, very low. On the other side as well, if you are offlane, you just go jungle.
Yeah.
So if you do get level 3, you can just go jungle, no problem. But getting that level 3 is often a little tough.
The nice thing as well is typically after you get that luscious Blink Dagger, a Force Staff is a prime option. Could use that Force Staff. You're going against a Clockwork after all. Response from Archon, though, they pick up the trusty Disruptor, something they love to go for. Typically, Fog likes to pick it up and play it. Not something they've been playing a whole lot, but they have pulled it out as of recent. We've been seeing a wealth of Disruptor this tournament so far.
A lot.
A lot of it. And it was actually undefeated for the first series between both of those, all 4 teams. But we'll see if Archon can kind of keep the very surprising high win rate trend going here. But what does he really bring to this game? Obviously, you get great crowd control. Kind of forces Lestrek to be put in more of a bind of getting a Yules or maybe even a BKB to just kind of deal with the Static Storm a bit. And this makes for a good setup for your Earthshaker potential Echo Slam, Queen of Pain's Sonic Wave. Just huge team fight coming out from Archon.
Yeah, it's good against Sand King as well. If you can spot him, you can always glimpse him before he blinks. Something like that is really good. It is going to be an anti-mage pick, so...
But pick up from Vega.
Yeah, I think it's okay here. It's very good against Quap. It's kind of the same situation as last. You spend a lot of mana. The ultimate is always something you have to worry about. It's pretty good versus Earthshaker as well. You can get chain stun, but if you jump on Earthshaker first and the damage isn't there, then you can pretty much take him out of the fight by draining his mana. Clockwork has no chance of killing an anti-mage ever, so they could even put anti-mage in a 1v1. And Vega Squadron's aggressive tri-lane win rate is really high, though so is their... safe tri-lane win rate, but they could very easily put Anti-Mage in a 1v1 versus Clockwork. If you've got a Quellion Blade, you can outlast hit him and drain his mana constantly. He'll get a 6 fast, but maybe send Shadow Demon, Sand King, and a really good tri-lane hero to the bot lane and pressure this Disruptor, Earthshaker, or whatever the heck their carry is. That's pretty good. Disruptor, Earthshaker, that feels weak. They only got a stun and 1 right click out of those 2 supports, so that's... I don't know. I feel like they definitely could punish this if they want to.
I wonder if they were just kind of forced in this position, was Vega, that they were like, we got to snag this amp for ourselves, otherwise maybe Archon could grab it against us. And if that was the case, I think Archon could have grabbed it sooner in the place of Disruptor and then save the Disruptor out there in the end. But, or maybe they're doing the double mind gaming purge. They're anticipating Vega might snag it for themselves and use it against him. I think Disruptor works pretty well against Anti-Mage, you know? Great for catching him on the move, and Stackstorm could lock him in place. He's not one to quickly pick up a BKB himself or anything, so could be used against him, but they need... Oh, man, is this the Korok Ursa?
I think so.
Oh, baby!
I saw somebody getting excited about this. I don't know if I saw a tweet or what, but everyone was like, will we see the Korok Ursa? And it looks like we're going to. It's
Oh,
very
man.
good versus Anti-Mage because he does all physical damage, and Anti-Mage is only good against magic pretty much. So until Anti-Mage gets a Basher. So if Anti-Mage gets locked down, basically Disruptor, Glimpse combo into ulti with an Ursa, that is a dead AM every single time. The only exception maybe being if you got a Disruption to buy him some time or something. But I like the Ursa. Also very good against Leshrac. Tons of physical damage.
Yeah.
Leshrac is very high in HP, but oftentimes a bit weak on armor. So Ursa's a good solution to that as well. Only downsides are Shadow Demon Ultimate is very good against melee heroes because it prevents them from moving very fast. So it can be bad. Viper's a little scary too because he's going to slow Ursa constantly.
Yeah.
So Ursa's ability to get kited this game is pretty high. But it gives them an option, I feel.
I agree. Ursa, of course, always at risk of being kited very easily. Can't help but put extra pressure on these supports from the side of Archon to make an easy setup for their Ursa to do his job. A job not going to get any easier, though. Vega picking up that last Viper certainly has a number for the kind of these big, fat melee heroes who just want to get in there and beat your butt. Yeah. Can't really do it with a Viper, poking at you and making it very, very difficult. So good glass grab. Coming into TI, it was Archon undefeated against Viper. Now that record has been scratched in their last matchup here. Maybe they can get a bit of a recovery. Overall, draft looking at here, Purge, how do you feel?
I'm feeling better about Vigo's draft personally because they've been playing a little bit better, and I think their supports fit together. Shadow Demon really covers tanky cores. He covers the Anti-Mage as well because Archon has a bit of weak disables, so I think that's good. And again, Ursa is very good against the cores that Vega has, but they've got so many slows. He's going to need a BKB before he pretty much does whatever he wants. And usually we see Korok getting kind of a ridiculous amount of kills, so he's got it in him. I know he can do it, so that's what it's going to come down to.
Korok looking to go out with a bang, whether it be win or lose, playing a crowd favorite, one of his signature grabs. This guy got excited when he found out the secret shop had an Ursa plushie. So he's looking to kind of live up to the name right now. Archon need this game to survive. Vega get the win here. They get to move on to the next round to face the loser of CDEC and MVP Phoenix. Again, they're going to be clashing potentially here at the bottom. Solo moving way in ahead, looking for a setup with that disruption. Look at MSS. Cheeky positioning, cutting right on through. Gets disrupted immediately. Clockwork not going to get close enough, but the fissure setup right here. They get a Thunder Strike. Solo going to be in a bit of trouble, but they don't have enough to follow up. And it looks like he could be going down.
No, they're not going to deny
I mean, not
him,
going down. Looks like he will be getting away. Ush will not be pursuing whatsoever. They all decide to pull back.
Okay. They killed him because it was gonna take him like 20 seconds to walk back to base.
Yeah.
And instead, he's just instantly there. So completely makes sense that they denied him. Nicely done. Just a little bit of efficiency.
No, certainly.
Ush will get the bot rune, and on the top rune, it's gonna be a Sand King grabbing that. He's got a stout shield actually, so
safe.
Is it I guess he is solo safe. That works out pretty nicely because if they do solo safe, then he doesn't have to worry about being the typical I'm an offlane Sand King problem. And they aggressively tri-lane again. And Anti-Mage is the tri-lane hero. So is this the right solution though? Anti-Mage versus what, Ursa? It's kind of scary. But if they drain his mana, it's a good thing.
That support Lesh, man. We don't get to see the support Lesh very often.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah. I mean,
oh my God, you're
Slayer,
right.
Yeah. Support Lesh. Don't see it very often. This is a throwback to the olden days of the common combo of Disruptor and Lesh with their easy setup. And this is rough. Korok is already like, I can't get too close to this. I need some help nearby. Fogged is there. It looks like they're going to just try to keep Seema at bay, but they do have the advantage of that.
Oh, they're running
on the
at
side.
him.
Oh, man, Korok is like, I'm going to get as much goat damage as I can. Is going to get caught with Disruption, follow-up fissure. Yep. Gets caught with the Split Earth, though, and will be forced to step back. This is going to be a bit of a bar brawl here in the bottom lane, Purge. A lane we'll have to keep our eyes closely on.
I think Korok's going to be pretty okay here. I mean, he rushed the poor man's shield, so he's going to block 20 damage of every hit from this Leshrac and from this Shadow Demon. So his survivability is quite high. He's got 6 armor as well, one of the big armor heroes. He might be able to fissure block off. So no, not going to throw it. There was nobody nearby, so the chances of them killing him were very low, and the pull starts for Fog. So I think this looks okay for Archon. Honestly, the Ursa put them into really good territory because the core is so good against the heroes he's against.
Fog does have a sentry ward still, but not looking to put it down yet. They had the one above the camps to make sure it's not going to get blocked out. He's just trying to rush and get that level 2 and get that glimpse, or even kinetic field. Both could be very well utilized in this laning setup to get something for possibly Korok here, but Vega not looking to give them too much of an easy time finding that side XP. You already see Seema the Slayer here. He's going to get knocked, though. Thunder Strike and a fissure. Chad moving in from behind.
Great dodge.
He's able to sidestep the splitter, looking to make it away. Now Korok looking to step in, gets the Earthshock here, trying to get the catch onto Solo. And look at that, Seam of the Slayer gets denied. The neutral going to be finishing him off. Now they're on pursuit for Solo. They're getting split apart right here. Korok now decides he wants to go instead for the AM, who's working with the creeps, building up the efficient farm and XP. Both sides trade, but technically no blood has been shed. It may look like 2-0, but those are 2 denies on the side of Vega.
Yeah, really nice plays there by Vega. The Leshrac denied himself to creeps. The Shadow Demon barely got away from the disables. It was really well played by them. And Archon's not quite getting what they want. And the important part is that Ursa's out of mana now, so no more Earth Shocks. If he gets hit by Anti-Mage, he's drained again. And that's tough. Even Chad having some mana problems here. He's got 1 Fissure, and then he's done as well. So, not looking the best for Archon here.
Yeah, they commit their Sentry, and it's just for a lane Sentry. It's not going to catch that little obs on the side, so Fog and Chad are going to be continued to be scouted out. And allows Vega to get a firm grasp on proper positioning in their lane setup. Let's finally adventure away from this bottom lane briefly while we can. We'll scout out mid lane here. And look at this, no one in complete control. Ush is kind of forced back. 8 and 2 CS on Ush's Quap Viper. 17 and 4 Purge. You expect Viper to be a bit of a lane dominator, and I guess this is just kind of exhibit A.
Yeah, it's very dependent on how the first couple waves go, because if he blocks very properly, and the creep wave is more so on his side, then he can stand on the high ground and trade hits. Fight going on bottom, disruption. Now Korok's going to be just fine.
They continue to trade. Chad right there ready to answer with the fissure. Solo immediately addresses this potential pull-through with 9-Pash here, not making anything easy for the Archon boys. And now they'll scurry away. They're even looking to take the aggro with them. Aggro could be pulled back once more from Solo. Oh, Lightning! Strike onto Korok. Gonna get slowed down a bit. He has no more mana. Disruption, they're gonna lock him in place here. Korok could go down, caught with a split earth. Lightning Storm once more, able to pop the wand, lives briefly, looking to make a run. Can't make it away. Gonna be caught right there. Seam of the Slayer is gonna draw the official first blood of this game. Fog could be caught out next. Drops a kinetic field, barely making it away. Salves up. He steps back. Oh no, he's going to be brought down here. A few more right clicks will finish him. A blink committed. 9-Pash grabs that one. Chad says, I got to go. And it is going to be technically 2 kills the way of Vega. It looks like Archon grabbed a couple of themselves, though, making it 4 for 2. Chaos just really breaks out the start.
Yeah, Fog's got to be really disappointed with that. He misclicked or something on his juke, and it ended up breaking himself. He lost about 200, 300 HP out of that because of it. And if he would have juked a little bit better, he definitely would have died. They still were going to lose Ursa, obviously, but that's too bad for him. So kill happens there. Anti-Mage is going to be happy with that. 1 kill for him, 1 assist. If we look at the other lanes on the top lane, the Sand King versus Clock matchup, he went for 2 levels of Caustic Finale. And this skill was buffed recently so that it blows up for less damage after the duration. So it helps very much so in a 1v1 versus a melee, which is exactly what he's got. So MSS doesn't really have a solution against this unless he gets a dust. And even then, his chances of killing a Sand King are very, very low. So he's, even with that said, he's doing a very good job trading for him. Sand King's getting a bit ahead of him now at 31. Versus Clock's 20, but I think MSS has got to be happy with this matchup.
Yeah. Now the top lane is going okay for him, but the bottom continues to be a bit of an awkward trade here. Fogged, getting blocked back from his own creeps.
Oh,
has
he's
to turn to the
this.
corner, and he goes down. Oh, unfortunate there with the creep timing and the pull-through. Now they're looking to go for a return kill on the Solo, but Korok gets locked down. Chad does kind of intervene and gets a nice fissure. Solo does end up going down.
That was a great job by him, though. He had a DD. So it just goes for the disrupt combo. Nobody's even close, but that's great because it pressures them. They use their spells. They say, oh man, I'm going to get stunned by Lesh.
Mid lane fissure onto no one, forces him back. And for that bottom lane trade, I want to say that he dished out a poison which hit the creep wave. The creep wave got aggroed, came up to him.
That was lucky, actually.
And it blocked the natural path that Fog wanted to go down, so he had to turn and go another way, which cost him his life. Now mid lane, Ush looking to commit on the Viper. But man, that pesky corrosive skin makes him really sweat for it. Now he is able to finish him off, gets the assistance even from the rocket of MSS, but the Sonic Wave is really what's the cherry on top, and they get that kill. Vega going to be losing their no one in the mid lane.
I thought for sure he was bottling for HP. Nope, it's for Sonic Wave. Oh, putting some big hits on the Anti-Mage here. And Anti-Mage has to salve up. Korok is great at pressure. Look at that. He's like, I'm going to stand next to the trees. I'm going to hit you again. Ooh, Solo's getting kind of low. Throws his first poison on Korok. Overcharge. He's got a 10-second wand as well. He's happy to hit the Anti-Mage if he can.
Can he get close enough here?
Makes him blink.
Makes him blink. Fogged obviously still just level 3, so only has the level 1 glimpse. The range not going to be too significant to get a pullback there. But yeah, Korok just looking and baiting for a moment for a wand pop, Earth Shock, and maybe just kind of ripping apart anyone who's in front of him. But not going to be easy until you get either the assistance from setup of whether it be a fissure block or a fogged glimpse kinetic field, until you get, like, let's say, a blink dagger on Ursa. The options are becoming a bit limited as far as where you're able to get your picks. So they kind of continue to go at toe-to-toe. The tri-lane continues here from both sides.
Korok training hits bottom, gets disrupted. It's going to be a stun as well. This looks really bad for him.
Yep, he's done. The classic peanut butter and jelly combo. Less Shadow Demon putting in work even here
Chad
on the
shifting.
bottom lane. Good fissure block, but it's an AM, so he just blinks away to safety.
Yeah,
No problem there. Look at Ush, though. He's looking to get involved, or he thought about it. Decided to pull back. There was an OBS here.
MSS
near the
also, their entire team is here.
Oh, man. And there's not going to be anything for it.
All right, and Anti-Mage says, all right, this is enough. We've aggressively tri-laned enough. I'm going to go guarantee my farm in the top lane. I mean, Mag's already so farmed 1,700 gold. He's level 8. He can't jungle super fast because he doesn't have lots of Sandstorm levels, but he does get Caustic. So he doesn't need this lane anymore. He's gotten everything he needs. Like, this is, in some ways, you could think of this as the same way as people have been playing Earthshaker. I think Earthshaker and Sand King have pretty similar impacts in a lot of ways. And he's just gotten a solo lane, and one which he can win much better than an Earthshaker could in a 1v1. And now he can just leave and give Anti-Mage the free farm, and now he's going to have all this good team fight. So I like the Sand King, how they've played it here. I feel like this is a secret pick, basically, because it's not a hero that gets picked super often lately.
It had kind of been in the dark for a while. I want to say back at Star Ladder Season 11, we really saw Team Empire in the hands of Yoki, or Yoku, if you want to call him, playing a lot of that off-lane Earthshaker and Sand King. This was coming, of course, after, he was dominant with Axe. And once teams were like, okay, enough of your ridiculous Axe, we're going to ban him out. Then he pulled out the Earthshaker and the Sand King as this other set of options here, and teams have been kind of getting onto that. Haven't seen it in a while, but Mag really showing you can't sleep on the off-lane Sand King, and has so much money, and now a Blink Dagger here. In beautiful time. A better time than even you would get in a free farm jungle.
Yes.
Already has it together, and they have the smoke prepared. They're looking to make a beautiful debut of this Blink.
And he's got full Burrow Strike levels. He doesn't have a lot of Sandstorms, so that might limit him slightly. But again, the Caustic Finale blows up 6 seconds after you hit somebody, and it slows by 20% for 3 seconds. So it's a bit of extra disable, and he's obviously going to Epicenter on top of that. So they've got to be careful. This could be Queen of Pain dying. This could be the Ursa dying. This is really dangerous for them. So we got to see what he does with this first kill. Because if he gets a good kill out of this, it's going to be a huge advantage for him. He's looking for the Quap.
Yep, he sees Ush come right out. Here it is. He's charging up the Epi, moves in. Beautiful setup with your Burrow Strike.
That should be dead.
And that is going to be a dead.
Bottle,
dot damage.
Out of it.
Done. Pops it at the end. And there's your Blink debut, Purge. Beautifully executed. Mag rotates to the mid lane, and Ush just kind of shows himself. Makes it a bit too easy.
So the Epicenter's on the cooldown. So at the very least, almost trying to steal the Invis. He doesn't get it. Chad grabs it. So level 4 Invis Earthshaker, actually quite dangerous for the enemy team. Can set up some blocks, especially maybe mid lane. Viper doesn't have his mech quite yet, unless that's flying out right now. Just a buckler. So many wards on the map right now, actually. Dire team is all about spotting their jungle, or the enemy jungle, that is.
Bottom lane, disruption onto Korok as Seema rotates in. Lightning Storm not going to be connecting to slow them down. Keep him back. Meanwhile, nearby, Chad pops out of his Invis, sees Mag rotating in. They trade some blows, and they go their separate ways. Now, MSS back on his return here. Have yet to see him debut his own hook shot for a potential setup. Looks like they were thinking about top lane here, but it looks like Ninepash has other things on his mind. He's just doing some jungle farm. Do they have the lockdown, though, and the burst to get a catch on the AM?
He's missing some HP at least, and I think they do, honestly. They've got Sonic Wave, so that's 290 pure right there. That's about half of his HP. If they can find him and do the hook shot into the full combo from Quap, that's a dead hero. But finding him is difficult, and he's going to be patient for this, because there's not a whole lot of other heroes that MSS can get a kill on. It's basically Leshrac or Anti-Mage with the help from Quap. The Viper's HP is just too high, so push comes into the bot lane. Chad in trouble. He's going to TP. Great juke spot. Will he get it? Oh, doesn't.
What?
I can't believe it.
Last
Chad is going to
second.
die now for sure. Wow. Well, that was a millisecond or something. I thought he made it. I was like, all right, there's no way he can turn and get the Burrow Strike in time. No, he got it.
That was a photo frickin' finish if I ever saw one. They get the kill, and they're going to get some serious damage onto this tier 1. And all the meanwhile, Archon were not able to scout out and get the connection onto AM here. They ping where he might be, and they're moving in, but he's going to be one step ahead and already out the backside. So he just goes right back to his jungle farm here. And while Archon continue to try to find picks, they're just stuck in a rut, not taking the time to farm up the lanes instead. And Vega are. No one has been kind of working with his mid lane. He's going to have a mech here and about 150 gold. He'll have it done.
All right, Clock giving up on the gank top. He's getting spotted by the ward, though, and just as he does, he lands the hook shot. Shadow Demon disrupts. This should be a kill for sure. And yes, eventually.
Doesn't go to Korok, though. MSS has to finish it up there at the end. Might have been too long and wanted to make sure. Meanwhile, Fog caught out with a Viper Strike, drops his own ult, the Static Storm kinetic field. He loses his own life. Will it be justified? It looks like not. No one should be able to etch himself out from trouble in a way. Meanwhile, Korok going to get caught out on the other side. He goes down. Archon lose 2.
That's not good at all. I mean, Korok's got, what, 1,000 gold. He ends up, he bought it. He's thinking about buying a magic wand. He goes for a wand and a phase. They grab Ush, actually disrupt as well. Will they land the stun? They do. Ush in trouble. Epicenter as well, and another kill on a core hero. Vega is just getting the kills they need. They keep losing on occasional support, but that's no problem at all for them.
Yeah. Double cores now down. The efficiency even as they pop their arcanes. They're going to get an easy takedown of a tier 1 tower. The economy on the up and up, or the down and down rather, for Vega's dire side as they push past that 5K mark, getting close to the 7,500 breach. And they continue to move together as a fine unit. They have very nice aggressive wards. They have good intel as far as where Archon are and where they move. And they seem to be adjusting accordingly here. So what's the comeback plan now, Purge, for Archon here? It seems like it's going to be quite a bit. Korok's able to throw something together. I mean, he only has phase boots for now. He has no way to really help with his positioning in these fights. There's no Blink Dagger in sight, Shadow Blade even, anything.
They've got to do a smoke gank, and I think they need to bring Disruptor. He's got his ultimate ready. Do a smoke with, like, looks like it's going to be Disruptor and MSS. That's fine. They can get kills with this. They just need to get a lot of kills off right now. And their jungle is very heavily warded, and they need to find the solo heroes. Like, they've got the tools, but they need to have at least 2 heroes for each kill. There's the ultimate on Osh. Fissure comes through, catches both, actually stops the Blink Sand King.
Oh, MSS does not get the hook shot. It looks like it connects on the Fogged instead, so they can't get the quick jump in. Fog does a brief glimpse, but no one has a haste rune. So it could have been an option for Archon to turn that around. They would have had 4 to go against the 2, but that opportunity looks like it will slip away. Vega are just going to be happy to keep on charging here, keeping no one out in front. Chad just helpless in the high ground, dishes out the Fissure to try to block him away.
Well, this is looking tough for them again. They're not quite executing the way that they need to get the kills, so it's dangerous. Tier 1 tower goes down again. Now the map control is firmly in Vega's favor. They already had that because of the wards, but they're still not getting kills. They might spot the anti-mage, though. Will they grab him? Fogged walking past, doesn't see him in time. Anti-mage blinks away. Fogged completely looking on where he was warding, and unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get the Thunderstrike off. Maybe could have gotten that kill, but he gets away. And back to farming for him.
And the rest of Vega are now moving at the top. If they try to bait out this AM now, could be disastrous for Archon if they try to take that bait. He shows himself. Ush is nearby, hiding in the trees with Fogged.
MSS
but all the meanwhile, they're catching out MSS near the secret shop, as you pointed out. And okay, not happening. He tries to hookshot out to his ally Chad there, but he does end up getting blown up.
They got anti-mage on the top lane though.
They got the trade they wanted.
And they're going to get out.
Blinks away. They both TP home. Split Earth not going to connect, so it ends up being an MSS for AM trade.
Totally
works out
worth
for
it.
Archon.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really nicely played by them. They pushed up the lane. They backed off, made them think they left, but in reality, they sneak out, grab a kill in the most dangerous place. Was that Epi?
He canceled it. He canceled it, feeling Chad went a bit too far. Didn't want to show him that he did use it, and instead commits for the blink and burrow Sandstorm. Chad still in a bit of trouble, but now it's Solo who might go too
Fissure
far.
misses.
Fissure doesn't connect with the stun, ends up blocking him back. Ush not looking to blink in and chase for this. Hey, an Epi down for the side of Vega.
But they don't know.
They don't know, though.
They don't know for sure. Smart that he canceled it. Well, unless he didn't mean to. I mean, he went in anyways, right? Probably accidentally canceled it.
I'm giving him the benefit. I didn't want to show it.
I see. All right. Well, everybody knows now. Looking for a D ward. They do actually grab the ward on the high hill. There's bad observer vision for Vega now. They actually have nothing up on the map. So this is going to be a small period of time where Archon is advantage. And their wards, I think, are pretty good. A bit typical for their spots. These are all very, very common spots, but they see their enemies, and this should help them make better decisions. They should know where their opponents are. They can go for the ones that are solo. They can see where Anti-Mage is farming. They can predict his farming patterns. He's almost got his Battle Fury, and it's very late due to the less last hits he got out of his lane. So they're definitely still in a winnable position, and Ursa's getting finally closer to his Blink Dagger. They really needed that blink earlier, though. Just imagine, like, if you got a fast blink and they did a fissure, any hero dies.
Yeah.
It's incredible. One fissure, and Ursa can kill anybody.
We'll have to hope that the late blink is going to be enough to turn this one around for Archon, at least if you're an Archon fan. For Vega, they hold a firm grasp. It's already match point for them, so they just need to get this win here to close out this best of 3 and await the loser of the C-Deck Phoenix matchup. And then it's just one more step to making it to Key Arena. But
They're
Vega
smoked up.
going back on the move. Archon, though, looking to head into Vega territory. Go up and around here. Not going to be scouting out. If they turn the corner, could run into AM. Now, AM actually heads up all the way to the top lane solo.
They see Shadow Demon get him.
MSS leads
Oh,
in. Good
bit of
hook,
a mistake.
But the Cog is going to be a bump. And he's going to get the self-disruption here. They quickly scatter, and it looks like they're going to pull out the retreat.
They want AM. Will they get him? He's able to get away.
Blink
Blinks
away. Where's the glimpse? It's level 4, but he's a bit too far and in the dark.
And MSS is just accepting his fate here. Pulls the rest of the team to the right. Everyone else escapes. So that should have been a Shadow Demon kill. If they would have cogged him in, then he would have spawned there, and that would have been a guaranteed kill.
It's easy to call it a misplay. We don't know exactly. Nerves possibly here for MSS. He gets a good jump in with the hook shot. But yeah, as pointed out with the miscog setup, Solo is able to kind of prolong a bit with his disruption, and Vega quickly rotate in. And what was a smoke gank from Archon ends up turning into a one-man drop. And now comes Vega from the north. They're moving like a flight of ducks right now. Charging down towards this tier 2. Will Archon be able to do anything about it? Doesn't look like they're going to have very many options here.
They kill creeps really fast, and they've got Epicenter ready to go. Their team fight's really solid. If they keep staying in the advantage here, Leshrac is going to turn into a core, and we all know that he's very scary right now. It's just looking really solid for them, and Solo about almost in position as well. It's only MSS here to pull the creeps past, and that's going to be a dead tier 2 tower. In the meantime, though, look what Korok's potentially getting away from. Oh, Shadow Demon TP's over. Whoa. He spots him out, but he's getting jumped on by Ush. The TP's come as well. That's Anti-Mage showing up to the team fight. He wants to be here. Korok's going to be able to finish it. Look at that thing die.
Man, that ult is ridiculous against
Ush
Roche.
TPing. Will he make it? Oh, they don't spot him. Oh, he gets killed.
He got killed right at the end. The Mana Void I don't think even went off, but oh, it did. It actually
Korok might get a kill
went
here.
Off. Can he get the one? He's going to lose his
him.
Aegis. He will lose his Aegis. He
can blink. They've got to land the perfect stun here. Here comes. Oh, he doesn't get the blink because he went left. He had to turn his hero.
This is going to be a second life drop for Korok here, and he ends up going down. Oof.
That's
brief hope shattered.
Don't know if that one was worth it there, but he gets the kill. They use the Aegis. They took Roshan. That's still a gold advantage going to Archon, but good gold obviously going to Anti-Mage. Man, how many 2 deaths now where they barely caught somebody on the edge of the TP.
Yeah.
Think of the milliseconds difference there. That would have completely changed the game. If Ush didn't die there at all, it would have just been Korok dying, and then it would have been fine. But with both of them dying, absolutely not worth it.
Fractions of seconds, Purge.
Fractions.
The movement of your thumb to hit the button for your TP or whatever it may be
would have made the difference.
The difference maker. Dota's one hell of a game like that. But here we go. Vega still in a strong position here as they get ready to approach the 10K advantage mark. XP about the same. We'll have to see if Archon are going to be able to pull another hopeful comeback play because that Roche, brilliant effort. Don't know if it was enough.
All right, so now Archon, they got the Aegis, so that's taken control of. But I think they need some more towers. They haven't really opened up their map very much. They also had this Observer on the top lane that's been spotting out the tier 2. It's pretty low at 300, but the problem is that they need to get kills first. And I feel like they're really scared to do aggressive things around towers, at least thus far. I mean, Vega does have pretty good responses with both Sand King and Anti-Mage with their blinks because they can TP and still be there. But they're just always so scared to move, I feel. It's going to be tough, and they need Clockwork to land the hook shots on the right heroes. They spot out Seam of the Slayer over by a small camp, but they're worried about coming up.
Seam of the Slayer almost has a Bloodstone on a support Lesh. It's crazy.
He's that close? Oh my gosh.
I mean, you got Soul Ring now done. Just a couple of components out.
Yeah, he's about the recipe, like 800 gold. He's almost got it. Bloodstone at 20 minutes as a support. Yeah, I'll take that.
Look at Mag in his positioning, though, in the top lane.
Oh, is he
He's
going to get spotted?
So close to Ush.
Ush,
The
press
rocket
scream.
goes up the other way. Oh, gets caught with the burrow. Seema, can he get close enough for the
Ooh, good
splitters?
blink.
No, not close enough. He's going to be able to blink up, but it puts it north here. He gets scouted immediately thereafter and will be cleaned up. They just swarm in and take down Ush very easily.
That was a great blink attempt by Ush. He knew that he wouldn't have time to turn around and blink, so instead he blinked to the trees north. I think that was a really nice play, but unfortunately the Shadow Demon Poison spotted him out, and a great defense by Vega there. Awesome positioning to set that up, and obviously a great deny as well by Seema. So, and they haven't been wasting any time. What happened before that? They were farming. They were farming. They show up just in time, get the deny, get the kill. They're just playing way more efficient than Archon is. Archon's running around with 3 heroes, looking for fights, not really knowing where to go. And not taking, they wasted double ward here down in the bottom jungle, unfortunately. So one less ward for them, even to help them get vision. Things are just falling apart on their
That's the
side.
sign of a tilt right there. These 2 wards now from each miscommunication to quickly drop down the priority. Archon hopefully shaking this one off, getting their heads back into the game for Vega. Chins up right now. They're feeling strong, chest out, boasting a bit as they're able to clear out these towers. Only 2 more tier 2 standing on the side of Archon. They have their eyes on potentially this mid one. MSS will be able to scout them out with a rocket. The jig is up, but Ninepash is like, I got your double stack here, so I'm not too worried about it. He continues to farm on forward. He's got his Yasha complete, looking to build into a Manta. This AM will continue to be a bit of a problem if he continues to progress this way. Their answer and response is Korok, who is farming up still after picking up the blink. He does have about 2,500 gold in reserve, but I don't know how much faith he could put into an Ursa when it gets to critical high ground defense.
It's tough. Ursa's really an early game hero. He's really strong pre-20 minutes, and that's usually he needs that first item, that first blink dagger to be really, really useful. But when he got aggressively tri-laned, he was the cause of, or he was the hero that ended up dying quite a couple times. He can maybe kill this Viper, but it's so tough. He would need probably some chain stuns to guarantee that he wasn't moving. He might find anti-mage. He's going to blink. Oh, there's no creeps to farm, though. And he definitely sees him now.
You got to get out of here before he loses all of his mana.
He's got a juke and blink. Oh, almost the ult. Korok fighting. Oh,
He
their
cuts
turning
back
actually
for
goes in on
Seema.
Lice. This is good.
He got it almost. Splitter does stop him. And now he gets disrupted. Seema the Slayer is A-OK and going to pull back. Fog not so much. He goes down.
Oh, great dunk by Chad. Catches a couple. That's going to be Lush dying. Looking for the burrow strike. That catches Korok. Korok's so low. He's got a wand, but that's about it. Spending money. Tries to get a BKB, but he's a bit short in gold. And now Anti-Mage chasing. 3 dead heroes from Archon. Did anybody die? I know Leshrac died, but he's alive already. Is that the Bloodstone?
That's the Bloodstone.
Support Leshrac. Apparently you insta-respawn with no charges picked up.
I don't know. I mean,
That
it's
was
down to 6, and I saw him go down.
He didn't buy back. So
He did not
yeah.
buy back. All right.
He did die, right? He didn't suicide. That would have been a big suicide for him because
No, it
they
would've been on
committed the
cooldown.
Earthshaker. Yeah, they committed the Earthshaker for the dunk, and it was a good dunk and secured the kill there, but they still lost 3 heroes,
Yeah.
and that was Korok going down. He didn't grab the kill. He's just behind, and you at some point within 10 minutes, Anti-Mage is going to have way more items than Korok does.
Yeah.
And it's just not looking good for Archon at all. They're not getting the ganks off. Their cores are not doing well enough. They picked a bit of weird heroes, and they got aggressively tri-lane. Like, Vega has seen the weakness. They're like, oh, they have a weak tri-lane. Let's just aggressively tri-lane them. They're not going to play very well because they're going to be out of their comfort zone, and they're going to continue pressuring that in the late game and use their better ganking to just, take the advantage. And now Vega has, like, multiple cores.
Feeling pretty apparent that it's Vega's game to lose at this point. Archon have to hope for those misplays and be able to be in a suited position to counteract. MSS Viper Strike is all it takes to send him back and packing to the base. And it was a wonderful burrow strike in that last skirmish coming up from Mag right after the dunk that helped just kind of clean house here for the rest of Vega. He had been playing a stellar game so far, a stellar series at that. He's going for the Yules. It's actually done on his Sand King. He's going to be super mobile at this case.
And a really good solution against Ursa as well. If everyone's out of stuns or disruptions, you just Yules that Ursa, put him in the air. What if he ulties? Use the Yules. Waste his cooldown. His ultimate is so important right now. It's 4-second duration with a 40 to 50-second cooldown. If you can just waste that completely, it really limits his damage output. So really good choice there. And also just makes you run faster. And all of a sudden Ursa's going to be having a phase to catch up to you. This little guy with, I mean, he's got 6 legs, but now he's got a Yule Scepter and he's going to run even faster.
Pretty damn swift, Purge, not going to lie.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We talked about it a bit during the draft. The swiftness, the mobility of the Team Vega could be a thorn in the side for Korok, especially if he's not going to be off to a strong start and get that early mobility of a Blink Dagger. Now it looks like a BKB is going to be the next on the list. He's got his hammer now complete. I don't think he grabbed the recipe as well. He did. So BKB fully done for your Ursa.
All right,
certainly
that helps.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Vega have been gifted an awful lot this game, and they know they don't want to let up the pressure and risk Archon getting any sort of farm. They continue to press past the river here on all lanes, and probably a chance to stall out for the Roche. We're going to see the secondary clock now after the 8 minutes does expire here. And it looks like it's going to be a bit more fortunate for Archon. It's a longer timer right now, so Vega will have to continue to stall out a little bit longer.
Are they close to any big items is my next question. And I don't really think so. They've got BKB on Earth, so that was really important. Quap's got Ags and Yules completed. They've already got Blink on Earthshaker. Pretty much everybody's got what they need. So now they just need to make the kills. And one hero that's unkillable basically at this point is Viper, unless Ursa's there and he gets chainstun like crazy. Quark in a bit of a weird position. Slightly surrounded by enemy heroes, but with his BKB, he can definitely kill these. Oh, he's going for the old Blink TP. So back to base.
This is one of those games that I honestly would not have been surprised if they were like casual split earth in the trees right here, as if we know exactly what's going on, and we're going to catch you right as your TP is about to go. But
Yeah.
he is able to make it back. Vega continued their pressure. They started top, they worked mid, now they're back bottom. They continue to keep tabs on the Roche pit to see when it's up. They would certainly love to have that extra life before they decide to ascend that staircase into the high ground territory. All the meanwhile, Archon just continue to stall, split push, pull Vega apart, try to be ready for the
Might get a kill top.
defense that's
They go
gonna
in,
be
there's the
happening.
dunk.
All right, big jump, big kill.
There you go.
This is all for a support lesh, though, reminder, folks. But they get it, nonetheless. So, Chad going to be TPing out. Ush also going to make it away. 9-patch,
Wow.
not going to catch anything there.
Quark took a lot of damage there. Looking for the hookshot. Doesn't land it on top of the Sand King. Maybe they'll grab the Shadow Demon, shooting the rocket out. They do see Shadow Demon. They could potentially go aggressive here, but Vega is collapsing. There's the Blink forward. Burrow Strike on Fogged, looking for the follow-up, but they don't actually have ultimate there to use it. Fissure catches 2. MSS. Okay, they're running. I think that's all right there. That was a little weird. They're kind of on the same page, but not really.
If they had the help nearby, their damage, their Ush, their Korok, then I could see a potential turnaround. They got a great 2-man fissure at that point, and they knew AM was already top. Just the stars didn't align right there for Archon.
AM BKB basically stops the one thing that chain stuns him, which is Disrupt Ultimate, or potentially Anti-Mage. Oh, or I'm sorry,
Earthshaker.
Earthshaker.
Yeah.
But although Earthshaker, if he goes first, it's not a big deal. So I'm not...
Instant echo.
Fogged actually glimpsing back the Anti-Mage. Not quite sure why. He also revealed the fact that they have a ward in that area, so I might get dewarded now.
Yeah.
Not sure if that was worth it.
Ooh, move forward. Yule's force from Mag, and they're going to get the solo pick. I guess it wasn't a solo pick, but they get the catch out onto Ush. On his Lonesome on the bottom. Beautiful setup from Mag once more.
Yeah, Mag's catch is just so good this game. Now he's got Force Blink Yules, and he's got a Burrow Strike for 2 seconds of stun. That's like guaranteed 4.5 seconds of disable.
You're not
to
going
mention
anywhere.
better chase than anybody in the game.
Yeah.
It's amazing. He's playing so well. He's been playing really good all day. Every single game I've seen this guy play, he's been playing fantastic.
Mag won to really step up his game in a moment of need. Can't help but think about that Star Ladder run when it was Mag the Centaur player.
They smoked under a ward. They realized it immediately afterwards because they walked past the sentry.
Look at them split. Now they have like gatekeepers here for the Roche pit.
Oh, Roche is already gone. Anti-Mage grabs it. Ultimate on MSS. He's getting
done.
chased.
We'll see.
He's still got a hook. He could get out. Neutral's in the way, though. Here's the hook. He grabs the newts.
Oh, not going to be happening.
Quark's
Goes
gotta
down.
get up.
Korok blink away here. Mag still on chase. The gap closer to end all gap closers here.
All right, they're going in.
They
I
want
guess.
to go, but Korok has no more mana. Chad pretty low as well. They're just going to scurry back into their base and play it safe.
All right.
Vega
so
just in full control at this point, Purge, just kind of
Yeah,
happy to make
really.
brash decisions like that, like jumping over creeks away from their team, and still Archon a bit nervous about it. Doesn't want to try anything because a big team fight loss at this point in the game from Archon, and your racks are just gone.
And that may just happen here. We'll see. There's no hookshot on Clockwork for 30 seconds because he did use it right before he died. Probably a bit of a mistake there if you think about it. Because now it makes this hero pretty much worthless at this point.
Looking to Chad for a big home run dunk. But will it come easy? Vega Ori in a very nice split position here.
He is level 11, so it's a level 2. There's the first Viper Strike coming out, but it's a 12-second cooldown due to the Aghanim, so
this
nothing lost there.
Is just an ageless Viper working on bottom. They have their AM who does have the Aegis in the mid lane. Now he goes to the bottom to join them. And they still have yet to pull the trigger on anything. It looks like this tier 3 is going to be going down uncontested.
Quark goes in. Damage. BKB being used. Hookshot goes in as well.
Oh, two-man catch. Big burrow sent from Mag. My goodness. He's able to get the quick drop.
Dunk.
And they get the grab right there. Chad trying to be a dire hope. A big dunk on the back end side. But it's only going to get the Lesh. They've already now lost 4 Purge. Fog the only survivor. And it looks like the Rax is going to be going down. Archon's dreams of TI5 glory could be shattered right before our eyes. And Mag now looking to ascend into the next round and be one step away from making it to Key Arena and into that prize pool.
They've just got to win one more best of 3 after this one if they take this win. And it looks very, very likely at this point. I mean, they had to blow all their cooldowns just to blow up the 4-position Leshrac. They can't deal with the Anti-Mage or the Viper unless it's a 3v1 situation, and that's 2 Raxes in a row, now approaching 3 Raxes. Archon's going to have one last defense here, and if they don't 5-man wipe this, the game ends.
How do you do that without an Echo Slam? I don't know, but you got to go out with a bang, I assume, here. Vega, they got their eyes on the prize. They are looking to go right for the jugular. They're going to get the Megs, and there's not going to be much to stop them. Archon, they're going to do it for the fans right now. They're going to probably look to go in and give it all or nothing. I imagine at this point, there's MSS, leads in, gets the catch on the AM, pops his blade mail, and he gets popped himself, goes down immediately thereafter. Ush follows up with his own Sonic Wave. Meanwhile, no one zone back onto Fogged. Korok manhandles the AM. It is just for an Aegis after all. But it looks like Vega, the Immortal Beast, still all stand. And it looks like they're going to force Archon back into their base and force them to accept the reality that this is over. Mag even buying a Dagon out at this point. Looks like Archon, their TI5 days are going to be numbered here.
Yeah, their chances of defending Mega Creeps are pretty much non-existent. They don't have much AoE. It's a Disruptor support and Earthshaker support, and they're just, yeah, that's it. They're talking about what happened.
Well played comes out from Archon, and indeed it was. Vega looked very strong in this 2-game series. Archon, got to give the boys some respect. They came in. They took it to a 3-game stretch against MVP Phoenix in a very tight Game 2. Game 3 even started for Archon. And then in this series, it was pretty convincing it was Vega. We could chalk it up to multiple reasons. Purge, maybe Archon being a bit more nervous and more hesitant on opportunities that could have been there for them.
Yeah.
I don't want to say they did a bit of a gamble going with the Korok Ursa, but they obviously went in with the idea that they'd be able to get a lot more in that early in the mid game, but it just did not happen. Vega just seemed to be one step ahead with their lane assignments and just always made good audible calls.
Yeah, once it was obvious that the Earthshaker was support and they picked a Disruptor support, and Vega was like, oh, well, we can just do Shadow Demon plus Slush. We can kill anybody. We can be aggressive. Anti-Mage won't die to Ursa because you can always just blink away. They just didn't have very good solutions. They're disables. They needed more typical range damage dealers. They needed better laning heroes, and this is sometimes the trap you fall into. You're like, oh, I got all these good heroes. I got Earthshaker. Disruptor's really good at killing people, but it still comes down to the lanes. The lanes are so important. If your lanes aren't strong, then your Ursa doesn't get the blink he needs, and he can't do the amazing things that Korok would have been able to do if he did get that early advantage. So it put him in such a bad spot, and Sand King, Mag played fantastic, did his lane really well, and we didn't see very good rotations from MSS. Every time he moved to the safe lane, there wasn't really a kill there because all the survivable people were there, and then he finally got a kill on the Shadow Demon, but at that point it's like, you got a Shadow Demon, and you've been level 6 for, it just things didn't go so well there for Archon, and that's it for them. They're out.
For them. It is. So, send them the praise. They made a valiant effort, a good run, but they will be the first team taken out of TI5. Vega still hold on now. Now they wait on the sidelines for the loser of MVP Phoenix going against CDEC. They'll await that, face that person. They get that best of 3 win, and they secure the 2nd spot to make it into TI5. With that said, we're going to be wrapping up things here for Archon versus Vega. It was myself, Coddle Guy. I'm with Purge. As always, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you very soon for more International 2015 coverage.